pull up out front, you see the Benz on dubs. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
To you from the Zion Bank Stadium. We got some doubles action in women's divisions kicking things off here on Saturday. It's the middle day of competition. We got a full day of action for you. We'll be with you throughout most of the day. Starting early. Be here for close to 12 hours today, so we will take some breaks, but we'll have the stream up the entire time. We'll have some guests popping in, so appreciate you guys being with us for as much or as little of it as you can. Have some new features today. Don't have the full lanes here, so we'll zoom in a little bit. The lanes are actually, the low lanes are on the right side of the screen. So in lane 2, we have the Iron Butterflies, Marisol Luis Jaquez and Eva Kaganovich. Lane 3, Chafing the Dream, McKenna Butte, Alyssa Brown. Lane 4, Chalk Dirty to Me, Kayla Thomas, Taylor Bowen. Lane 5, Jen and Laura. However, the athletes listed are Janice Ogden and Kennedy Harward, so you might have got that one wrong. Beastie Babes are in lane number 6. Kholoud Galeb, Abu Arida, and Jordan Baratarin. Lane 7, Sister Ruse, Kylie Field and Bailey Field. Lane 8, Cass and Tiff. No athletes listed for their team, but I'm guessing it's Cass and Tiff. Lane 9, the Salty Stingers, Courtney Kleinman and Haley King. Lane 10, Breakfast Club, Gabrielle Shields, Quinn, and Taylor Nyholt. I think that's it. Oh no, lane 11, the Iron Babes. No, one athlete listed there, Ruth Callis. Workout they're taking on is called switchbacks. In the intermediate division, they've got 4 rounds, 6 synchro toes to bar, 24 double unders, and 6 snatches at 95 pounds. Directly into 4 rounds, 4 synchro pull-ups, 24 double unders, and 6 snatches at 95 pounds. So all of the athletes need to have the capacity for the toes to bar and the pull-ups, as those are synchro movements. But if you have a specialist on the jump rope and or this barbell, you can split that work as desired. Yesterday, athletes had several opportunities to earn points. In this division, the top 3 teams are actually coming up in the next heat. Of the women in this heat, the Beastie Babes are in 4th place, 13 points out of a podium spot. They also have a 13-point lead over the Sisteroos. Jen and Laura tied with Sisteroos on 314 points. Cass and Tip 5 points behind that. And it's actually really tight. Sisteroos and Jen and Laura on 314 points, and Salty Stingers in 9th overall on 303. So we got 5 teams in this heat within 11 points of each other. All right, I had to run out to the floor real quick to double check and make sure what was going on with those change plates on the floor and the name placard or the scoring placards there. So basically there are 8 sections on the floor that the athletes will be advancing those things into, and you see there in the middle of the floor, athlete running and moving it into what should be the last placard in the blue. Salty Singers in lane 9 is finished 8:33 the time of hearing from the floor. So those name placards are for 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's 2 rounds before that and 2 rounds after that. So there are 8 total rounds in this workout, and they are advancing those every time. Big separation here from the top to bottom team in the heat. Salty Stingers getting it done about 8:33. And with the top 4 teams still to come tomorrow, or in the next heat, excuse me, that'll be the time that they're looking at. Sisteroos, I think, getting in. Sisteroos should have got in there. Sisteroos just edging out Chalk Dirty in the heat. Our time on the screen is about 15 seconds ahead of theirs. Thought I had it synced up, then they had a brief delay. Apologies for that. Try out a little feature here that Functional Vision has set up for me. Heat winners, the Salty Stingers. Look at that. Lane number 10, Breakfast Club, gets across the line. Cass and Tiff right behind them. Got about 20 seconds to the time cap. Heat 1 for the double switchbacks intermediate women is done, and day 2 is off and running. Heat 2 will have the top 3 in our intermediate division, as well as our RX and elite divisions for the women doubles, and we'll be back with that in a moment. Less than 1 minute to the start here. And we have, as we mentioned, the top 3 intermediate teams. They're going to be on the far left side of the floor in lane 10. In the window to the wad, who are currently 2nd overall, Mackenzie Kravetsky and Audrey Merritt. In lane 11, Rice and Taquitos, 1st place overall after 1 day, Kelly Zhang, Edith Ocampo. And in lane number 12, the team name is TBD, Daniel Higginson and Brittany Gines, or Gines, Gines. Britley, okay. They are in 3rd overall. We have the RX women. On the far other side of the floor, we have the elite women in lanes 1 through 4. Lane 1 in 4th place after 1 day, the butterfly pull-up effect. Sarah Taylor and Anna Webster in lane 2. Mandy in the fast lane. Capital Mandy, Capital Lane, 2nd overall. Mandy Janowitz, Elizabeth Lane. Mandy Janowitz. She was CrossFit Games champion with Adrian Conway's team in 2017. Hustle and Muscle in lane number 3, 1st overall. Perfect sweep yesterday, 400 points on the board. Samantha Christensen and Kelsey Peterson. Kelsey Peterson, also of Kelsey's Kitchen here on site. So competing and helping promote the event with her business. Big part of the community out here. And in lane 4, the PF girls, currently in 3rd overall. Katie Cochran, Sarah Hungar. The next 4 lanes are the RX division, Team Pure, 4th in their division, Ali Tracy and Stesha D'Amico. Hakuna Masquada, probably the most popular team name of anyone that I've seen at competitions around the country. Hakuna Masquada consists of Natalie Presswich and Lane Big. 2nd place on a tie break, same number of points as Pistol Posse, McKenna Urey and Ashton Bagley, and Jacked in the Box. Chelsea Atkinson and Sarah Leon are currently 3rd in the division. They will be taking on switchbacks. Intermediate division has 4 rounds of synchro toes to bar and then 4 rounds of synchro pull-ups with double unders and snatches. The RX division have synchro toes to bar, but then synchro chest to bar, and the elite have synchro toes to bar and then synchro bar / ring muscle up, which we'll get to see. It'll be fun to watch that, 1 in front, 1 in back. And they're off, starting heat number 2 of event number 1. Switchbacks, doubles women. Left side of the screen are your top 3 intermediate teams. And middle of the floor, the leaders coming in, really struggling to get the synchro toes to bar going. Now they've got it, but they're well behind already. Far right side of the floor are the elite divisions in lanes 1 through 4. Middle of the floor in 5 through 8 is the RX divisions. They will move that white change plate forward 1 section on the floor every round. So after the snatches in every round, the elite women have 6 snatches at 1:15. The RX have 6 snatches at 95, and the intermediate have 6 at 65. And you see the teams moving those forward. Rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6 are marked with those scoring cards. Lanes 1 and 2 and 7 and 8 are not marked, but the placard will continue to move all the way to round 8. And then they'll run across the line after the last snatch to finish the workout. Looks like lane. See who gets to the barbell second here. The barbell for the second time, I should say. Looks like lane 2. Mandy in the fast lane. Mandy and Elizabeth there with a little bit of a lead. over the teams on either side of them. Amongst the RX teams, it looks like team in lean number 8 might be jacked in the box. Chelsea and Sarah leading early, and then in the intermediate division, I believe that's lane 10. After the 4th round, they're going to switch from toes to bar to a different variation of a pull-up. On the left side of the floor in the intermediate, they'll have synchro pull-ups. In the middle section of the floor for the RX division, it'll be synchro chest to bars. And on the far right side, they're going to do that muscle-up combination. One on the rings, one on the bar. And we see the chest to bars in lane number 8. Ooh, so I guess it's just bar muscle-ups. Excuse me, I guess I was confused by how that was written. But 3 of the teams in that elite division are now onto the synchro bar muscle-ups, meaning they're into round 5. Still can split the jump rope and snatch any way they want. The working athlete in front, non-working athlete behind. Pull-ups for all the teams in our intermediate division. Halfway through the time cap here. And we got window to the wad pulling ahead for the intermediate division. They have 2 more rounds to go. 6 rounds done. Averaging about 1:10 per round. Muscle ups in lane 2 for Mandy and Elizabeth. Lane 8 of the RX division, jacked in the box. Chelsea and Sarah continuing to lead here. They came in 3rd place. Only 5 points out of the 1st place tie between Pistol Posse and Hakuna Musquada. They did have an event win yesterday on the 2nd part of back-to-back. Got a few teams in final rounds here. So to the window, to the wad, looking good. Jacked in the box, looking good. It's a little bit tighter on the elite side of things. And here we go, lane 8. Jacked in the box will take the win here for the RX women. Final few snatches. Lane 10 in the green top. To the window in the wad. And that's actually going to be really close. I think that Sisteroos actually, or excuse me, Salty Stingers I think is going to take the win overall. Winner to the wad probably going to end up 2nd here. So we may have had a win come out of Heat 1 there for Salty Stingers. Courtney Kleinman and Haley King, I believe, had an 8:33 unofficial time. So the winner in the wad came in 5 points behind Rice and Taquitos. They did have a 2nd place finish yesterday as well as a 3rd and 2 fifths. And we have our 2nd finishers there. TBD get in. Mandy and the fast lane get in. They continue to lead. They take the win. Hustle and Muscle in. In the elite women's side of things, Hustle and Muscle had a 30-point lead over Mandy in the fast lane. They had swept all the events yesterday. Mandy in the fast lane took 3 seconds and a 4th. So they'll close a little bit of distance there. Pistol Posse gets in. The RX division, they're going to take 2nd. Again, they had a tie break for the overall lead. They're going to give 5 points away to Jacked in the Box. It'll be Jacked in the Box 2nd event win. It'll be Pistol Posse, who has 2 event wins and a 2nd. Jacked in the Box has a 2nd, but 2/3 to go to Pistol Posse's 4th. So Jacked in the Box will actually jump all the way up into the lead on the 4th or 5th tiebreaker. 1, 2, 3, 4th tiebreaker. Obviously, check Competition Corner for all the official results. 90 seconds to the time cap. See if we can get any more women across the finish line here. We are going to have individual action coming up after this. Butterfly pull-up effect out of Ute CrossFit finishes under the time cap. I think a Hakuna Musquada as well. women's doubles action kicks things off here for the Summit Games 2024. 3 divisions there on the floor in that heat. The window to the WAD finished first for the intermediate, but I believe Salty Stingers out of Heat 1 will take the win. Jacked in the box snatches the event win, should jump to the top spot in the RX division, and Mandy in the fast lane gets her first event win of the weekend, beating Hustle and Muscle, who had won all the events yesterday, but took second on this one this morning. We'll reset the floor. The individuals are going to be up next. We'll have our Masters men and women taking on switchbacks from the Zion Bank Stadium here in Salt Lake City, Utah. We'll be back with that one in a few minutes.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work. Then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 I get it.
Quick turnaround there, 10 seconds to the start, 5 seconds to the start. And switchbacks is off for our Masters. Men's 35 to 39. They'll be on the right side of the floor. Lane number 1, Anthony Matucci, currently comes in the second spot. Lane 2, Garrett Barber, he's the leader in that division. Lane 3, Ron Butler. Lane 4, Jason Hruban. They're in 3rd and 4th respectively. Empty in lane 5. Lane 6 is Tessa Jennings. Lane 7, Nicole Lovelace. Lane 8, Rachel Carrillo. 9 is empty. Lane 10, Kate Tolsma. Lane 11, Helene Taylor. Individuals, a version of switchbacks. The competition team made a change on this one yesterday. I think it was a great change. Dropped it from 8 rounds to 6 rounds. Kept the cap at 12 minutes, giving more athletes a chance to finish it. The Masters men here have 6 rounds of 8 toes to bar, 3 bar muscle ups, 24 double unders, and 6 snatches at 135. They will advance their white change plates, as we've seen a few athletes already do that every round. It's a very similar version of the workout across the board. If they're not doing muscle ups, they'll do pull-ups, but toes to bar for everyone. If they're not doing double unders, they'll do single unders, and the snatches weights will be variable, but always will be 6 reps, with the exception of the Masters over 50. The Masters over 50 is really where everything changes. That's where they have pull-ups, single unders, and 4 snatches per round. One of the food partners here this week at Summer Games, 2024 is Asian Flavor Punch. No gluten, no soy, no sugar, no dairy, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch provides you the fuel you need to get through a long weekend of workouts. Do you want Asian Flavor Punch to fuel your next event? Reach out through Instagram at Asian Flavor Punch or visit their website, asianflavorpunch.com. Worked with these guys myself, have their stuff at almost every competition I can, providing healthy options for eating for competitors, vendors, fans, volunteers at competitions around the country. Great people doing a great thing for the community. Right side of the floor, the men, it looks like Garrett Barber is a round ahead of the rest. Starting in on his next set of toes to bar. Bar muscle up there, an 8 for Rachel Carrillo. Back on the rig. She looks like she's in the same round as Nicole Lovelace. And Kate Tolsma working some bar muscle ups as well there in lane number 10. Looks like Barber has some company there. Anthony Matucci. It's been these two kind of battling back and forth throughout all day yesterday, and then also starting things today. Middle of the floor, We got the women. It looks like they've gotten into round 5, so we're within the last 2 rounds of the workout here for a few athletes. Lane number 10, Kate Tolsma. Lane 7 and 8, Loveless and Carrillo continue to battle it out. And Garrett Barber sauntering towards his, and the kick of the change plate, I love that. Save yourself one extra bending down to the ground. Kick it forward. Great accuracy there. Garrett Barber innovative in his approach to the advancement of the change plates. 4 minutes to the time cap. I think he's into round number 5 now. It's like we're going to get a finisher here. Lane 7, Nicole Loveless. Should get across at about the 9:21 mark. Take the win there. Counted as like 10 wins. Beat everyone in all the different divisions in this heat. Two minutes to the cap. Say a fun workout. I might go do this workout. Barbara will walk forward and kick his change plate. Into the last round. He's looking at Matucci over there in lane number 1 and realizes, I don't have to finish this under the cap. I just have to stay ahead of you. Carrillo, last snatches. And Kate Tolsma crosses, so she'll finish under the cap in the 50-plus division. Carrillo gets in, so 3 women finish up underneath the cap. Barber's going to take the win on the men's side. Don't think he's going to get it all the work done, but that's okay. Still take the points and continue to extend his overall lead. Quick reset, we'll have the intermediate women taking on switchbacks when we come back. 10 seconds to the start. Intermediate women taking on switchbacks. On the right side of the screen, Kara Pincock. She'll be in lane 3. Actually, lane 3 looks empty to me. Lane 4 would be Bronwyn Glenn. Lane 5, Angie Shoa. Lane 6, Heidi Palu. Lane 7, Tiara Bowman. Lane 8, Sierra Rich. And lane 9, Dakota LaFranc. Switchbacks for our intermediate women's department. 6 rounds, 6 toes to bar, 3 chest to bar pull-ups, 24 double unders, and 6 snatches at 65 pounds. They'll advance the white chest piece, or it's actually a change plate, forward 1 section on the floor every time they complete a round. Lane 8, Sierra Rich, first to move it forward. Rich coming in 4th place overall, a 4th, a 4th, and a 3rd yesterday, leading early here. Lane 5, Angie Shoel comes in 3rd overall, 2nd, 2nd, and 6th on the 3 events yesterday, with the 6th place coming on that handstand walk. Appeared to be the 2nd person back to the bar, but in the blue shirt over there. Oh no. I believe all the athletes now into the 2nd round. Blue shirt, left side of the floor. Dakota LaFranc was the last one to advance the change plate. It's Sierra Rich in the green on the left side, stepping to the barbell now, who is in the lead currently. Rich moves into round 3. Shoel, middle of the floor, also wearing a green t-shirt, black shorts. She moves her barbell forward just ahead of man, is that Shoel? No, I don't think that Pincock is out there. So we're gonna say no Pincock. So that's maybe Heidi Palu? Heidi Palu who's in 2nd there, and now Shoel in the all black moving it forward. 7 women on the heat sheet, 6 women on the floor, so I don't think Kara Pincock is in lane 3. So the far right side for us in the pink, Bronwyn Glenn. In the all black, Angie Shoel. Heidi Palu, green shirt under the rig. There's a lot of green shirts out there. Next to her, Tiara Bauman. Sierra Rich, green shirt, snatching, and in the blue, Dakota LaFranc. Rich and Palu continuing to be 1-2 here, moving into the 2nd half of switchbacks in the intermediate division. Adrian Conway and TTRU True Programming involved with the programming of the Summit Games this year. Something for everyone. Check them out at True Fitness, ttrufitness.com/coaching. True Competitor Elite, the benefits of a one-on-one coaching relationship at an affordable price. True offers one-to-one coaching, nutritional coaching, and all-access general programming. Train to rise up. True Fitness. Sierra Rich is about the double unders ahead of Heidi Palu. She's working on her snatches. Palu moving forward to him now. And not sure if there's going to be enough time to make the close here. Heidi Palu is going to have to really put the hammer down or hope that Sierra Rich makes a mistake. But they are continuing to be 1 and 2. And the all-black Angie Showall in the same round as them, just on the pull-up bar, finishing the toes to bar, moving to the chest to bar. And they're tied on reps at this point, but Sierra Rich has been under the bar chalking, and she's jumped up there, looking at Heidi, walking back towards her. She's going to get 3, now 4. She'll probably stay on the bar. No, drops off the bar here. 2 more toes to bar. So she has the 6 toes to bar done. Heidi's going to jump up. 6 rep difference. She's going to start eating into that. Heidi's toes to bar look great here. Let's see if she can get all 6. She gets them. Now, how fast will she transition to these chest to bar? She has the butterfly, and they're tied again, going to the jump rope. Now we have an execution movement here. Heidi Palu spending time with her hair. Sierra Rich goes straight into it. Heidi just chalking up maybe there. Made an aggressive move at the pull-up bar station in the last round. Sierra smooth on the double unders, maintaining that lead. She walks to the barbell confidently. And I think it's going to be just a little bit too late for Heidi. She's jogging to the pull-up bar, to the barbell, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Last rep here for Sierra Rich. And Sierra Rich is going to jog to the finish line and jog to her first event win of the weekend here in the women's intermediate division of Summit Games 2024. Heidi Palu tried her best to close the gap late. She's going to take second. She was overall leader starting the day, won 2 events yesterday and had a third. She'll add a second place to that to start things off today. Final minute here. Looks like we're going to get a third finisher. Angie Shoel on the barbell in the last round. Singles on the snatches. Almost doing a deadlift and then hang snatch. She is going to get it done, though. 3 women done. 3 women remain on the competition floor. It looks like the overall leader to start the day. No, not second place. Excuse me. Tara Bauman is in the last round. One of the white change plates obstructed by a judge there. Can't tell if Baranwin is in the final round or not. Intermediate women done with their first event of the day. Sierra Rich takes the win. Heidi Palu second. Angie Shoel third. They'll make way for the RX women. Coming up next with switchbacks. We're going to have 2 heats of RX women taking on switchbacks this morning. Athletes were reseeded after 1 day of competition. These are athletes outside of the top 10 in the competition. Highest ranked amongst them is Melissa Mayberry in lane number 7. She's in 10th overall. On the right side of your screen, in lane 2, we have Nicole Spencer. Lane 3, Terry Deo. In lane 4, Gabby Jordan. Lane 5, Kylie Turco. Empty in 6, Melissa Mayberry's in 7. Megan Walker in 8. Berkeley Larson in 9. Natalia Villarreal in 10. Task before them is switchbacks. This is the RX division. Their workout has a 12-minute time cap to complete 6 rounds of 8 toes to bar, 2 bar muscle up, 24 double under, and 6 snatches at 85 pounds. After each round, they'll move that white change plate forward 1 section. And after the final set of snatches, they'll run across the finish line, hopefully setting a time to beat for the top 9 women in the division that will be coming up in Heat 2. Three-day competition here. We'll be bringing you the streaming. We'll be live all day. I may take a few breaks from the commentary. It's a long 12 hours on the mic. Functional Vision will be with us throughout. Give these guys a follow and subscribe on YouTube. They're streaming CrossFit competitions around the world on a regular basis. A lot in Europe, a couple in the US. High quality, affordable production. Functional Vision and Cairo Scoring. Check them out. Most of the women getting into the second round here. You see on the far right side, change plate advance, little kick there. Nicole Spencer, efficient. 8 women spread across 9 lanes with an empty lane in 6.
Thank you guys. Sorry, it died last night, and it sucked because it was hard to get the cart full. They're at my house waiting while I was sleeping. So thank you.
All the women in the same round here. Lane number 4 looks like, or 6, excuse me. Lane number 6, Mayberry. Wait, no, lane 5, excuse me. Kylie Turco. Oh man, that's killing me. Apologies. I keep wanting to read left to right. But lane 5, Kylie Turco in the whitish blue top, black pants underneath the rig. She's about to jump up, starting in on what should be round 3. Berkeley Larson moves her chest piece forward. She's the 4th athlete to do so. Maybe the 5th athlete to do so. On the far left side, Natalia Villarreal now doing the same. She'll advance into round 3. And on the other side of the floor, Nicole Spencer doing the same. So we do, I think we do actually have all 8 athletes into that round now. Sorry, the MC was blocking one of them. Walking forward in the blue top, black pants there, Kylie Turco advances into round 4, so it took about 5 minutes and 20 seconds to get the first 3 rounds in. 12-minute time cap here, so she is on pace to finish under the cap. Turco came in 5 points behind Mayberry, 11th overall. Ava Anderson's in the 9th spot, also on 290 points, same as Mayberry. So definitely a chance for these women to punch into that top heat for tomorrow if they're able to string together 2 solid events today. So it looks like Terry Deo may be second in the heat here. She's going to be second athlete from the right. And now on the left side of your screen, walking forward, we have 2 more athletes moving into that round. In the red is Mayberry, and on her left is Megan Walker. Final 2 rounds for the top athlete in the heat. And it has been Kylie Turku from first to start to finish so far. She's in the blue and black there doing some bar muscle ups. Only athlete in round number 5. Turco into the last round here, approaching 2 minutes to the time cap. She's going to have her final set of bar muscle ups and then probably race through some double unders and snatches. Seems like the gymnastics is more of the limiter. Gets up on the first one, and there's a second one. Head to the jump rope. Good battle for second in the heat behind her, but it may end up being that she's the only athlete in this heat to finish under the cap. Either way, she's going to send that as a message to the athletes coming up in heat number 2, final heat, the top 9 women in that RX division. Kylie Turku will take heat 1 of the women's RX unofficial time of 11:15. Should have a third place finish on the lifting yesterday. Mount Olympus putting 160 pounds on the board for the complex of 9 deadlifts, 6 hang cleans, and 3 shoulder overhead. So potentially in line for another solid finish there. We do have a couple athletes in the final round, but it's going to come down to reps for them. Jumping off the pull-up bar. So Turco will take it. Megan Walker may have been second in the heat there. And close battle between Mayberry and Deo for the third spot. RX women top heat coming up next. Well, for those who've been listening in, welcome inside the studio here. Felice thinks that it's necessary to show you guys what's happening behind the scenes. We drink tea to keep the voice nice and fresh. Heat sheets, computer for referencing data, monitors in front of me that I'm looking at, controls for switching between different camera angles, etc. So you guys can get a little look inside there. And Brigham and the guys have had these nice signs made for a bunch of different sponsors and supporters on site. So appreciate the thoughtfulness there. But yeah, a little peek behind the curtain here. Athletes are on the floor, so we're going to switch back to that. Yep, Feliz will do it for me. RX women top seeded athletes after yesterday getting set to take on switchbacks. 6 rounds of toes to bar, bar muscle ups, double unders, and snatches. And here we go. 11:15 is the time to beat. One of my favorite things watching CrossFit is when all of the athletes are on the rig doing the same movement. We see a little variety of style there. Far left lane with a little butterfly toes to bar. That's Kennedy Mott. Most of the women here are probably going to take actually an even split. A couple of the women go straight from the toes to bar into the bar muscle up. Some of the other ones drop down, take a quick break. And over the course of 6 rounds, that might pay off. But in the first round, I'll probably set them behind just a little bit. On your screen, in the far right is lane 2. That's Ava Anderson. Lane 3, Megan Carroll. Lane 4, Lexi Jensen. Lane 5, Chantel Bucci. Lane 6, is Bucci or Buki? B-U-C-H-I. Lane 6, Olivia Allen. Lane 7, Michelle Weir. Lane 8, Hannah Maxfield. Lane 9, Brittany Krupp. And lane 10, Kennedy Mott. We're going to be looking for the first athlete to move the white piece forward, and it looks like it's Brittany Crump along with Megan Carroll and Olivia Allen. I believe we're the top 3 athletes to move it forward. Mott and Weir after that, along with Bucci. Jensen's moved forward. Hannah Maxfield, the last athlete to get out of this round, struggling with the double unders in round number 1. After yesterday, we had a 1-point gap at the top. Olivia Allen with 361 points, Michelle Weir's 360, Chantel Bucci 356. Those 3 women had pulled away from the rest of the field. Hannah Maxfield, who's struggling here with the double unders, was in 4th place after yesterday on the back of an event win in a power output workout that involved shuttle sprints, sandbag carries, and sled push. It looks like Allen, middle of the floor, pulling a little bit ahead of the pack here in the second round. Barbell's 85 pounds, mostly singles. Allen will move it. And then off there on the left, Brittany Crump will move it. They will be first and second. And we're about 2.5 minutes in as they finish 2 rounds, so they're on pace for a time that's more in that 8-minute range as opposed to the 11:15 we saw from Turku. Let's see if they still stay on the bar here and transition from that toes to bar into the muscle up. Both come off. On the right side, just jumping up there. Oh, failing a muscle up actually in the second round might be Megan Carroll. Muscle ups for both. Allen will come off about a half a rep before. She's going to have a 6 or 7 rep advantage starting in on the double unders. So Olivia Allen, the leader in the division, leading the heat here in round number 3. A trip there might allow Crump back in. She finishes. Both women done. Both move forward to the barbell. Nice battle shaping up here, but Allen's going to get 2 snatches done to 1 for Crump. Allen tied for first on the barbell complex yesterday. Crump was fifth, only 7.5 pounds difference, so both should have no real issue in terms of the weight here. At the 4-minute mark, 4:05 exactly, when Allen tosses her white change plate forward into round 4, she gets a little jog back. Crump jogging up, sliding hers forward with the foot and jogging back as well. Allen on the pull-up bar first, so she is the leader. Crump right behind her. Chantel Bucci and Michelle Weir move forward. They're battling for the 3 and 4 spots there. I believe outside there in lane number 2, Ava Anderson's going to be moving into the 4th round, yes. Megan Carroll advances into round 3. Left side of the floor, Kennedy Mott should be getting ready to move into the 4th round, but it's Allen continuing to lead. Crump second. And then Bucci and Weir battling. Bucci with a slight lead over Weir here, getting off the pull-up bar ahead of her. Carroll has picked it up a bit. She's into the 3rd round now. Settling in after a tough opening round. Here comes Allen. At the 5:45 mark, she'll advance into that 5th round. 2 rounds to go for her. She also took the win on the 150-foot handstand walk yesterday, finishing that in 1:12 seconds. Well ahead of the rest of the field. Michelle Weir was second at 1:34. Crump moved forward. Her best finish yesterday was 4th on the handstand walk, 5th on the lifting. Currently second here, but right behind her, Bucci and Weir. And suddenly it's Allen and then a 3-way battle for second. So Crump fading a little bit. Bucci looks to be the strongest of the 3. Weir increasing the pace as well. Allen continues to maintain the lead, and those 4 women have pulled ahead of the rest. Center of the floor, Olivia Allen. Into the snatches. Ava Anderson moves into round 5. Far right side in the pink, walking back towards the rig. 2 rounds to go for Ava. Got about 4.5 minutes to go, so she should be able to get it in underneath the cap. For her, Kylie Turku's time of 11:15 may end up being relevant. Final round coming up for Olivia Allen. She's still jogging back and forth on the transitions, which is definitely a good sign. And especially when the rest of the athletes who are trying to reel you in are looking at you and watching you do that, it's just sending them a message saying, hey, I see you trying, but you're not going to catch me on this. Bucci, red shorts, white top. She's moved into second here. Chantel Bucci is lurking here in terms of the overall competition. She's only 4 points behind Weir, 5 points behind Allen for the overall lead. Weir, she's going to move forward at the same time as Crump. So these 4 women will be well ahead of the pace from Turku in the first heat. Allen on the bar, green pants, middle of the floor. That's 1 muscle up for her. And a second. So she's going to end up taking this one, 24 dubs and 6 snatches away. Bucci solidly in second now, picks up her jump rope. Trip after about 4 or 5 reps there for her. Allen on the barbell. Still singles. Lexi Jensen advances into lane 5 or round 5, but Olivia Allen is going to take the win here for the women's RX switchbacks. Chalk it up as her 3rd event win of the weekend. She'll open up a bigger lead than she had to start the day. Now we have Kian Bucci and Weir, who have both moved past Crump. Both on the barbell here. Hand up for Weir. Maybe a hand up for Bucci. Judges doing something. She's going to touch and go. Both athletes go to touch and go. Bucci's going to get over the bar 1 rep ahead of Weir. So that 4-point deficit might become a 1-point advantage for Bucci if that's how they're. I'm going to have to check the scoring here. And Crump, who started off hot, finished pretty strong, 4th place, be tied for her best finish so far. And she came in 6th, so she's going to be looking to vault past Jensen, who was only 2 points ahead of her, and possibly even Crump, who is 15 points ahead. Just wanted to see Ava Anderson's change played out there on the right. I believe it's in the last round. She's got just under a minute. To Turku's time. 90 seconds to the time cap, but Turku came in at 11:15. One minute to go, 15 seconds to that time from Turku in the first heat. Anderson's got to get back on the bar here and sprint to the finish line if she wants to get in ahead of Kylie. And it looks like that's not going to happen. So Kylie Turku will take 5th overall. Wonder if Ava Anderson had actually Kylie next to her, if she would have been a little bit more urgency there on the barbell. Either way, she's going to get in. It'll be a 6th place finish for Ava Anderson. She came in 9th overall. She did have a 2nd place yesterday on Salt Flats repeats, as well as a 6th on the handstand walk. And that'll be time cap for the women in the RX division of switchbacks. Olivia Allen will take the win. Chantal Bucci just edges Michelle Weir. They'll go 2nd, 3rd. Brittany Crump will notch the 4th. Will bump up the weights. The elite women are coming out next to take on switchbacks here at Summit Games 2024. Elite Women are underway on day 2 of competition here at the Summit Games 2024. I'm going to pull the camera out to start. Full heat here. Right side of the floor is lane 1. Kay Gray, lane 2. Stephanie Brennison, lane 3. Victoria Robertson, lane 4. Rochelle Hudson. Lane 5, Natalia Flores. Lane 6, Rachel Noel. She's the current leader. Lane 7, Maddie Fouts. Lane 8, Alexis Kendricks. Lane 9, Caitlin Given. Lane 10, Jackie Soto. Lane 11, Cassie Christensen. Lane 12, Brooke Austin. The women are taking on switchbacks. 6 rounds, 8 toes to bar, 4 bar muscle up, 24 double unders, 6 snatches at 115 pounds. 12-minute time cap on this one. We've seen a few other versions of it with intermediate RX women. Yesterday we had more of some specialty style workouts, a lifting test, a handstand walking test, the beep test, and then a kind of strongman shuttle sprinty workout. This is kind of classic CrossFit, some gymnastics, a little monostructure work with the double under, the snatch. You got the muscle up in the snatch to some of the more technical disciplines in CrossFit, and of course MWG variety here. 6-rounder. 12-minute time cap. The fastest athletes maybe do this in about 9 minutes. We'll see. They changed it from 8 to 6 rounds last night in hopes of getting some athletes to finish. And middle of the floor are the 3 leaders. And 6, 7, 8, Rachel Noel, Maddie Fouts, Alexis Kendricks, I believe. You see some of the women will break after the toes to bar before the bar muscle ups. The ones that are real good at the gymnastics will try to stay on the bar. They can go straight from that toes to bar into the bar muscle up. Zoom back in here. They are advancing those white circular change plates on the ground every round. 3, 4, 5, and 6 are marked there. 6 rounds in the workout. The first 2 boxes will still be used, but they don't have the nameplates out there. It's like lane 7, Maddie Fouts, black and blue, going for the touch and go snatches here. Looking to open up a little bit of a lead here in round number 2 as she maybe have 1 rep to go. She's been on 4-1-1. So she'll step over the barbell. Some of the athletes have just been kicking that forward with their foot. And there it is in lane 3, Rachel Noel, more efficient, way not bending over there. In the orange, Alexis Kendricks. She's going to be 3rd. So it's the same 3 women strung out a little bit more there in the 2nd round than they were in the 1st. Fouts, Noel, Kendricks, 1, 2, 3. In lane 3, Victoria Robertson. And then lane 4, Rochelle Hudson. Both moving their pieces forward. So they should be 4 and 5 here. Flores on the right in the all orange. We'll move it forward just after Caitlin Given. Now on the far right side, Stephanie Brennison and Kay Gray both going back to the pull-up bar together. So you got several different races happening here. Noel has caught Fouts and actually has a 1-rep lead. Will Fouts go for touch and go reps on the barbell again? It looks like the answer is yes. Now they're both on 2 reps and Fouts will pull ahead with her 3rd. Noel singles throughout. I think singles throughout is going to end up being the recipe for the win here. Rachel Noel, probably the competition favorite, but she had 4 unique finishes yesterday. A 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, and the 4th, and actually in that order. So I know she wasn't very happy with that 4th place finish. I don't know if it was the 4th she wasn't happy with or just her performance after the salt flat repeats. That's the name of the beep test or the pacer that they did here last night. But hopefully she shake it off and get back to business today. She's pulled ahead of Fouts now. She's in the pink top, black pants, middle of the floor. So Rachel Noel leading, Fouts in 2nd. orange and teal. Kendricks going back in third. Let's check on these outside lanes. Yeah, those are the top three. Noelle, the overall leader yesterday, 370 points. She had a 20-point advantage over Maddie Fouts. Maddie Fouts had a 10-point advantage over Natalia Flores. Flores was in the third spot. She's drifted to about fifth or sixth, maybe even seventh in the heat here. She had a 4-point advantage over Rochelle Hudson after day one. Hudson had 8 points on Kendricks. Kendricks, who was fifth to start the day, is currently third in the heat here. Just past the halfway mark. So time cap's actually going to be a factor. Noelle now just moving forward and advancing into the fourth round. But this pace wouldn't get it done. Unless, is she just moving around 5? Yes, this pace will definitely get it done. She moves in around 5. 2 rounds to go. Fouts still in the 2 spot. Rachel Noelle had a pretty good open this year, 375th worldwide, 751st in quarters worldwide. She won this competition 2 years ago in 2022. She's got 2 wins and 6 top 10s in her career at the Iron Games. This is the first year of the Summit Games. Other veterans of the competition in the field include Natalia Flores. This will be her 4th appearance. Rochelle Hudson's 3rd, and Stephanie Brennison's 2nd. We got some rookies out here, including Kendricks, who's lurking still about in that 3rd spot. Middle of the floor, Rachel Noelle on the barbell in the purple top, black pants, working on the snatches in round 5. Coming up to join her in the black top, blue shorts, Maddie Fouts. Those are the top 2 women after yesterday. 4 minutes to the time cap here. And a 2nd place finish would be great for Fouts, but if she wants final round now for Noelle. And we may have a little bit of movement here. Fouts moves into the final round. Victoria Robertson may be ahead of Kendricks now. And it is Robertson, right side of the floor, jogging towards her white piece there. She'll move it into round 6, so she's now, I believe, 3rd in the heat. Kendricks fading a little here. So it's Noelle off of the muscle ups here to the jump rope. Should be smooth sailing to an event win for Noelle, though same way she started the day yesterday. Looks like the way she's going to start Saturday here in Salt Lake City. Now Fouts and Robertson both on the muscle ups. Things getting interesting here for the 2nd spot. Noelle on the barbell. Nobody else to the jump ropes yet. Fouts has her double unders starting. And Robertson's picking them up. It's going to be about 7-8 reps difference between the 2 ladies. Could come down to the barbell. Different strategies in different rounds for Fouts. Some touch and goes, some singles. Robertson's just been narrowing that gap. Fouts steps forward to the barbell. But Rachel Noel starts Saturday with a win here in Utah. She'll extend her lead atop the overall standings. Last few reps for both Fouts and Robertson. Fouts in the blue shorts on the left, Robertson on the right. Judge's hand up, working on her snatches in the blackish gray attire. Could be the last rep for each woman. And it is, and it's going to be a sprint to the finish. Fouts doesn't see her. Robertson out sprints her. Maddie Fouts lacking awareness there. And Robertson closes with a flurry and is going to take second in that one. She had second place last night at Salt Flat, repeats and turns on the burners in the sprint to the finish. A lesson to anyone who's watching out there. It never hurts to sprint across the line unless you're absolutely certain. You never know. Man, Fouts letting 5 points slip away. Rochelle Hudson gets in. So she passes Kendricks as well. Kendricks giving away some ground here late. Rochelle Hudson was ahead of Kendricks by 8 points, so she's going to maintain that lead. And Hendricks will hustle across, glances to her right, sees no one's there. She'll finish 5th. Now we shift our eyes to Natalia Flores, middle of the floor in the all orange. Came in 3rd, and with 10 seconds to go, she's not going to finish, so we get 5 women across. Switchbacks is in the books for the women elite division. Rachel Noel takes it. Victoria Robertson turns it on late to pass Fouts on the run to the finish line. She'll take second. Fouts third. Hudson sneaks past Kendricks late. Those will be the top 5 athletes and the only 5 women in the elite division to finish underneath the 12-minute time cap. We're going to have 2 heats of teams coming up. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back with the individual action for the Masters. 9:45 local time. Functional Vision will keep the stream running, of course. Stay with us. Enjoy the action. Commentary will be back in about 30 minutes. are back. It's Saturday, Summit Games 2024. We're in Salt Lake City, Utah. The Zions Bank Trading Center. Awesome facility here. We got the Masters men getting set to start their second day of competition with switchbacks. We got a few different divisions out there. On the right side of the floor in lane 1, Chad Jones. In lane 2, Chad Call. Lane 3, Quinn Hess. That's the Masters men 40 to 44 division. 45 to 49 is the biggest group of athletes we have here. Lane 4, Clint Glyman. Lane 5, Chris Livingston. Lane 6, Jay Barber. Lane 7, Daniel Stevenson. Lane 8, Maddie Strong. Lane 9, Carl Kaplan. We got Todd Eldridge in 10 and Thomas Groff in 11 in the 50 plus and 55 plus divisions respectively. Switchbacks. 6-rounder, 6 toes to bar, 3 bar muscle up, 24 double under, 6 snatches at 95 pounds. That's for the 40 to 49-year-olds. On the left side of the screen, they're going to have toes to bar pull-ups, single unders, and 4 snatches at the same weight. The yellow shirt is Todd Aldridge. He's in that 50-plus division. He's the first athlete to the bar buck. Middle of the floor, lane 6 is Jay Barber. No shirt on. He's the leading in that division. 390 points, first, and third yesterday. Daniel Stevenson's 15 points back at him. Chris Livingston 35 points back from that. So Barber and Stevenson really laying it down on the first day of competition. They'll be advancing those white markers after every round. Carl Kaplan finishing up his snatches, and then he'll be moving his into second round. All athletes will be in the second round at that point. Taps the floor with the foot. Yellow shirt, Todd Eldridge, advances into round 3. Jay Barber holding on for a set of snatches there. And at the 2-minute 10-second mark, he'll move into round 3. Right side of the floor. Looks like Quinn Hess maybe leading the way for the 40 to 44 men. Men's 40 to 44 is pretty tight. Chad Call 390 points. Chad Jones and Quinn Hess both on 375. Looks like Hess and Call are in a similar round. Jones third in that division. Barber and Stevenson continuing to lead the way. Squimon maybe third in the division. Barber moves into the 4th round. Far left side, Thomas Groff, Masters 55 plus, working on his snatches, 4 of them. Barber back on the pull-up bar and straight from the toes bar into the muscle up. Very seamless transition there. Barber, middle of the floor, no shirt on, moving from the jump rope to the barbell. Barber breaks on the barbell in this round. Todd Eldridge be the first athlete to move his change plate into the final section. Give this guy some muscle ups. He's making the pull-ups look too easy. Todd Eldridge will sprint across the line. That's what you love to see. Even though he's the only person in his division, that's how you run to the finish line. Every athlete, every heat, every division should be doing that. Todd Eldridge leading from the front. Saratoga Springs CrossFit listed on his profile here. Rushing that. Barber will advance to the final round. Opened up a big enough lead to kind of have a nice, comfortable final round here. Stevenson advances to the final round. So Barber and Stevenson have separated from the field here, but they've also separated from themselves. So Barber well in front, Stevenson clearly in second. 6 reps to go for Barber. Middle of the floor, Jay Barber, 3 event wins yesterday. Starts off with an event win here on Saturday. Daniel Stevenson approaching his final set of snatches. Chad Call moves his marker on the right side in all black into the final round. He's still trailing Quinn Huss. Stevenson jogged to the finish line. Came in second place. He had 3 second place finishes and a third yesterday, making another second place finish there. Thomas Groff, left side of the floor, 55 plus, final snatch at 95 pounds. He'll get it done at about the 9:20 mark. Nice finish for Groff. High five from Eldridge there. Quinn Hess on the double unders in the final round. No shirt, blue shorts, right side of the floor in lane 3. Looking to narrow the gap between him and Chad Call. The top of that division. Quinn Hess will get it done. Raises the arm, takes the win. No wins for Hess yesterday. Great start to his Saturday here. Oh. Chad Call will finish up. About a minute to go. Chris Livingston in the blue shirt will get across. Nice finish there for Livingston. No, that's not. That's Chris Guyman. Yeah, Chris Guyman. Strong finish for Guyman there. Came in 5th yesterday. 5 points out of a podium spot as Livingston and Maddie Strong were both tied on 345 points ahead of him. So a great way to start Saturday. That podium race for the final spot in the 45 to 49 is tightening up. Now Livingston gets in. I believe that leaves 2 men on the floor. Maddie Strong and Carl Kaplan chipping away here. Kaplan on the left, getting another bar muscle up under his belt. Maddie Strong on the right, and he'll hit a bar muscle up. To my eye, it looks like Strong's on the 6th round, and my fault. Livingston was moving into the 6th round, and Chad Jones stuck on the floor. So big spread there. Eldridge, the 50-plus first done. Jay Barber will take the win, and Quinn Hess will get his first win in the 40 to 44. We've got a couple heats of intermediate men coming up. We'll be back with the intermediate men taking on switchbacks next. intermediate men are out on the floor getting ready to take on switchbacks. I jumped off the headset real quick to go track down Jay Barber. Jay, thanks for joining us in the booth, man.
You bet, you bet.
Now, you just did this workout. These guys, the intermediate, then the RX, and the elite men are taking it on. They changed it last night from an 8-round to a 6-rounder,
Yeah.
I think hoping that more people would finish. But,
Yeah,
you know, after yesterday's events, which seemed very kind of specific, you know, there was a running test, a handstand walking test, a lifting test.
right, yeah.
Nice to have a little bit of a
Yeah, mix it up.
CrossFit one this
Yeah,
morning.
absolutely. Get some, change it up with a bunch of different skills. You know, a lot of things could catch you on this workout. So it was nice. It was good.
Now, you had a beautiful transition from the toes to bar to the bar muscle.
Oh, thanks, man.
And you know, there may be other factors involved in getting the event win, but that looks easy when you do it, yet hardly any of the athletes are
Yeah.
doing it in the masters divisions and the intermediate division. How hard of a skill was that for you to figure out to switch between movements like that?
Well, so you know, I've got a gymnastics background. I did a little gymnastics at BYU back when I was like, 19.
No way.
I mean, that's
Ring
a long,
specialist?
it's a long. I mean, not really. So I was kind of like all around back then too. You know, I'm just like okay at everything. You know, but yeah. So the transition, like the kind of like being able to move your bar to get the right pop up top of the bar, kind of comes easier to me. And there's a kind of like this. So my brother and me compete all the time. He's in one of the other divisions, and so we do these together.
The younger
And-
division.
Yeah. So I was we were testing this when I was like, if I connect these, I wonder if I'm gonna freak him out and he'll just like give up on the workout. And so I did it, and then he kind of did. So I thought I'd do that here, and sure enough, the guy right next to me was like, man, when I saw you connect, I was like, it's over. I'm like, sweet, that's what I wanted you to think, because it made me tired, you know.
Right, and after yesterday, you're looking at the leaderboard and you're saying, okay, that's the guy.
Yeah, it's
Stevenson.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Right next to me. Yeah,
and,
for sure.
and that is absolutely a element of competing, is when you can do something that throws your opponents, your competitors
Right.
off their game mentally. That's
Totally.
seek those opportunities.
Yeah, you try to make them. Sometimes, if you can, you make them think, okay, now I'm just competing with the guy behind me, and then you can kind of take off the gas a little bit, you know. So.
What
it's good
point in
stuff.
that one were you able to throttle back? Kind of knew that you had it in the bag.
I feel like I was doing pretty good going at the end of the second round. I felt
Yep.
good. I started breaking a little bit in the snatches
Yep.
after the second round because I just didn't want to blow up just in case. So I felt like I could always speed it back up again. So, but that's a good one for me because of the toes to bar and the muscle ups.
How significant is the grip fatigue in this workout like this?
You know, that's a good question. For me, it was not a factor, but you got to really hook grip those snatches. You don't hook those snatches, I mean, you're gonna blow up.
I always tell people in the gym, I'm like, look, if you were at an Olympic lifting gym where the goal is to lift heavy once,
Yeah,
every coach there's going to make you hook grip. But
yeah,
if you're doing CrossFit and you're cycling snatches or cleans, especially from a hang position,
absolutely.
but even from the floor, you're going to be that much more grateful that you learned it.
Dude, you absolutely have to, especially if you want to connect those like we were doing at the very beginning, like to lower them down. You have to, but if you hook right, you don't use any grip at all. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. I was stubborn for 2 years when I started doing this, and then
Yeah.
I finally was like, okay, I'll try it.
Yeah.
Never look back.
Hurt your thumbs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you said, your brother's here competing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What is the actual age range between you two guys?
He's 7 years younger.
7
Dude, I'm
years.
glad you asked. It's gonna piss him off that you asked that.
I wasn't sure. It's hard to tell. Men
Yeah.
between 30, 50 years
Right,
old, like you
right.
can see these whatever.
sure.
And you
Yeah.
guys, does he have hair?
No, no.
So
Yeah,
you never
Dad-
know. I
Dad's
didn't
right
know.
over there. Look
I
at-
didn't know if you guys were within 5 years, so if there was ever
Yeah.
a year where it would overlap.
Dude, we haven't had hair for like the last 50.
No, where you guys would be in the same.
Oh
competitive
yeah, no, we'll
division.
never overlap. And unless they do go back like they did last year, where there's like a 40 and up division, you know.
Sure,
We'd be
or you
there.
can do like summative age. You just
Yeah.
have to be over 70, 75, 80, whatever, something like that.
Dude, that's over 70.
Well, sometimes different competitions will
Yeah,
prerequisite
yeah,
different
I gotcha,
age
I gotcha.
combinations. So you
Yeah.
could do 50 and 30 and still
Yeah.
make the 80, right?
Yeah,
But that
absolutely.
50-year-old better be good.
Oh, I got to the sum of age. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
And for partner competitions.
Yeah.
And you guys competed last year. I remember calling the action for you guys
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
What what can you say about the changes in competition? Obviously, they came from Cedar City up to Salt Lake City, from a barn
Right.
environment to a turf environment. From the athlete side,
Yeah.
we're about halfway through the competition. What's it been like?
Dude, it's I mean, you know what it was like last year.
Yes.
It's to be indoors. Well, they didn't have air conditioning. It seems like it's cooler. It was all dusty last year. It was kind of a cool feel, but everything was dirty all the time.
Right.
You know, you're like blowing your nose and it's like got dirt in it. You know, it's
Yeah.
but it was a cool venue. This venue is a lot better. It's a lot more upscale. I think they're going to have it dialed in next year as far as the competition. Like, I mean, we're sitting here and nobody can see it, but there's like so much room to expand out there. There's so many things they could do. They've got a big soccer field out there. It's
The
a really
view
good venue.
outside is
incredible.
crazy. It's a really cool
Yeah.
vantage point up here. If you
Yeah.
guys see some pictures, I'm sure people are posting. And I was
Right.
talking with Brigham yesterday. He's brainstorming ideas of ways to leave the building,
Yeah.
run the fields, come back in, 3-4 rounds of something like that. And
Yeah.
very easy to implement.
Yeah.
Adrian Conway, involved with the programming through True Fitness. He loves stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and tapping into the environment,
Yes.
kind of the old school methodology, and even
Yeah.
where, yes, that barn feeling the kind of dirt gravel
Yeah.
thing from Cedar City is nice. Like you could still have that
Yeah.
without actually, like you said, having dirt in your nose.
Yeah, without like ruining 3 sets of clothes, you know. I'm glad they don't have barbed wire this year too. You know, you remember the barbed wire?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
did
was,
that workout last year. The
you
one
did?
out around the perimeter.
Yeah.
I think because I had some time in the day,
Okay, yeah.
I did. Was it like 6 rounds or something crazy?
That
6
that
laps?
was crazy. Yeah, that was like to start the workout out, and so you're like smoked for the rest of the
I think I
weekend.
did half of the total volume of the workout.
Yeah.
Just I wanted to experience it. It was very unique. I'm happy that I did it.
Crazy, yeah.
But yeah,
Cool.
you were out there.
Do you know the 40-second workout last year though? The one that went under the barbed wire. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was outside. You had to run on stumps, climb over a freaking
Oh, that
wall.
obstacle course. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Because Paul that is involved here, he runs an obstacle course racing
Yeah.
event, and so you had to do
Yeah.
that. Yes. That was that was actually going on like simultaneously throughout the day.
It was.
And I
So
popped
you were
out
inside,
there a
yeah.
couple times to watch it.
Right.
So it was a little dangerous.
Dude, I was just like, what are we doing with barbed wire here? I got that Tier gave us these shirts, and I got through it. And I took my shirt off, I had a big old hole, and I was like, oh my gosh. I snagged, it was that close to like
Damn.
snagging my skin, But hey, whatever.
No barbed wire.
So, hey,
at
I'm
Summit
glad
Games.
we got no barbed wire.
And I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Talking to some of the guys who are involved with the competition, and this is not uncommon. Like I would even expect for a competition like Wadapalooza this year,
Yeah.
that has had 12 years at Bayfront Park, going to South Beach,
Yeah.
that they'll do things well. But if they have South Beach year 2,
Yeah.
it'll just be that much better
That's-
because
that's
you
what it
learn
is.
so much in the
Dude,
first year.
There's so many moving parts. Brigham does an awesome job. And, but I mean, like, it was last year well-oiled machine. This year still well-oiled machine, but I mean, it's like they're going
There's
to have
some
it so
things
much
that you
out.
want to hit on no matter what. Are you running on time? Like that's a big deal for athletes,
Yeah, right,
And
right.
I know
Yeah.
there's been some small changes to the workouts, but I
Yeah.
also give them credit for that because
Yeah.
they got here on site and
Yep.
they're able to do a little bit different
Yeah,
testing. They
right.
had some conversations. I was even talking with some of them
Yeah,
yesterday, and they said,
yeah.
you know what? We do want to challenge these guys, but we also want people to finish under the cap.
Absolutely.
It's okay
Yeah.
to get time capped.
Yeah.
If the entire heat gets time
Yeah, it's
capped, you
demoralizing.
probably
Yeah,
missed,
yeah,
unless
exactly.
it's an AMRAP, of
Yeah,
course,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
all right, Jay. Well, you got 2 more today?
Yeah.
Do you guys have 1
yeah,
or
we
2
got
more
2
today? I know
more,
they
2 more.
shifted 2
2
more today.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, dude, when you're calling me out there, it's Zach. Jay is my dad. He's sitting over there.
You're Zach.
So I'm Zach.
All right. I'll
There you
update
go.
the heat sheets. Hey, man, I just say what's on the sheet. So
I know. Jay's on the sheet. This is what it is.
change it in
I'm
competition
forever in
corner.
CrossFit Jay, you know what I mean? But to my friends, I'm Zach.
Well, I will consider you a friend now.
All right. Well, thanks, man.
Zach, I'll let you go. Get
Hey.
on with the day. Cool down. Get ready for the next
Hey,
one.
It was awesome.
Good job this morning.
Thanks a lot,
Thanks for the
man.
insights.
Sure appreciate it, man.
The newly dubbed Zach Barber taking time out of his day to give us some insights on the competition experience. And as we shift back to the competition floor, we see some athletes here getting towards the end of the workout. They are advancing those pieces forward every round. We have 3 minutes left in the time cap. We see some of those white change plates in the 6th round. That's the last round. Lane 6, Derek Roberts up on the pull-up bar. Looks like he's leading 2 lanes to the left of him in no shirt. Jaron Newswander, and then to his left, Lance Lorenz, also in the final round. There is 1 more heat in this division. Roberts, top-seeded man in this heat, 9th overall after yesterday. Only 2 points off of 8th. looking to punch up to the top heat tomorrow. And Roberts a little slow on the pull-up bar, allowing Newswander and Lorentz to catch up. So all men are at the double unders. Newswander's taking a long break there, hunched over, catching his breath. Try to finish strong here. Been going for over 10 minutes, approaching the final 90 seconds. Roberts to the barbell. He's taking off his grips, and in the meantime, Lorentz, hands on the bar. Lorentz is looking to make a move here. Roberts holding on to it, drops it. Lorentz at singles, both men within a couple reps of finishing. We'd love to see some urgency here. Wow, Roberts' grip really must be killing him. And Zach Barber is telling us the grip wasn't too big of a factor for him, but it absolutely can be for some of these athletes. Now he goes for a double and maybe for a triple. So both men finished. It's a sprint to the finish. Roberts with the advantage because he sees him from behind, and I think that Roberts by one step, be at about the 11:04 and then 5, and then at 11:09 we're going to have the Newswander get in. So that one got tight quick. Another close finish here in switchbacks. First of two heats for the intermediate men. Last 30 seconds here. So we're going to give that to Roberts unofficially. Lorentz maybe a second behind. And Newswander a couple seconds behind that. 3 men beating the cap. Top 8 athletes in the intermediate men's division will be coming up next. Is there a break today? This one, 30 minutes. Okay. Or maybe 42, 54, yeah, about 40 minutes, around noon.
Okay, perfect.
That's your nap time, right there, underneath. Sleep on your pillow. Heat 2, intermediate men out on the floor. Top 8 athletes after yesterday. Colton Reinholtz will be in 3. Cameron Hatch will be in 4. Read it from right to left on your screen. Andy Thomas in 5. Overall leader Joe Krovetsky in 6. Derek Sturkey in 7. Alec Bakuch in 8. Keaton Ives in 9. Sheldon McNiven in 10. Taking on switchbacks. In the intermediate division, they got 6 rounds of 6 toes to bar, 4 chest to bar, 24 double under, and 6 snatch at 95 pounds. Looks like first to move the marker forward is Keaton Ives. No shirt, gray shorts. Oh, excuse me, middle of the floor. He may be third to move it. Toes to bar straight into those butterfly chest to bars. Actually no short black shorts. Maybe Andy Thomas. So Kravetsky, 265 points yesterday on a fourth, first, and a fifth. 8-point lead over Derek Surkey, who's on 257, first, third, and a 10th. Struggled on the handstand walk. Andy Thomas, very similar story, fourth, second, 10th. He's in third, 10 points behind Surkey, 7 points ahead of Alec Bakuch. Bakuch with a 2-point lead over Cameron Hatch. Those are the top 5 after 1 day of competition. On the snatches in round 2, we'll finish with them now, is Andy Thomas jogging back to the rig, sending a message to his competitors and his judge. He's got to hustle to keep up with him. Moving forward, second is Kravetsky, green shirt, light color shorts, backwards hat, middle of the floor. Couple guys moving up now. Looks like Alex Bakush in the yellow, Cameron Hatch in the blue, red, and black on the right. And then on the left side of the floor, someone in lane 11, and we don't have anyone in lane 11 listed on our sheet here. The pants on the outside lane. Maybe that's a guy like me who just felt like getting a workout in. Thomas continuing to lead here. Surkey and Eves. Eves now ahead of Surkey, actually. Eves was in 6th, 231 points, 16 points out of a podium spot. Andy Thomas holding that final podium spot and leading right now. We did have 3 finishers in the first heat. Roberts, Lawrence, and Newswonder all finishing somewhere between 11:04 and 11:10 on official competition corner. We'll have all the official results there. As Thomas continues to be out in front. Want to thank Tier for being a partner here. Tier's been pushing the limits of innovation to bring athletes their absolute best for over 35 years. Today they are showing up to plant their roots in the proven grounds of fitness by being always in front. 5th round now. Andy Thomas laying waste to switchbacks. Athletes are stringing out behind him. Several athletes are hunting that second spot. It looks like it continues to be Kravetsky. He's just now advancing it. He's looking to his right, keeping an eye on Ives. Ives now coming forward in the yellow tank top. Yellowish orange there. Be the 3rd athlete to advance into that 5th round. 6 total rounds needed. Sheldon McNiven. Man, what is going on here? Oh, I see. Alec Bakush is in the yellow. Ives is in the maroon. McNiven is in the light colored shorts, and then we don't know who's in lane 11. But either way, Thomas running forward, back to the bar. Kravetsky stalking back to the pull-up bar. Thomas, quick break there. Finishes the last chest to bar. He'll head to the double under. Bakush entering the last round. Kravetsky chalking up. Bakush, can he show some urgency here? Put some pressure on Kravetsky in this final interval. Kravetsky back on the pull-up bar, ripping through some toes to bar. Let's see if he goes straight into the chest to bars. 5 minutes to the time cap. He does go straight into him. Likely limiting Bakush's chances here. Bakush up already. While Ives jogs back. McNiven into the final round. Andy Thomas. 4th, 2nd, and 10th yesterday. Looking for an event win here to start Saturday. Still hanging on to the barbell there. And he'll get across. And Andy Thomas, if you're hungry after winning that event, head over to Asian Flavor Punch. No gluten, no soy, no sugar, no dairy, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch provides you the fuel you need to get through a long weekend of workouts. If you want Asian Flavor Punch at your next event, reach out through Instagram or visit their website, AsianFlavorPunch.com. Joe Kravetsky will get in. 2nd place finish. Nice start to his weekend. He'll give away 5 points to Thomas, or 1 spot to Thomas, but extend the lead over the rest of the field. Guy who's closest to him, Derek Sturkey, is struggling, lingering towards the back of this one. Bakush is going to get in. Still well underneath those scores from Heat 1, so that'll be a 3rd place finish for Bakush. He had an event win yesterday on Mount Olympus. Put 190 pounds down for the complex of 9 deadlifts, 6 hang cleans, and 3 shouldered overhead. Battle here on the left side of the screen, and McNiven's going to pip Ives in the last round, or Ives. Usually you're not allowed to drop the barbell behind your head like that, but I guess they're going to allow it. So McNiven will get in, Ives will get in, and then in lane 4, Cameron Hatch will finish. Should be 4, 5, 6. Reinholtz and Sturkey still out there, and then we have a mystery athlete in lane 11. Maybe someone in the comments knows who that is. Nope. Oh well. Maybe this has it. Nope. So times from the first heat of 11 minutes plus still haven't come into play. These last 2 guys out there are in the last round, so they should still finish ahead of that. And the top men in the intermediate division after yesterday look like they're going to be the top men here on switchbacks to start off Saturday. Colton Reinholtz will get in about the 10:20 mark. And for Derek Sturkey, now those times are starting to factor in. He's only got 6 snatches to go, but he's got 30 seconds. It can be demoralizing mentally to be the last athlete in your heat out there. But you got to keep in mind those times in the previous heats. You love to see the urgency here on the last 6 snatches. If he rips these off and hustles across the line, he will get ahead of all those times from heat 1. And that's going to be the case. Great finish there for Sturkey. Love to see that. So he'll take 8th in this division. I mean, he had a 10th yesterday and he was still 2nd overall. So He'll be looking to bounce back. Strong performances later today to try to keep in touch with that podium conversation. Andy Thomas is going to take the win. Joe Kravetsky will notch a second. And Alex Bakush, so 3 of the top 4 to start the day. We'll have top 3 finishes here on switchbacks for the men's intermediate division. RX men will be up next. Found out that was Drew Nearings. Missed his heat. He was supposed to be in the first heat. So he lined up over there. The mystery solved. RX men in heat 1 are taking the floor. The RX version of switchbacks is going to be 6 rounds, 8 toes to bar, 3 bar muscle up, 24 double under, and 6 snatches. 135 pounds. Significant jump up in the snatch weight here. Should slow the workout down significantly. 36 snatches at that weight. Increase the toes to bar from 6 to 8. Change from 4 chest to bar to 3 bar muscle ups. Double unders stay the same. We're going to have 3 heats of RX men. Biggest division here at Summit Games this year. The lowest lanes are on the right of your screen. Highest lanes are on the left. Heat sheet list: Drew Ferry in 2, Quinn Pincock in 3, Kyle Kelly in 4, Nate Woods in 5, Antoine Poutrot in 6, Maxwell Mangrum in 7, Nick Martinez in 8, Tyson M-O-N-N-E-Y, I think it's Monet, and in 9, and Corey Chapman in 10. RX men, switchbacks underway. Tight one here. Several athletes moving into the third round. It's lane 8, Nick Martinez, I believe, leading. Several sponsors helping put on the Summit Games this year. One of them I've had, honestly, the enjoyment of trying. G2G protein bars. Stop by the G2G booth if you're on site. Free bars for athletes and spectators. Proud sponsor of the Summit Games for the last 6 years. Huge thank you to G2G Bar for being involved and supporting the community. Approaching the 5-minute mark, heat 1 of 3 in our men's RX division. Gonna see who's gonna finish up this round first, and I think that is Martinez. Left of your screen, light shirt, black shorts. On pace for maybe an 11-minute finish. Lane 5, Nate Woods, looks like he's the second to advance. No shirt, colorful bluish shorts. Kyle Kelly. And then middle of the floor, Antoine Poutrat. Look like they're going to be the top 4 guys here. 3 other guys on the snatches in that third round. Black shirt, red shorts, Quinn Pincock. Left side of the floor in the all white. Lane 9, Tyson Money. And then with the green shirt, looks like he's got 2 snatches to go in lane 7, Maxwell Mangrum. This guy should be about 5th, 6th, and 7th in the heat. Everyone still trailing Martinez. However, it's getting tight. Nate Woods looks like he's pulled even with him. Got a local drink company, Steadfast. They got a Sunset Valley flavor with a hint of peach. If you're on site, grab a Steadfast Fuel for the outdoors. Free drinks over at the booth. Actually pretty good too. Talking with the guy over there yesterday, and he said that they're going for the energy drink that doesn't give you the jitters. 180 milligrams caffeine. Helping get the volunteers through long days here. Appreciate the support from Steadfast. So Woods had pulled ahead on the gymnastics. Martinez reeled him back in on the barbell. They're walking to their pieces at the same time. And back to the pull-up bar at the same time. 2 rounds to go. Martinez and Woods locked in a battle here in switchbacks in the first heat of our RX men's division on Saturday morning at the Summit Games. Nate Woods showing some skills on the gymnastics portion of switchbacks here late. He's now on the barbell, right side of the floor, no shirt, bluish tie-dye shorts on. He's pulled ahead of Martinez, who was leading through the first 3 rounds. 4 snatches to go in round 5. We have 3 minutes to go in the workout. He's going to be looking to set the early score to beat in the RX men's division when we still got 2 heats coming up. Final round for Woods, and he's moving with even more urgency now. I'm not sure if that's a message to Martinez or if he's paced this really well for himself. He's going to grab some chalk. Let's see how well he executes on this final set of gymnastics combination. 2 heats to go, though, so he's not just battling the heat here. Obviously wants to push into that second heat. See if he can pick off some guys today. Deep division here in the men's RX. Martinez into the last round. Woo. Kyle Kelly into the last round, so he's closing in on Martinez. Woods, last set of double unders, 90 seconds to the time cap. Six snatches to go. Doubt he'll hold on to these. It's probably going to be singles. It's over 30 reps at the 135-pound barbell now, and not just the volume of the reps and the weight, but the totality of the grip fatigue from the toes to bar, the muscle ups and the double unders to get to this point over the last 11 minutes. Very little time between reps, staying close to the bar on the turf. The weights should just settle in there pretty naturally. Woods with a nice hop over the finish line. Nate Woods is going to take the opening heat. 11-13 unofficial for Woods. His best finish yesterday was 11th in the first half of back-to-back. 12th on the Salt Flats repeats. Be looking for something similar here potentially. 30 seconds to go. Kelly has passed Martinez. He's got 5 reps and just over 20 seconds to do it. Is he going to be able to get a time on the board? Let's go, Kyle. See if he can get this last rep. That should be all the reps, but he won't get across the finish line. We'll keep track of that. Heat 2 of the RX men coming up quickly. All men chasing Nate Woods, 11-13. Heat 2 of RX Men is on the competition floor, getting ready to take on switchbacks. 6 rounds, 8 toes to bar, 3 bar muscle up, 24 double under, 6 snatches at 135. 12 minutes to get it done. Nate Woods, 11:13, fastest to do it in the first heat. Athletes in this heat were seeded 11th through 19th after 1 day of competition. Introduce him to you after the start. And here we go, RX Men in Heat 2. Right side of the screen, lane 2, Lawson Borla, lane 3, Tanner Morse, lane 4, Joshua Corso, lane 5, Colin Butte, lane 6, Austin Francis, lane 7, Marky Jensen, lane 8, John Williams, lane 9, Ben Emerson, and lane 10, Jacob Walker. Austin Francis, top seeded man here, 267 points, 11th overall, 1 point behind 10th. Likely won't see too much separation in the first round. Second and third rounds will start to string out a little bit, but as we saw in the first heat, and as we've seen throughout the divisions today, no lead is safe here, and there's plenty of different opportunities for athletes to make the pass. Some will be really good on the gymnastics combinations, others on the barbell. Some will come out too hot, and some will pace it very, very well. Five athletes now in round 3 here. See the white change plates moving forward. Those athletes are in lanes 3 through 7. A couple of those athletes step into the barbell here. Middle of the floor in 6. Francis bluish shirt, gray shorts. To his left in the white and red. Now going touch and go. Marky Jensen in 7. And this is what we're talking about, is that we can see a lot of different strategies come into play here. You can go for it on the pull-up bar. You can go for it on the barbell. And both men walk forward simultaneously. Francis and Jensen at the 4:37 mark will advance to the second half of the workout, entering round number 4 of 6. Now all black, John Williams, and right next to him in the blue and red on the right, and now also in the purple, Butte, Corso, Morse. Same 5 guys into round 4. So it's Francis and Jensen and Butte, Corso, and Morse, top 5 guys right now. The rest of the guys in this heat are 1 round behind, more or less, give or take. If you're on site, check out Justin, Salt Lake City Chiropractic, offering adjustments to all athletes, as well as rapid recovery boots. We got Green Defense Pest Control spraying locally here in southern Utah, as well as in Florida. Proud sponsor of the Summit Games. Hit them up and talk about your pest control needs. Francis pulling away from Jensen here in round 4. He moves into round 5. Jensen is cycling those reps on the barbell, but he gave away some time on the pull-up bar. And it's now Francis, and Jensen's now locked in a battle with Butte, and Butte hustling back to the rig. Corso advances. Little problem shifting his plate there, wasting a couple precious seconds. Morse able to pass him in the process. Same 5 guys, slightly different order. Francis leading, he's gonna be going to the muscle ups. The rest of the guys working on toes to bar. Corso taking a long time to chalk up. (11:13), Nate Woods, top time to beat from the first heat. Francis to the barbell in round 5. Tight battle for second. Let's see who gets that barbell in this round second. Francis middle of the floor. The light bluish shirt with the green shorts. Looks like it's gonna be Butte. And Morse. Butte, no shirt on black shorts. Morse with the purple. In lane 8, John Williams advances into round 5. And in lane number 2, Lawson Borla doing the same. Middle of the floor, leading the heat, Austin Francis is gonna move into the final round at the 8:25 mark. Butte solidly into second now, jogging, tossing his change plate and hustling back, dodging his judge on the way to the pull-up bar. Morris moves forward in the purple, so he'll move to third in the heat. We're at the 8:45 mark. 2.5 minutes away from the time to beat, so look, all these guys looking to set some new marks for the final heat of men that will be coming up next in the RX division. Francis off the pull-up bar to the jump rope. Only sets at 24 on the double unders. Really a precision thing here. And if you can recover on the double unders, which a lot of these athletes are capable of doing, it's a huge advantage and allows you to do exactly what Austin Francis just did, which is step up to the barbell with confidence and rip it. He only has a 2-rep lead over Butte now. He'll get rep 3 as Butte gets rep 1. Is Butte gonna hold on to it? No. About to have some finishers here. We're at the 10-minute mark. Francis get across that finish line. Unofficial will say 10:03. Butte and Morse on their final set of snatches. Butte hustles across, will say 10:11 for him. Still a minute ahead of Woods' time from heat number 1. Morse in the purple should be our next finisher. It's gonna be close after that. So we had a couple guys on the jump rope in this final round. Butte with singles, but a little bit slower. I mean, Morse, excuse me, a little bit slower singles here than Butte and Francis had. And we'll give him 10:38 unofficial. And Jensen, as he has been, dominating the barbell. He was 3rd on the weightlifting complex yesterday, so that adds up. Corso trying to chase him down. Both men will finish. It's going to be a sprint. And sliding feet first is Jensen. 11, well, I don't know, 02 and 11:03 maybe. Have to go to the stopwatch for that one, but I would say if the foot is what counts, that Jensen sled foot first and Corso sled head first. Charlie Hustle style, maybe an homage to Pete Rose right there. Final 30 seconds. So 5 guys in, all ahead of Woods' time from the first heat. Looks like Woods' score overall is gonna hold up though, is a pretty good one. Touch and go snatches there in the black cutoff. John Williams closing strong, but not enough to beat the time cap. 5 men did, none of them faster than Austin Francis, who will have the top time of 10:03 unofficial as the final heat for RX men gets set to take on switchbacks. Final heat of RX men are on the competition floor, getting set to take on switchbacks. First workout on day 2 of competition here at the 2024 Summit Games in Salt Lake City, Utah at the Zions Bank Training Center. I'm Brian Friend. Thank you guys for being with us. Switchbacks is a 6-rounder in the RX division. They have 8 toes to bar, 3 bar muscle up, 24 double unders, and 6 snatches at 135 for the men. 12 minutes to get it done. 2 heats have already gone. Austin Francis, 10:03 is the current time to beat. A couple times right behind him. 6 total men have finished through the first 2 heats underneath the cap. These are the top men after 1 day of action. We'll give you the lane assignments after the start. And here we go. From left to right on your screen, lane number 2, from right to left on your screen. Lane 2, Timothy Perez. Lane 3, Hayden Clifford. Lane 4, Kirk Dirch. Lane 5, Dallin Carlson. Lane 6, Kaysen Perry, the current leader in the division. Lane 7, Gavin Patterson. Lane 8, Charlie Jones III. Lane 9, Austin Esplin. Lane 10, Brandon Fong. And lane 11, Andreas Braulik. Kaysen Perry, 335 points. He was 9th and 8th, then 1st and 2nd yesterday. Closed super strong. The only person who closed stronger was Patterson, who took the event win in Salt Flat Repeats to vault him up to 2nd place. However, it's a 335 for Perry, 308 for Patterson. 27-point deficit there. 5 points back of Patterson. Dallin Carlson sits 3rd, and Charlie Jones, who is leading until an 18th place on Salt Flat Repeats, is 3 points off the podium currently. 2 points up on Kirk Dirch, rounding out the top 5. Esplin 2 points behind that. Clifford is in 7th. Fong 8th. Perez 9, and Braulik 10. These are the top 10 men after 1 day of action here. You see that they're advancing those change plates forward after every round. Several men have already done it. Nobody faster than lane 6, Kaysen Perry, who was the leader coming in, and he's leading early here on switchbacks. From watching several other divisions and heats do this, we do know that there's room for ground to be made up late, but in some cases the early leader has been untouchable. Perry coming out aggressively. Let's see how it pays off for him in the back third of this one especially. Lane 8, Charlie Jones the third on the jump rope. Lane 9, Austin Esplin as well. So 3 men in round 2 on the jump rope at the same time. Patterson and Carlson have joined them now. Dirch as well. So a little bit of a back and forth here. Perry on the transitions showing some urgency. Jones and Esplin a little bit more casual. And then in lane 4, Dirch added some numbers to the lanes there for ease of viewing, ease of identifying. For the athletes, they're on the turf behind, but those numbers to the top right of every lane hanging from the pull-up bar. And we see Esplin and Jones making the move relative to Perry on the gymnastics movements here. And all 3 men will drop at the same time and pick up the double unders. Perry, Esplin, Jones taking a little bit longer to get going. Dirch looks like he's going to be the 5th man, to the jump rope as Patterson is suddenly in the hunt in the all black. We got 4 men on the barbell in round 3 at the same time. Well, any of them will hold on to it here. Perry steps over the bar first, so he's taking the break on the pull-up bar, but moving faster on the barbell, and he's actually opened up a significant lead here relative to how tight it was at the start of that round. Just past the 4-minute and 10-second mark, and he is now working on the toes to bar in round 4. So we're looking at maybe a 9-minute time here. 10:03 was the time to beat. Maybe 1 minute per heat is kind of the spread in terms of the best athletes heat by heat as we move into the top 10 men who are competing here in the RX division. Perry will take another break at the pull-up bar. This time Esplin and Jones also break. Patterson in the all black will go straight into the muscle ups. He'll pass Esplin and Jones. Patterson moves to the double unders. Perry moves to the double under. So it's Perry, then Patterson. Now Jones and Esplin. Green shirt, right side of the rig there. Dirch is lurking in 5th. He's not out of this yet. We have seen some athletes make some moves in those last 2 rounds, but big break on the pull-up bars allowing those guys to pull just a little further ahead. So Perry, first athlete to move into round number 5. And now it is Patterson in the black who's passed by Jones and Esplin. Esplin now ahead of Jones. It'll be 3 and 4. Dirch on the snatches in round 4 in the green shirt, right side of the floor. 3rd from the right. Dirch now moving into the 5th round, maintaining the 5th spot in the heat. Second to the left. Lane 10, Brandon Fong working on the snatches in round 4. Perry in the blue shorts, no shirt, middle of the floor is the overall leader, and he's leading the heat right here, receiving those snatches in a deeper and deeper power position, but moving it with a quick rate nonetheless. I wouldn't necessarily say it's pretty, but it's getting the job done. And he'll jog forward and move into the last round as Fong on the left moves into the 5th round. Charlie Jones is faded a little bit relative to Esplin and Patterson. Still on the muscle ups, Dirch on the toes to bar. Esplin and Patterson working on the snatches. Esplin with the gray shorts, no shirt. Patterson in the all black. Perry on the toes to bar in the final round with the 7:45 mark. Will keep Austin Francis time of 10:03 in mind. Butte was done at 10:11. Morris 10:38. Those are the top 3 times coming into this final heat. Patterson moves it into the final round at the 8-minute mark. He's heading back to the pull-up bar. So Patterson has paced this well compared to Esplin and Jones. Perry came out hot, gave away a little ground, and now he's re-emerged as the clear leader here. We mentioned he had a first and a second to finish out yesterday. First was on the handstand walk. Second was on the beeper or pacer test, beep test or pacer. 6 snatches away from locking in another event win as he tries to start Saturday strong in the RX men's field. 90 seconds until the time to beat. That's not going to be an issue for Kason Perry. How many other men will get in underneath that 10:03 mark? Austin Francis was in 11th trying to fight into the top 10. He'll be watching with anticipation. A lot of the other guys are fading hard here. Dirch has actually made a move relative to Jones now as well. But Kason Perry, sub 9 minutes. He'll get in. Call it an event win on Saturday for Kason Perry. Jones now just moving his piece into the final round. He's walking to do so. Patterson on the barbell in the last round. Dirch on the green shirt moving up. If he's got some urgency here, he could pick off Jones. It'd be nice for Dirch. Came in fifth. Jones was in fourth. Only 2 points separating them at the start of the day. Wonder how much aware they are of all of the variables there. Patterson, last rep for him on the snatch. He's going to stand it up, so there he is. Patterson will take a second place there. Now he's gone first at the last event yesterday, second of the first event today. He's still underneath that 10:03, but that's approaching quickly, so Austin Francis is in line to finish third here. 2 more for Esplin. It looks like Francis is going to take third overall. Butte was only a couple seconds behind him at 10:11. This is going to be tight. Esplin probably doesn't realize it. I see that as 10:11, maybe 10:12. It's going to be very close between Esplin and Butte for that 4 or 5 spot. Now we got Jones and Dirch. Jones off of the muscle-ups. Dirch working on them. Left side of the street, Fong working on them as well. Morris was in at 10:38. That looks like it's going to be good enough for 6th. Other times coming, 11:02, 11:03, 11:13 are the other 3 finishers. These guys got to hustle. And Woods out of heat 1 at that 11:13. Could be sneaking a top 10 finish here. Now these guys are going to be in jeopardy of slipping out of that top 10 on this particular event. Jones to the barbell. So Jensen's time will pass. Corso's time will pass. Those guys are within less than a second of each other. Woods looks like he is going to take 9th. Kyle Kelly was the only other athlete to finish all the reps. He did not get across the line. Jones and Fong here, both on the barbell. Jones looks like he's going to take 10th. 30 seconds to go. Fong is going to be getting across maybe 11:41. Should be the 11th man to finish. Dirch, green shirt, maybe our last man to get in. He's got 10 seconds. How many reps can he finish before the cap? Again, Kyle Kelly got them all done. So Dirch and Kelly should tie for 12th. Kason Perry extends the overall lead. Gavin Patterson extends his lead in second. Carlson's going to take a big hit here. Jones finishes. Dirch gets capped after finishing all the rest. Esplin is going to make a move up. Have him down as either 4th or 5th. Brandon Fong, who was in 8th, likely past Clifford. And the leaderboard's going to shake up in the men's RX division. Step away for a second. Elite men switchbacks coming up. So Cooper and Diddle leading. Cooper got a little caught up there by his judge telling him he needed to adjust his change plate. Del Monte is now surged into third, put some distance between himself, Jensen, and Wilson on the snatches there in round 3. At the 6-minute mark, he's back under the rig, so he's got a chance to beat the time cap. Was 8 rounds, now it's 6 rounds. Diddle moving into the lead. Diddle will capitalize on the mistake in the transition by Cooper. I think Cooper may have come out a little hot anyway. Diddle is the leader, 2 rounds to go. Del Monte on the barbell. Wilson on the barbell. I like both of their chances of catching Cooper by the end of this. Cooper may have started a little spicy here. It's nearly a 12-minute workout. I mean, it's 12-minute time cap. Most of these guys are going to be finishing within a minute of that if they finish at all. You got to plan for that. It's a difficult workout. And it is Del Monte passing Cooper already. So Diddle, now Del Monte, and then Cooper. Cooper's got his hand on his back, bent over at the transition point. Wilson and Jensen on the barbell in that 4th round. Diddle finishes up the muscle ups. He'll move to the double unders. Del Monte up. 4 minutes to go. Based on how it's going, I think Diddle might be the only athlete in this heat to finish under the cap. Del Monte, smooth transition there from toes to bar muscle up. Bryson Del Monte, a friend of mine. I've done some training with him down in CrossFit Charlotte. Definitely likes the high skill stuff, so not surprised to see him moving well on the gymnastics movements there. Straight to the double unders. Del Monte having definitely paced this better than Cooper at this point. Looks very similar to how he did in the early rounds, whereas Cooper came out real fast and now taking big rests anytime he takes a break or transitions between implements. Diddle on the barbell, Del Monte now on the barbell. Can Bryson Del Monte actually close Diddle down here as well? Diddle in the yellow, Del Monte in the blue. Cooper's still third. He's got his jump rope up, but Wilson just got off the bar, and he's going to have about a maybe 10 double under deficit, which is pretty small in the grand scheme of things. Diddle's moving that marker into the final round. Del Monte 1 snatch to go, so they're technically 1 rep apart, but Diddle's already done the full transition distance. Excuse me, Del Monte had 2 reps to go. And nice by Diddle, they're getting straight back into the toes to bar quickly. Bryson Del Monte will finish up round 5. He's going to have 2 minutes. If he has the same pace in round 6 as he did in 5, he could certainly finish this. It'd be huge to get a time on the board. You know there's going to be guys struggling with this in the fast final heat as well. Landon Cooper in the barbell in round 5. Matt Wilson as well. Jensen has slipped back to 5th. He's on the double unders. Greg is on the pull-up bar, working on the toes to bar. Let's see if Del Monte has another smooth transition here from toes to bar to the muscle up. 90 seconds to go. No finishers yet. Diddle's off the gymnastics. There goes Bryson. Nice. Double unders for Diddle. Muscle-ups done. Easy for Del Monte. Cooper done with 5. He's back underneath the rig. Wilson attempting to hustle here in the transition. 6 reps to go for Braden Diddle. And he's going to hold on to it. Love to see that here. Now, what does Bryson Del Monte have? It's a 3-rep difference. Diddle, 1 rep to go, looks absolutely gassed here. He's got to get into it. Nice technique there at the end. Braden Diddle going to hustle across the line. He's going to be our first finisher in Heat 1 for the elite men. 11:38 unofficial. See if Del Monte can get it done. Last rep, hustle across. Love to see that. Great finish there. Bryson Del Monte, 11:50. Not the greatest day for him yesterday. Strong start on day 2. Cooper looks like he'll get 1, maybe 2. Be a judge's call there. But 2 finishers in the opening heat. Braden Diddle made the move in the middle of the workout. Del Monte tried his best to close him down. Still beats the time cap. 2 guys in, 1 heat to go on the elite side of things for the men as they take on switchback, kicking off day 2 of competition here at Summit Games. Heat 2 of the men's elite switchbacks within 1 minute of our starting time. Heat 1 just went. Braden Diddle laid down 11:38. Bryson Del Monte 11:50. Only 2 guys to beat the 12-minute cap. Task at hand is switchbacks. 6 rounds, 8 toes to bar, 4 bar muscle up, 24 double under, 6 snatches, 165 pounds for these guys. It's grip intensive, it's lungs intensive. You can make a move on the gymnastics. You can be an assassin with the barbell. There's a lot of different ways to attack this one. We've seen athletes go out fast and stay there. We've seen athletes go out fast and crumble. We've seen athletes pace it really well like Del Monte did there. Just kind of smooth and steady, started towards the back and picked off athletes as he went. Let's see what the athletes in Heat 2 have. Top 10 guys after yesterday. We'll introduce them to you once we start. 10 seconds. And the top 10 men in the elite division off and running on switchbacks. Far right side of your screen, lane 2, Brandon Santasteven. Lane 3, Nico Flores. Lane 4, Carter Peterson. Lane 5, Hunter LaRue. Lane 6 is the overall leader and defending champion of this event, Drake Lewis. Lane 7, JT Mahan. Lane 8, Mike Evans. Lane 9, Derek Likowski. Lane 10, Jamison Jones. Lane 11, Gage Capel. Most of the men getting to the barbell there at the same time in round 1. As expected, the separation will start to take place in rounds 2 and 3, and the story will unfold on the back half of it. 6 snatches at 165, 6 rounds of that, 36 total reps for the snatch. Got some guys hustling back to the pull-up bar, lanes 7 and 8. It's going to be JT Mann and Mike Evans. They come in 2nd and 4th, respectively. Mahan, kind of the surprise of the day yesterday. He's a rookie here, 25 years old, listed at 6'1", 215 out of CrossFit Canvas. Have very little data on him. He was 22nd hundred in the Open, 1500th in quarterfinals. He had a great day yesterday, 9th on the lifting, then 3rd, 1st, and 7th to close it out. Puts him all the way up in 2nd place. Mike Evans probably came in as the 2nd favorite in the competition. Semi-finalist this year, 26th of the West Coast. 136 worldwide in quarters, 317 worldwide in the Open. Kind of took a hit yesterday at the end after going 3rd and 2nd. He's 9th and 8th. Lewis, middle of the floor, amongst the leaders here. As we said in round 3s, we'll start to see the separation. Mahan comes off the pull-up bar early. It's Mahan, Evans, and then Lewis and Likowski battling for the 3 spot. Jamison Jones might be 5th in the heat here. Mahan moving forward to the barbell. I have to go talk to this guy or get him over here or something. Mahone moving forward into the second half of the workout as we get to the 420 mark. Jogging back. Mike Evans and Drake Lewis also step for step. This is not over yet. Lock and change in the back half of this one. Times from the first heat are not going to be threatening these top 3 guys, but they do look like they're going to be relevant against a lot of the other field. Hunter LaRue, the long hair, no shirt, green shorts on the right side of Lewis, came in 3rd. Derek Likowski, left side, tossing his plate forward there. He's 4th in the heat. Keep an eyes on LaRue. Only had a 5-point lead on Evans. Trying to hold on to a podium spot. Still got a lot of competition ahead of us, and Mike Evans, obviously a seasoned, experienced competitor. Tall task for LaRue. Mahon, Lewis, Evans, followed by Lakowski and Jamison Jones. Jamison Jones crushed the Salt Flat repeats yesterday. He took second on that. 2 reps behind Peterson. Lakowski was third. And Lewis has made his move. Halfway through the time cap here. And main forward Carter Peterson, who won that shuttle run yesterday, has not finished the first half of the workout. It's off the pace to finish. Lewis, Evans, now Mahon. Drake Lewis, second, first, sixth, fifth yesterday, looking to bounce back from his worst 2 finishes of the weekend so far. He didn't fall for the trap early, but it didn't take too long for him to get into the lead. He's the other athlete in the field besides Evans with semifinal experience from this year. He was 14th at the West Coast. Really impressive out there. He is a staple at this competition. He's competed all 5 years at Iron Games, here for the Summit Games. He won it for the first time last year. In his career, he's got 7 event wins and 36 top 10 finishes here, and he comes in as the favorite in terms of our strength of field ratings, both globally and relative to this field. He's only 25 years old. The kid's got some potential. If you don't know him yet, it's a name you want to know. Drake Lewis. LaRue moves into the 5th round. Nico Flores ahead of him, as well as Lakowski, Jones. And now Gage Capel moving into that last round. Evans close to Lewis. Lewis jogging a little bit faster back there. Drake Lewis, Mike Evans into that final round. We got less than 4 minutes to the time cap. Mahon is stripped to 3rd. It looks like Jamison Jones might have moved into 4th. Keep our eyes over there on Nico Flores in the black shirt, right side of the floor. He's on par with Lakowski, I believe. He's actually past Lakowski now. So Lakowski, who paced the beep test Salt Flat repeat super well yesterday, has been dropping spots here in the back half of this one. Lewis onto the double unders in the final set. Evans on the muscle ups. Mahon finishing up that 5th round. He's pretty solidly in 3rd here. Jones now done, so Jones technically on the same rep as Mahon. Lakowski and Flores rep for rep on the barbell. Lewis to the barbell for the final time. Despite the 18-point overall lead, Drake Lewis took the opening event yesterday and hasn't taken anything since then. Looking to start day 2 the same way he started day 1. And he's walking to the finish line. Drake Lewis, cool, calm, collected. 2nd event win of the weekend, 9th of his career at the Iron and Summit Games. Mike Evans was 2nd on the lift, 3rd on the handstand walk, 9th and 8th on the other 2. He's going to take a 2nd place here. Great start to day 2 for Mike Evans. Now JT Mahon, can he hold off the rest of the field here? Well, we'll keep an eye on those times to beat. Diddle 11:38, Bryson Del Monte 11:50. They should factor in. LaRue's now just moving into his final round. So we have less than 2 minutes remaining. Mahon's getting pressure from Flores. Flores has been moving. Jamison Jones has been moving as well, left side of the floor at the black and white shorts. 3 guys on the double unders in the last round. Lekowski in the kneeling position almost. Now he's onto the muscle-ups, and it's Jamison Jones. I don't think the MC even sees Jamison Jones. He's calling for Mahon and Flores. I think it's Jamison Jones. And there's Jamison Jones. The MC didn't see him at all. Jones will get in. Missed Jamison Jones completely on the floor. I'm going to call that a tie between the other 2 guys. Mahon and Flores likely with the tie. Lekowski and LaRue rep for rep here. Neither one of them is going to get the better of Diddle. His time's going to pass in about 15 seconds. Last 30 seconds. Lekowski slips on the turf in the Starfish receiving possession. Door open for LaRue. Diddle is going to finish 6th. Will anyone else get across, or is Del Monte going to take 7th? He's got, looks like Bryson Del Monte is going to get 7th out of Heat 1. LaRue should take 8th. Lekowski will probably be 9. So Drake Lewis, Mike Evans, Jamison Jones, top 3 finishers there. MC on the floor totally missed Jones. Photo finish between Mahon and Flores for 4 and 5. Times from Heat number 1 for Diddle and Del Monte should finish 6-7. LaRue and Lekowski 8-9, and the Heat elite men are done with switchbacks. Got some doubles action coming up next. Oh, we got a break until then. We'll be back at 12:35 with the doubles action, taking on Survival Pack. Thanks for being with us. See you at 12:35 Mountain Time. Doubles action, Survival Pack.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work. Then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Cause I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. You get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're going to be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is going to seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like spice. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Son, I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by you, North Gang.
Up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward, you know.
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile, and this helps it.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Because I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dubs. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
I like fries. I like fish. I like spice. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sonic. I like that. Diamond district in the chain. Sales by you York gang.
up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile, and this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
chicken.
I like
fries.
I like juice. I like
Spicy.
I like
Asian flavor punch.
where's my pen?
Hey.
Sign it. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by New York gang.
Expecting that when I open it up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday. But I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward, you know.
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like, you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like sizing. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Started. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by you, Lord gang.
Expecting that when I open it up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday. But I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're going to need that on the knee going on forward, you know.
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like, you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 I get I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like spicy. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sudden. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by New York gang.
Up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward, you know.
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like, you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work. Then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Close down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
I like fries. I like juice. I like spicy. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sonic. I like that. Diamond district in the chain. Served by you, Lord.
right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been through is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know, there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Because I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Pros down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like spicy. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sonic. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Certified, you know I got it.
Expecting that when I open it up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday. But I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like, you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like sizing. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sardin. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by New York gang.
Up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been through is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 club out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices for the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
our first look at Survival Pack. The names on the screen for the upcoming heat. Trying to get this current one going for you guys. It is Saturday afternoon. We're in Salt Lake City, Utah for the 2024 Summit Games. My name is Brian Friend, with you throughout the weekend. Had a full day of action yesterday. Athletes all took on the first test on the second day of competition this morning, and they're now getting into the second opportunity to earn points today. It's gonna be a 3-rounder of calories on the ski erg, sandbag front squats, and sandbag ground to overhead. The sandbags either weigh 150 pounds or 70 pounds, depending on the division. In this division, we got Masters Men on 35 to 39 on the right side of the screen. Anthony Matucci, lane 1, Garrett Barber, lane 2, Ron Butler, lane 3, Jason Rubin, lane 4, empty lane in 5, and then we get to the women. Tessa Jennings in 6, Nicole Lovelace in 7, Rachel Carrillo in 8, empty in 9, Kate Tolsma in 10, Helene Taylor in 11. There we go, we got the correct names up on the screen for you now. First look at that sandbag ground to overhead. These are probably not the sandbags you're used to seeing in your gym, but they are longer, they're packed full, and in lane number 1, Anthony Matucci made quick work of that. He'll be the first male athlete to advance to round 2 on the ski erg. 2 of the women have moved that sandbag forward. Tessa Jennings in 6, second to do it. Nicole Lovelace in 7. We got a few different Masters divisions represented here in this heat. Rachel Carrillo dumps hers off in lane number 2. Garrett Barber was second to move his forward. In that 35 to 39 division, Barber has been perfect so far. Garrett Barber 5 for 5, 500 points. Anthony Matucci, who's currently leading in this one, has been second to him on every event up to this point, and I can guarantee you he's sick of that. Matucci had the lead after that first round. Looked great with that sandbag. Let's see if he can hang on for rounds 2 and 3. Kate Tolsma in 10, Helene Taylor in 11 move into the second round. All the women, all 5 of them have moved their sandbags forward. Far right side of the screen, Matucci is walking towards his bag in 1, no shirt on. He's gonna clean it up and get to work on the front squats. That thing weighs 150 pounds. They've got 15 cal ski, 12 sandbag front squats, 6 ground to overhead is on tap for the men in the 35 to 39. Garrett Barber now working on the front squats. Matucci to the ground to overheads on the far right side of the screen. Garrett Barber, I believe, has finished up the front squats. All the women on the sandbags in the second round. Ron Butler skiing in round 2. Jason Krubon still working on that sandbag in the first round. Matucci will finish up the second round and head back to the ski erg, maintaining that lead that he built in round number 1 over Barber. Three minutes to go in the time till the time cap here. Jennings, Lovelace, Carrillo all onto that final round. Matucci done with the ski in his final round. 2 minutes to go. 12 front squats, 6 ground to overheads. He's on the far right side of the screen. All he needs to do is stay 1 rep ahead of Barber in these last 2 minutes. He's been second to him 5 times. Looking to change that narrative. Working on the front squats. Orange Shoes Lovelace working on the front squats as well in the final round. Jennings on the ground to overheads. Potentially getting close to finishing this thing. Carrillo now on her last round of front squat. Same with Garrett Barber. Final minute. Matucci watching Barber closely. No, he'll know it. Keep track and know exactly what he needs to do to stay ahead of him. And there we go. Tessa Jennings crosses the line. First athlete in the heat, any division, to do so. Lovelace gets across the line right at the buzzer. Matucci will take the win in the 35-39 by a couple reps over Barber. Butler will finish third. Quick reset. Intermediate women up next. within 30 seconds of the start of intermediate women's survival pack is the name of the workout. They're going to have 3 rounds, ski erg, sandbag front squats, and sandbag ground to overhead. Sandbags will weigh 70 pounds. For this division, the rep scheme will be 12, 12, 9. And the women are off from right to left on your screen. We have Bronwyn Glenn in 4, Angie Shoa in 5, Heidi Palu in 6, Tiara Bowman in 7, Sierra Rich in 8. And I'm joined in the booth by Can you hear me any better now?
Okay.
I'm joined in the booth by Caitlin Hansen with Mindless Labs. We've been reading out some of the scripts and prompts that you guys sent us throughout the weekend, but obviously best to have you in the booth. So tell us what the Mindless Labs is all about.
Yeah, it's awesome to be here, Brian. What a cool event. I love having something local like this happen in my very own backyard. But yeah, it's super exciting to have Mindless have a presence here. One of the biggest things, obviously, for professional athletes, competitive athletes, is our mind, our head game. And I remember when I was competing and skiing and soccer, it was such a big deal to be able to keep that calm amidst the chaos and the crazy that's happening around you. And so Mindless Labs is a technology platform that we're creating where we're publishing resources for mental health for those struggling with anxiety and depression, and getting free resources out there because there's such a stigma around it and so much of an obstacle to overcome to get health care and mental health care for, whether it's because of the financial obligation to get there or the challenge to get into a therapist. So right now we're publishing those free resources on our app and social media, and coming next year there will be a street apparel line and an application for you to download on your phone.
I'm always curious, what level did you end up competing at in skiing and soccer? Like how high did you go?
College soccer, and then I skied professionally for ski racing and downhill skiing, yeah.
No way. I dated a girl one time that was a pretty good skier, and she loved following competitive skiing. So I learned a little bit about it that time. That was over a decade ago.
Yeah, but
I am terrible at skiing.
Well, you got to come out to Utah more often. Come visit, and we'll get you on the slopes.
Yeah, I definitely need some lessons in that. I when it comes to the sport of CrossFit or fitness, I remember years ago, probably also over a decade ago, Rich Froning said something to the effect of, at the games, all these guys are super fit. The difference is between the ears. And I didn't really understand so much what that meant at the time. I was like, come on, dude, you're just better than them. But as I've traveled around the world, gotten to know more athletes, coaches even, and the people that those athletes work most closely with, I mean, it could not be more true. If you're, obviously it applies to humans in general, like being able to control what you focus on mentally compared to not can have a drastic impact on your life. But in terms of competing, there is a huge difference between athletes who, to keep it pretty simple, can have a short-term memory and those that just can't. And you'll just talk to them 2 days later and they're still dwelling on something from 48 hours before.
Yeah, mental fitness is definitely what gives you a big lead in the competitive sports arena. You can be the fittest on the field, and if you mentally break down, it's definitely going to be a challenge to have your body perform in the way that you want it to. So it's awesome to see these guys out here, everyone competing today. We've got a booth set up with some street therapy. So we have some of our clinicians and practitioners from Mindless wandering around, and come lay on the therapy couch, get a quick little therapy session, and then find out a little bit more about the free resources that we have to offer.
Maybe I should visit the couch.
Brian, I think we should do a broadcast right now. Do you want? I mean, I'm not a licensed
bring the couch
clinician.
to the booth.
Tell me, what's been ailing you? So,
another thing I'm always interested in is how companies come about their names. Was there a big process in throwing around a lot of stuff, or did it just kind of pop into your mind one day?
It was actually a big process. My business partner, Chris Magleby, he's coming out in a little bit today, but when we started this whole thing, we wanted it to be something catchy. There's a lot of mental health brands out there that are doing incredible things that we really support as well, whether it's Calm and Headspace from the Mindless area or like the acute care, Better Health. And one of the things that we wanted to do was stand out in the space to be a little bit more provocative, irreverent, and so mindless kind of has that pull to it of a little bit of that edginess in the mental health space.
One, two, 1, 2. Hello. You can talk. Talk a little bit. You hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Great. Let's go for a try again.
Thank you guys for bearing with us there.
There we are. We're back. I can hear you now.
We're back. Yeah, I think you guys had us the whole time. We just did a little technical upgrade to make sure we could hear each other a little bit better.
So this event is called Survival Pack, right?
Yes, yes.
That's one of the things we were talking a little bit about, is that like mental survival pack on top of what the workout actually is that they're competing in today. Have you heard a little bit of what we're talking about with Crazy Calm at Mindless?
No, but you got my attention.
It's one of the things that Brigham was announcing a little bit earlier to the athletes actually competing. And we have like a crazy calm breath and some different techniques that you can utilize, whether you're preparing to speak on stage for a big athletic event, going into a business meeting, or if you're just combating anxiety and you want to calm yourself down. So a lot of our clinicians are here today and holistic healers to teach you the crazy calm breath, which is super applicable in this kind of situation too, for that high-end athlete who needs to stay calm in the midst of the chaos out there.
Yeah, I mean, athlete or not, we all enter stressful situations throughout our lives, daily, weekly basis. They could take so many different shapes and sizes. I've just through kind of, I want to say it, life, I've had a lot of jobs that have involved speaking publicly. And I have developed some kind of practices prior to that years ago without really planning to. Now I'm really grateful for it, but I didn't kind of know it was happening, that have been like saving graces for me in terms of constantly kind of getting into a good headspace to be able to speak freely and clearly, whatever those environments were. But to know that there's something out there that exists for people that are maybe like, wow, that sounds really cool. I have no idea how to do that. Where can I start? It sounds like this could be that for a lot of people.
Yeah, and heading over to our website, mindless.org, or following us on Instagram or any of our socials at Mindless Labs is a great place. We're offering a lot of our free resources on there, really digestible little like snippets so that you can kind of start with one little step at a time to get to that crazy calm place. And it's interesting to hear you talk about speaking. I have a history of my career in the broadcast industry and have run a consulting business on the side for 10 years, coaching executives on how to speak in public. And you know very well, like, public speaking happens to be the scariest thing for people that there is. I always say in my workshops when I'm working with people on their stage presence and stuff, Jerry Seinfeld has this skit. Have you heard?
Yeah.
I know you're smiling. I know you're going to know
Yes.
exactly what I'm saying. And he says, the majority of people would rather be in the coffin at a funeral than giving the eulogy. And that totally resonates with people. For some reason, that fear of public speaking, it's like being in the gates before you drop into a downhill ski race. Like, the adrenaline is rushing, and learning to calm yourself in those situations is going to be helpful for your own health as well as your presentation.
I have a buddy who's competing here, and I went over to see him in the corrals yesterday before the event, and I noticed he was wired.
Really? Okay.
And it's like, this is a guy that he's an assassin in training. In sports, you'll hear like, he's a practice player. No, that guy's a gamer. Well, I think that there is, for some people, that just innate ability to show up on game day, to have it in a public speech. But I also think it's something that can be learned and taught. And just like whatever it is, you got to put in the reps, and you got to take some chances. You got to put yourself out there. Having a resource or a coach or something like that that's available to kind of get you started, work through that. It doesn't happen overnight for almost anyone, and you're going to make mistakes. That's okay.
It's the same thing with fitness. If you think you're going to go to one CrossFit class and be great at everything immediately without practicing and showing up
Then you're
day
Matt
in.
Fraser.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And even he had to refine his skills
and
over
he
a few
worked
years
hard, you know.
before he got to the
Definitely.
top of the sport. We're going to have a little change over here. Intermediate women wrapping up survival pack. We got 2 heats of RX women coming up. They'll be taking on a similar event here. We're going to keep Caitlin on for, I think, one more heat. Continue to chat it up. Have you ever competed in the sport of fitness in any capacity?
Actually, the sport of fitness. You know, I coach CrossFit. I started my coaching career at Ute CrossFit, actually, in 2012. So I was there doing that back in the heyday. I see a lot of
I heard there were some pretty talented people at that gym back then.
Turns out they were really fit. Yeah, there's a couple those old teammates competing. I shouldn't say my teammates, but the people that were on the Ute team competing here today, and it's really fun to see the crowds out. Adrian's here, Mandy, Allie, Cerruti. It's a fun crowd.
Yeah, Mandy's competing. They're in a battle right now.
Yeah.
I think they're in second place maybe.
Oh, right on.
They're
That's
charging
awesome.
today though. And was she on the original teams that won at the games?
Mandy, no, but Allie, I guess it's Allie Tracy now. I know her from back in the day as Allie Cerruti, but Adrian here, yeah, they did well for
I think
years.
Mandy was on the team with Adrian in 2017 that, quote, stopped the mayhem.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
I do. I was at the games.
That was fun. That was 2017 is the first year in Madison, and I was still going as a fan. I hadn't started working at any of the CrossFit competitions yet. And it was just, I mean, early in the season, you know, they threw out that. You can talk about from the mental perspective, you know, to have mental strength is one thing. Actually, I had a master's athlete on earlier today, and he was talking about little nuances in how he approaches workouts, decisions that he makes in the middle of workouts to try to throw his opponents off mentally.
Interesting. Tell me more. I want to hear. What were some of his strategies?
Well, he just knew from his, for example, from his gymnastics background that in the first 2 rounds he could go from the toes to bar into the muscle ups without breaking, and that if the guys next to him saw that might break them. But he knew he couldn't do it for all 6 rounds, but they didn't need to know that.
Yeah.
If you do it twice, they're like, wow, I just have to let this guy go.
Or they're going to try it and burn out too fast.
Yeah, they're kind of left with this, like, do I go with my game plan? Is this guy too good for me? They start questioning themselves. It's just cool to hear him say that. But that year, you know, Ute puts out this thing, hey, we're going to stop the mayhem. And everyone's like, yeah, right, bro. Like, come on. No one beats Rich. He gets the most out of his teammates. And, man, they were good. I remember watching, and I didn't know all of the athletes on the team that well that year. And I don't think, actually, that, like, if you lined them all up individually, that they would have beat Mayhem. But as a team, they just got the best out of each other.
Yeah, stronger together, definitely.
And it was super impressive. Let's give you an intro to the women out here. We may have some empty lanes. It looks like lane number 3. We got Natalia Villarreal, lane 4, Berkeley Larson, lane 5, Megan Walker, lane 6, Melissa Mayberry, lane 7, Kylie Turco, lane 8, Gabby Jordan, lane 9, Terry Deo, and lane 10, Nicole Spencer. You know any of these women?
You know, we have a mindless athlete that's going to be out there in the RX division, Brittany Crump. She's going to be in lane 9, so you'll see her out there on the field in a little bit.
Well, we saw her earlier today. She was making a little bit of a move this morning. She's all the way up to 4th place, actually.
All right. We're pushing her for the podium this year for sure.
Yeah, she's well, there's a big gap from 3rd to 4th right now.
Oh, is there? Well, hey, you know what?
58 points currently.
Oh, right behind Michelle, another one of our friends. We love it.
Michelle
love
Weir.
to see it.
She was out here last year as well. I remember watching her. And you do get around to some of these fitness events. Has Mindless Labs had presence at other competitions in the area or otherwise, or do you foresee some expansion in that regard?
You know, Brigham reached out to us. Who's running this event, obviously. This is his baby, and asked, you know, it resonates for him. It's very close to home, the mental health space with some things that he's dealt with in his life. So just kind of opened the opportunity up to us. So this, we don't, our mission is not to follow in the CrossFit or fitness space, but we are here for everyone, and anxiety and depression is something that everyone struggles with. It doesn't have, you know, it doesn't pick and choose who you are. So we're happy to be here at this event right now. I have been to a lot of other CrossFit events, but that's usually not because of my business. It's from my partner's world. So happy to have him and the Buttery Bros out here supporting us today as well.
Yeah, those guys go back a long way with Brigham. In the kind of reads that I've been doing, it says this: Mindless Labs is the safest place to lose your mind.
Yeah.
Talk me through the evolution of that saying.
Yeah, so we talked a little earlier when we were actually clipping out some technical issues about the naming of it, and there's so many mental health resources out there, and we want to just elevate everyone because it's a huge issue, and we need everyone's hands on deck to fight that. But mindless is, it sounds a little opposite of what you want to do when you're working on mental health. Mindfulness is something you hear a lot, but we've been trying to be a little bit edgier in this space and bring some attention to the full range of emotion you experience, which is sometimes a little bit of darkness and the safest place to lose your mind. We're all losing our minds, and we want to create this community where you can come here and you can feel safe to say, like, I'm not okay, and to show up exactly how you are. And sometimes you don't want rainbows and sunshine and meditation and breath, and it doesn't work like that, right? When I'm having a lot of anxiety, if someone tells me to sit on a cushion and breathe, I'm probably going to you feel like you want to run through a wall, not do that necessarily. So we're creating a space where people experiencing the full range of emotion can come and feel like they're safe to feel whatever it is they are feeling.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm learning about this. I was reading a little bit about you guys in the run-up because I knew we'd be doing this, and then when I got here, the last sentence on this says, "It's our quest to uncover that joy and start to mind less."
Mm-hmm.
And that was like, obviously I saw the name of your company over and over again, but I had never thought to pause between the syllables. And I asked you before we went on air, is it Mindless Labs or Mindless Labs? And you said both.
Yeah, it is both, right? And I think that getting to that place, joining us on this quest to mind less is something that we can all incorporate. We've got enough going on in our own minds to be caring so much about what's happening outside of us and what other people are thinking, and be so concerned, like, is our mental health exactly where it should be? Well, let go of that and just start to focus on you and what's best for you, and start to mind less about all of the the pressures coming from the outside world.
Within the CrossFit space specifically, I think it's been one of the hardest periods that people have gone through after what happened with Lazar at the games. And I have, spoken on occasion a little publicly about it, and I've found myself saying, I'm just allowing myself to feel through things. Do you feel like that kind of resonates with the minding less?
Absolutely. And, one of the things, especially in this community, that I think we've heard a lot of athletes speak to after what happened at the games this year, and I think so many of us, me as well, can resonate with, is sometimes instead of feeling the emotions, I just get to the gym and work through things like that. And, I can experience the physical pain sometimes a lot more than I can experience the mental or emotional pain. And sitting with it, like you said, and like letting yourself feel all of those things can sometimes be the biggest challenge ever, right? A lot of us, go tell us to do a workout where we almost black out, and we're up for the challenge, but having to sit still and mind your mind is can be a much more of an uphill battle than the other.
The guys who introduced me to CrossFit back in, I don't know, 2013 or 12 or whatever it was, I used to have this saying about them that they could spend 4 hours in the gym. They could read for about 4 minutes, and they could experience an emotion or a prayer or meditative state for like 4 seconds. And there was just this huge imbalance between physical, mental, and emotional or spiritual capacity. And, I think that I observe, I'm embedded into this fitness community, and I do see that in a lot of people, that they have this incredible resilience for physical pain that you referred to. But when you push into those other realms, because they don't spend time there practicing, getting those reps we talked about, their capacity is relatively limited.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I mean, there are resources available everywhere. Sometimes it's just knowing what is out there. I will say that I saw a lot of resources being offered from CrossFit after what happened at the games, to help people work through some hard emotions that obviously the community was feeling at that time. And just know that there are options available out there, and Mindless is doing our best to get, our app will be launching in 2025 to provide free resources with a little bit of AI integrated, so that you're getting customizable care. And, before then, there's a lot of things out there, whether it's an app or actual acute care one-on-one therapy in your city. There's people that are looking to help.
Well, I think it's awesome. You've referenced it a few times. There are a lot of resources out there, but for people that are really embedded in this fitness community, to kind of know that there's a person who's come through competitive sports in her own regard, knows this environment, these people really well, and has also created something that I mean, it sounds to me like it can be it's kind of like CrossFit. Maybe it's for, what did they say? It's for anyone, but not for, it's for everyone, but not anyone, or anyone and not everyone. I always get it
I understand the
confused.
sentiment, yeah.
And that's kind of cool. I mean, I think that one of the things that came about with the development of CrossFit methodology over the years was these brands that emerged kind of organically as a part of it. And it seems like in terms of the mental health and the approach to kind of problem solving, finding resources that can be maybe resonate with you if you've maybe struggled to do that over time, that this could be a cool option for people.
Yeah, and you know the other thing is we're building this out. One of the issues that we've seen and run into, and the generation older than me at least has this stigma around mental health care or therapy. My father still refers to it as I don't need to see a shrink, and those times I think are changing, but there is the stigma that's still around it, and as well as the obstacles of financial burden and finding an actual resource to meet with a therapist one-on-one. And this is hopefully providing a way that you can get that care in the privacy of your own home. If you have any of that self-judgment of I don't need a therapist or whatever, hop onto our website or hop onto our social medias and just read a little bit about what is out there and the resources out there, and do it in your own space where you feel safe and don't feel like there's judgment if you go to therapy if you're still in that space.
I used to tell the kids I coach and taught in high school, if you don't ask, you'll never know. If anything about this conversation resonates with you, take a chance. Head on over on Instagram, Mindless Labs, mindless.org, is that right?
Mindless Labs on Instagram, and then mindless.org is the website, yep.
Yeah, visit one of those two, peruse a little bit, take a look. There are some free resources available. There's going to be more coming. Caitlin, that's awesome. I really enjoyed this conversation. I'm hopeful that there's people that will go and check that out. And if you're here on site, for sure, stop by, hop on the couch, see what it's all about.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
All right, Caitlin. Thank you. I think in the midst of all that Melissa Mayberry got across the line first in the heat, so we'll check it out here as heat number 2 for the RX women is lining up. And we'll be back with the action here in a moment. Heat 2 of the women's RX. Lane number 2, Ava Anderson. Lane 3, Megan Carroll. Lane 4, Lexi Jensen. Lane 5, Chantel Man, I asked her how to say it and I forgot. I didn't write it down. Bushi. Bushi. That's what she told me it was. View like Bushi. Olivia Allen in 6, Michelle Weir in 7, Hannah Maxfield in 8, Brittany Crump in 9, Kennedy Mott in 10. Maybe you guys thought that was funny. Maybe not. I don't know. Survival Pack is the name of the workout. 3 rounds, 12 cal ski, 15 sandbag front squat, 6 sandbag ground to overhead in the RX division, 70 pounds on the sandbag. Olivia Allen has opened up a bigger lead than she had to start the day. 461 points on the back of a win this morning. Chantel Bushai vaulted from third into second. She was second place there. She's now on 451 points, 1 point advantage over Michelle Weir, who was third this morning. These women have a 58-point lead, as we were referencing with Caitlin. They're over Brittany Krupp, one of the mindless athletes here, who's moved up to fourth, 392 points, 9-point advantage over Hannah Maxfield. Lexi Jensen's in sixth, Kennedy Mott 7, Ava Anderson 8, excuse me. And expect most of the women to be getting off the ski at a relatively similar time. Let's see how they handle this sandbag. 15 front squats shouldn't be too big of an issue with 70 pounds. You gotta hold it pretty high. It can restrict the breathing a little bit, elevate the heart rate for sure. The sandbag ground to overheads is where we're probably gonna see the biggest separation, just in terms of it being somewhat of an unusual object. You see Olivia Allen with she's snatching the sandbag in lane 6. Wow. Did not expect to see that. Got a no rep on the last rep. Failed to hit extension. Talks to her judge, resets, gets a rep, and she'll advance it. And Olivia Allen with an unconventional method. I will be curious to see if anyone else adopts that as the day goes on. Most of the women are going to be cleaning it to the front rack and then driving it overhead. The touch and go snatch technique is sure to create big separation. Crump down in 9, second back to the ski erg. Jensen and Carroll jogging back in the red and white. Bushai jogging back. Hannah Maxfield, left side of the screen, getting to the ski erg. Now Michelle Weir. Michelle Weir has been a little bit coy in her approaches, making up some ground late, pacing really well. A little bit of a faster one here. Let's see if she's going to have time to pick off some of those athletes as she's been able to do in other heats. For Brittany Crump, trying to erase that 58-point deficit and charge towards the leaderboard. You heard Caitlin saying that was one of the goals she had this weekend, was to be in that podium conversation. If she maintains a second spot here and Weir drifts towards the back of the heat, could be a huge opportunity for her to narrow that gap as they head into the final day of competition. This is the last event of the day for the elite division. There will be some divisions that have 3 workouts today. They will have 2 more tomorrow. Allen, middle of the floor, leading. Crump on the left is in second currently, and then on the right side, Megan Carroll in the white t-shirt, and then to her left, Lexi Johnson in the white knee sleeves, and then in the red shorts on the left of her, Chantel Bushai. Pretty tight. Weir and Maxfield moving forward. Allen's going to get set to snatch this thing again. So that's 70 pounds. She's got almost like a mixed grip on it. Pretty unique. Judge says good. She'll move it forward at the 4-minute mark. Allen running away with it here. Only has a 10-point lead on the field, but she's had some really impressive wins. She won the workout this morning by 27 seconds over Bushai. Big pile up here for second place. Allen alone on the ski erg in the 3rd round. The other athlete who's back there, Ava Anderson, is still in round 2. You can see by the sandbags that have been advancing down the playing field. And now, Lexi Jensen has passed Crump, so it's Allen way ahead. Jensen and Crump close. Buchai in the white and red moving it forward. Megan Carroll in the white oversized shirt doing the same. Weir and Maxfield struggling with the sandbag. They're both in the all black. Weir with the black knee sleeves. Maxfield on her left. They'll be 6th and 7th in the heat. Not sure about the times from the first heat. Apologies for that. I was so fascinated with the conversation with Caitlin Hansen about mindless labs. It was split jerk in the overhead for Weir. Maxfield pulls ahead of her. Sandbag pretty much burying Michelle Weir here. Another split. That's a split snatch from the ground. Olivia Allen cruising into the third round here with the sandbag in the front squat position. Weir moves forward, now solidly 7th in the heat. Crump, Bushai, and Jensen, excuse me, all moving forward. Now comes Carroll. Olivia Allen can take her time here. She's just got the 6 ground to overheads, which she's probably going to snatch in one set, and it's going to lock up a win for her. If she does it, it'll be her 4th win in 6 attempts. Middle of the floor, only athlete putting the sandbag overhead at the time. Got a no rep. Judge saying make sure to lock it out and show control before dropping it. 3 reps remain for Allen. 4 women on the sandbag front squats. Crump drops on the left. Maxfield coming forward to the sandbag in her final round. Olivia Allen gets the good symbol from her judge. Olivia Allen will take survival pack, sweep the day, and extend her overall lead in the women's RX division. Got a close battle here behind them. Crump on the far left, snatching it overhead now. Looks like she's got 1 to go. It looks like she's going to be the next athlete to cross. Brittany Crump will take 2nd there. That'll be her top finish on the weekend so far. Perfect end to Saturday for Crump. She had a couple of 4ths and a 5th. 2nd place will feel great as she gets set for the final day. And we'll keep an eye on Weir to see how far back she drifts. 90 seconds to the time cap. Now it's going to be close between those 3 women on the right. Bushai, she's going to get in 3rd. She came in 2nd overall, so she'll maintain a pretty solid position there in terms of podium. Lexi Jensen will come across 4th. Jensen was 6th entering this. 4th had been her best finish so far. Was on the handstand walk yesterday, so a nice way to end the day for her. Now, got to check some of the times from heat number 1, but in terms of the heat, that was 4th across the line. And Megan Carroll's going to get in. Carroll was in 10th. She took a big hit this morning, 14th on switchback, so nice bounce back for her a little bit. Maxfield, left side. She's going to be doing the clean and jerk variation of the ground to overhead. 30 seconds to the time cap. Last rep for Maxfield. She'll get across. She was in 5th. Michelle Weir with the split snatch there. She's going to take a hit here relative to Crump. Things are going to tighten up for that 3 spot. Allen will extend the overall lead. Bushai will be looking good in 2nd. Crump and Weir should be in a battle for 3 after this one. Elite women, or RX women are done. Elite women coming up next as they'll get set to take on Survival Pack. Elite women taking the floor, and I want to make a correction. The RX women will have one more event today. The Elite women's Matterhorn and men have been pushed to tomorrow. So RX women will still have one more today. Elite women up on the floor for the final time today. Heat 1 of 2 here. Excuse me, only heat of elite women. My fault. Ten seconds to the start, taking on Survival Pack. 3 rounds for time, 14 cal ski, 18 sandbag front squat, 9 sandbag ground to overhead. Lane 1 on the far right side of your screen, Kay Gray. Lane 2, Stephanie Brennison. Lane 3, Victoria Robertson. Lane 4, Rochelle Hudson. Lane 5, Taya Flores. Lane 6, overall leader, Rachel Noel. Lane 7, Maddie Foots. Lane 8, Alexis Kendricks. Lane 9, Caitlin Given. Lane 10, Jackie Soto. Lane 11, Cassie Christensen. And lane 12, Brooke Austin. Noel comes in on the back of a win this morning. Her second win of the competition. She's at nothing worse than 4th. She's on 470 points, maintaining a 30-point lead over Maddie Fouts. Fouts was 3rd this morning. Rochelle Hudson has bumped up to 3rd. We had a bunch of shifting down here. She's 19 points out of 2nd. She's now got a 6-point lead over Natalia Flores, who's in 4th. Flores is up 8 on Victoria Robertson, who was 2nd this morning, and Alexis Kendricks, who started the day in 3rd, is shifted down to 6th. She's 3 points behind Robertson and only 17 points out of the podium spot. A little bit of drop after that. Caitlin Given 7, Jackie Soto 8, Stephanie Brennison 9, and Kay Gray 10th overall as they get set for the final opportunity here on the middle day of competition. We got a full heat, so I think we'll stay wide here to start at least, to get everyone in the frame. A couple decisions to be made with those ground to overhead louving in lane 8. Alexis Kendrick in the orange top, green pants. Moving very well. Expecting her to be the first one to move out of this first round. Strong athlete. It's told that she has a 250-pound clean and nearly 200-pound snatch, so 70-pound sandbag should be easy. She dumps it off, but she's got company in lane 4, Rochelle Hudson, and then several other women hustling back there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All going to be in the mix there. So they start in on the second round of Survival Pack. Rochelle Hudson, 3rd appearance here. She was 4th last year. She does have 3 event wins to her name, most of them coming in monostructural disciplines. She's 3rd on the salt flat repeats yesterday. She picked up a win on the handstand walk. She's bumped up to 3rd place, 4th place this morning on switchbacks. So veteran of this competition, Rochelle Hudson, making some moves on the leaderboard. Kendricks and Hudson move first from the ski to the sandbag. Caitlin Given now on the left of Hendricks in those green pants, and to her right, Fouts about a half step ahead of Noel. Flores in the all orange, gonna be 6th in the heat at this point. So 6 women out front, a bit of separation between them and the rest of the pack. All in the middle of the floor there. We see some of the snatching of that 70-pound sandbag going on. Kendricks in the orange and green taking a quick break. Right side of the floor in lane number 4 with a tie-dye top, black shorts, Rochelle Hudson. Kendricks advances first, as she did in round 1. Hudson right behind her. Those two have opened up a little bit of a gap relative to anyone else. We got that mixed grip snatch going on in the left side of this group, and Caitlin Given. And Rachel Noel has drifted here towards the back of this group. That 30-point lead going to dwindle a little bit. Kendricks and Hudson are ripping on that skier again, the final round of this one. Given and Fouts move at the same time, so that'll be the battle for third. Got some kind of mini battles developing here. Kendricks and Hudson, Given and Fouts, and then Flores has now passed Noel. Rachel Noel struggling with this sandbag. Her worst finish so far has come in 4th place on Salt Flat repeats yesterday. She's currently 6th in the heat. Therefore, overall in the division, it's only heat of elite women. And Kendricks and Hudson walk forward at the same time. Hudson with a little bit more urgency. And this is going to get interesting. Kendricks was 3rd on the barbell complex. Hudson tied for 6th. Cycle rate on these squats for Kendricks looks to be faster than Hudson, maybe 1.5 to 1 there. But she's going to take a break. Is Hudson going to set it down, or will she pick it up? Keep it up. Oh, and she takes a break. Nope, there she goes. I thought she was about to start snatching it, but no. Hand up for Hudson, hand up for Kendricks. Hudson into the snatches. Kendricks finishes the front squats. Fouts has moved slightly ahead of Given for that 3 spot. Hudson, hand up, final 5 reps for her. Kendricks now working on her snatches. She's not going to be able to hold on to it. Kendricks faded a little bit in switchbacks towards the end. Looks like she's running out of some steam here, but she's going to be able to salvage probably a better finish than this morning when she dropped to 5th. Rochelle Hudson, on the other hand, 4th this morning, 1st this afternoon, and Hudson will continue to charge up the leaderboard. Maddie Fouts was 19 points ahead of her. She's going to dip into that a little bit. Fouts is on the snatches, and Hudson is going to be looking for Kendricks to finish next, but Kendricks has come almost to a screeching halt here. Natalia Flores in the all orange on her last few front squats, but right now all eyes are on Fouts in the blue shorts in 7 and Kendricks in the orange top in 8. She's gone to the clean and jerk. Hands up for both. I think there's one left for Kendricks. Given is now snatching it, touch and go to the left of both of them. 1 rep for Kendricks. She goes to the clean and jerk. So she hangs on barely to the 2nd place position there. Kendricks salvages a 2nd. Nice way to end her day. Young athlete, up and coming, very strong. Maybe this great competition experience just to refine some of those pacing strategies. And Fouts bails backwards. She's done the same thing here. Given makes her pay. Given sneaks across in 3rd. She's had a couple 4th and a 5th place finish so far. That'll be her best finish of the competition so far. Great way to end the day for Caitlin Given. Came in 7th here. Fouts will finish 4th. And Rochelle Hudson was 19 points behind. She's going to make up a majority of that here. Natalia Flores, nice finish for her. She was 4th overall. She can take in the coming into this, so she can take 5th. And this Rachel Noel looking way better with the sandbag in the last round than she did in the 2nd round. Really not sure what happened to her in the 2nd round. Rachel Noel is going to take her worst finish of the weekend so far. Outside lanes. Working on the sandbag here to the far right, Kay Gray. To the far left, Cassie Christensen and Brooke Austin. Final 10 seconds. So those lead 6 athletes going to be the only ones to finish up Survival Pack under the time cap. No one doing it faster than Rochelle Hudson. Come from behind victory to finish ahead of Alexis Kendricks, who barely hangs on. Caitlin Given gets ahead of Fatty Fouts in the last couple of snatches. Pretty fun one there. Survival Pack for the elite women in the books. Day 2 for the elite women in the books. Check Competition Corner for all the official scores and results in all divisions. Stay with us here on Functional Vision. We will be with you throughout the day. Going to have some doubles action coming up next. I'm going to take a break from the commentary during that. And it looks like 2:20-ish. Be back with the individual masters commentary on Survival Pack. We are back. We got the Masters men 40 all the way up to 55 plus, getting ready to take on Survival Pack. It's going to be 3 rounds of calories on the ski erg. It's like 15 all the way until you get to over 50, then it drops to 12 for the men. Sandbag front squats. Looks like that's 12. Same thing all the way until you get to over 50, then 9, and then sandbag ground to overheads. 6. The bigger bags are 150 pounds. The smaller ones on the left are 70 pounds. And we have a guest in the booth that has already done a version of this workout. Let's see if the leaderboard's updated. Rochelle Hudson clinging to the 3rd spot. 4 points out of 2nd after a nice performance on this one. You kind of did a little come from behind to take the win. Well, it's it's oftentimes it's difficult for us to tell watching how much some of these workouts hurt. You weren't leading early on. Alexis kind of took it out hot. But coming off the last ski erg, it looked like you had more energy than her. You were jogging to the sandbag. How much of you was like, yep, I'm actually feeling decent, or is there a little bit of element of, I want to send her a message right now?
That I can really kind of go to that deep, dark spot. That's kind of my happy place. That's one reason why I do CrossFit, is because you can really sink to that. So I think, to answer your question, is a little bit of both. You know what I mean? I mean, we build a big capacity, and so, yeah.
You know I have all these stats on you here?
I did not know that.
This is your 3rd year competing here. Was Iron Games the last 2 years, Summit Games here.
Yep.
Last year you finished 4th.
Yeah.
That's the best finish you've had. You've won 3 events over those last 2 years. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
But one of them was called monostructural test. The other was called the Iron Cup. So you have seemingly good at these longer, grindy events.
Yeah. So the Iron Cup, that one was cool because we were looking at the scores, and I have a friend who she's super into data, and she was looking at the men's and the female scores in all of the divisions, and I actually ended up winning it overall, like men and women. But just the longer the workout, the more you have to suffer, the deeper you have to go. Those are ones that I take a lot of confidence in, and I just know that I can do those ones. I like those ones the best too. So.
Well, I mean, through 2 days of competition, you've got 2 wins this year, and they've come on shorter workouts. I mean, that was like 6-7 minutes, and the other one was 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So is that something that maybe you've been working on over the last year?
Yes. So me and Adrian have been working a ton on power, and historically, I was a distance swimmer growing up.
Oh, really? I swam growing up.
That's awesome. Yeah. What were your events?
200 IM was my best event.
Okay, so that was one of my events. I did the 400 IM, but I did the 500 free and the 200 breast were like my big ones. And then on club, I did the mile, since they don't do that one in high school.
Yeah, they do not.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so the power is something that strength and power is something that we've really been hammering down on this last little while. So I was actually talking to my husband last night, and he was like, can you believe you won a sprint workout? And I was like, that's just, for me, it just really shows that what we've been working on has really been paying off. So like just banking those wins and that confidence, like building that up, was really big for me. So yeah, that was awesome.
Adrian Conway, who you were referring to as your coach, how long have you been working with him?
So I've been working with Adrian going on 3.5 years now. Yep, I started working with him, so I'm 28. When I was 24 in June, when I was 24, so yeah, we're going on like 3.5 years.
And what does the conversation look like between athlete and coach when you kind of make a shift to wanting to focus on something like power output?
Yeah, so it's just like looking at the events and kind of, obviously it takes a long time to build that athlete to coach relationship. They have to see you compete in different situations. So it takes a while for them to like see what you need. But over the years, we've just really obviously noticed that I do well in those endurance events, and like the strength and power is something that we really have to work on. So I think it's looking at the data, constantly having conversations back and forth. Adrian and I talk multiple times a week. I train with him personally on Fridays. So it's just those conversations, and he's so in tune with his athletes. He always checks in with us. He's always like conversating, and like after workouts, whether it be even in training or especially in competitions, we do debriefs. So it's like, okay, what did we learn? Where do you feel like you are on this area, this area? And then me personally, I go down, I make notes, I take notes, and then I continually look at those. So that's kind of the process that we go through when like we're shifting on things that we need to work on.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I know Adrian from working with him a little bit on the competition scene, and then just kind of following along with the stuff he puts on social media.
Yeah.
But I really haven't spent much time talking to the athletes there, so I think it's nice to get some insight. You know, I can pick up this card here that I have about T True Fitness and read it, but
Yeah.
to hear from someone who's actually in it and has been in it for over 3 years, that's pretty nice. What everyone's looking at on the screen here is that workout survival pack. Ski erg is ski erg. I mean, some people will be better or worse at it, but this workout's about the sandbag.
Absolutely.
And as we see, I think the oldest athlete out here competing, Thomas Groff, get across the finish line. Well done there, Thomas. They have front squats, and then they have the sandbag shoulder to overhead. And for all the way up until the workout that I saw today, I thought this was going to be a clean and jerk with a sandbag. And then all of a sudden I saw Olivia Allen in the RX start like switch grip snatching it. Did you guys see that?
Yes, we did. And all of us athletes in the back, like everyone was kind of looking around, looking at each other like, oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know what I mean? So it's, yeah, you all kind of like peek at each other. Someone does something different. You're like, oh, maybe I should try that. And you're either like, yeah, that works. Or you're like, nope, that does not work for how I move. So.
Yeah, and it's always interesting. You know, this sport is so varied. You can have new implements. You can have new way of doing things. And I mean, you're in the back, you're warming up, you see that, and I'm sure that there are athletes that made a decision to do something differently based on what they saw. Were you one of those athletes?
So no, I actually tried the switch grip. So where the sandbag was more like front and backwards instead of side and side. So I did try almost like that kettlebell swing motion. If you notice that they had that. That does not work for the body type. So I like to stay more upright. So I grabbed the sides of it and did the snatch. But yeah, that more kettlebell swing was very creative. So whoever started that, I felt like that was really creative.
And in the middle of the floor there, that's Zach Barber. He joined us earlier today. He's actually doing that mixed grip as a clean and then driving overhead with almost like I guess it's a push press, but it might even be a strict press. It is kind of a strict press.
It's almost like a thruster motion. Yeah.
So we're just seeing people figure it out, and that's a sprint to the finish. I think I'm going to give that one to Zach by a step over Clint Guimon. Clint Guimon has been moving up the ranks. He's all the way up into a tie for third with Matty Strong, and that is certainly going to help him up. He's having a great day here. Zach Barber, he did drop some points earlier today for the first time, but he's pretty much won everything. And that was cool to see that finish like that in that technique. You know, that's 150 pounds. That's a big difference from a 70-pound bag, and you know, obviously they got the equipment that they were able to get. But I'm looking at the leaderboard here for the elite division. I'm just curious because you do have some experience competing here. You do know some of the athletes out west. You talked about you were fourth here last year. When coming to this weekend, did you have anything in mind in terms of what was possible relative to the other girls or the overall competition?
So I know a couple of the girls just because we all train together. A lot of us, I mean, are under Adrian. Multiple in the elite division, I guess I should say. The other girls, I have no idea. I had no idea who they were. We actually couldn't see the leaderboard up until like recently. So like we had no idea who we were competing against.
Oh, you should have watched Be Friendly Fitness podcast on Wednesday. We showed the elite divisions.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, with Brigham. I asked him if it was okay.
My mistake. I need to be more on top of it, I guess. But no, I mean, and going into competitions, you always want to bring your best. You always want to compete against girls who are going to push you. That's why you go in up divisions, you know what I mean? You win a couple in intermediate or RX and you kind of get pushed to go in that upper division and you're like, okay, like now it's time for me to chase people, and whether you thrive in that or not, you know what I mean? It's always cool to want to bring your best and compete against the other girls. So.
Well, we have 2 days down, 1 day to go. You're in third, 4 points behind Maddie Fouts. Is she a woman that you know or have competed against before?
Never, never.
Unknown entity.
Yeah.
And then Rachel Noel still holding the top spot. You're only 24 points behind her. You know Rachel well.
Yes. Yep. Me and Rachel train together a lot.
And I would say most people who know the athletes out here looked at the women's leaderboard. If Chloe's not going to be there, they were probably picking Rachel to win this thing. And she is in the lead.
Yes.
But you made up some ground on her today. How are you feeling about your chances to potentially maybe win this thing tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, we always come into these competitions wanting to win. It's the competitor side of us. I definitely needed that. Yesterday was it was up and down, roller coaster, you know what I mean? But you always forget about the day before, move on. It's a new day, fresh start. You know, refresh. So, I mean, of course, naturally, I would love that to be a thing, and I'm going to try my hardest to make that happen. But all of these girls are really fit, so we're all going to have to bring our best.
They absolutely are, and you know you're deservedly mentioned amongst them in that capacity. And by the way,
Thank you.
first time that you said doing something like this, I would say you're a natural.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Yeah,
Thank
voice
you.
comes across great, express good, thoughtful, expressions and answers to the questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity for letting me come on.
So there's Rochelle Hudson, currently third in the women's elite division. If you didn't get to see her compete today, you can go back and watch it on Functional Vision YouTube, and we'll, of course, have all the action tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Rochelle, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
All right, Masters men in the book. Awesome to have some of the athletes able to come and join us. We will reset the floor. Intermediate men are coming out to take on Survival Pack. Close finish there in the Masters division. We're going to have 2 heats of intermediate men. Their version of this one is going to be 3 rounds, 15 cal ski, 12 sandbag front squats, 9 sandbag cleans. They get the 150-pound bag out there. And here they go. Lane 3, which is on the right side of your screen, we got Jackson Jensen. Lane 4, Russell Johnson. Lane 5, Drew Nearings. Made it to his heat this time. Lane 6, Derek Roberts. Lane 7, Nicholas Johnson. Lane 8, Jaron Newswander. Lane 9, Lance Lorenz. These guys had a super close heat earlier today. Derek Roberts has fought into the top 10, as has Jaron Newswander. They're in 9th and 10th respectively. Nearing's 11th. We'll see how they handle this 150-pound bag for the squats and then the cleans. They do not need to go overhead with it. longtime supporters of the Summit Games, Grit Fitness. We had Brett from Grit Fitness on yesterday talking to us about their initiative for providing apparel and clothing that is resilient and is up to the challenge. Gritty. Grit has been a sponsor of this event for 6 years. Stop by their booth if you're here for some limited edition Summit Games shirts. Train, hustle, rise with Grit. Lane number 7, Nicholas Johnson, first to conquer the sandbags. A couple other guys moving at the same time. Lane 4 and 9 heading back to the skier, second and third in the heat. Johnson moving off the skier in the second round. Nicholas Johnson currently 12th overall. He was the winner in this division of the lifting event, 190 pounds. Well, several guys tied for 190 it looks like. So no surprise that he's moving this strong, heavy sandbag quite well. And we're gonna have another guest joining us in the booth here. Friend of mine, competitor and business owner, Carl Kaplan with HGR CBD. He just came off the floor taking on this test, and he's gonna join us in the booth here. What's up, Carl?
How are you?
Probably fresher than you.
Well, that hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a beast of a sandbag.
I think though, I don't think I placed that good, but for how I did, I'm happy with that workout, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you compete a couple times, talked to you when you've done some other competitions, and I feel like you have a good sense of that, of this thing that you hear people talk about, but not always maybe able to really appreciate that. There's a placing on the leaderboard, and then there's how did I do relative to my training lead into it and my own personal expectations.
I'm getting beat up pretty bad this weekend. This is the third competition I've done this year, and this is the worst I've done placement-wise. But again, like on that last workout, I'm pretty happy with how I did personally. And again, I don't know if you're telling the viewers about any of the earlier workouts, the one with the sled and the run. Sled, run, and carrying the sandbag. I was sub 3 minutes on that workout, and I think I placed last in my division, but still a good workout.
That's a nasty one. I just had one of the elite women over here, and she said she had like a little bit of Fran lung after that, and it kind of lingered throughout the day even.
I have that right now. That bag's no joke.
No, it's not. I was moving the 70-pound yesterday, and I didn't even want to mess with the 150.
Who's out there right now?
This is the first heat of intermediate men. So they have the same weight on the sandbag, but they don't have to put it overhead. They got squats and cleans.
Yeah, overhead's a whole nother story.
Oh, yeah.
So we did 6 overheads. What is the men's elite there?
9.
So they got, how many calories?
I think 15. The elite have, 18 squats, 9 sandbag for the elite division.
So how do you think they're going to do?
There's some guys that will do quite well, and there's some guys in that division that are, like the guys that crushed the shuttle run yesterday, that are a little bit slighter, didn't lift as much on the complex. Pretty much the guys that were getting big scores on Mount Olympus yesterday, the 963 complex, are moving the sandbag better. There's the strong guys. The guy who's advancing back to the skier there is one of those. He was tied first in this division at 190 pounds. It was his best finish by far, and he's currently second in his heat here.
So what do you think top times are?
I'm not sure yet because each.
Wait a minute though, they have 18 front squats.
In the elite division, yeah.
So it's 18, 9.
Correct. That's for the elite division. These guys that we're watching have 15, 12, 9.
So let's say 18 calories on the skier really fast, what, 50, 55 seconds?
Yeah, could
say
be.
50.
Let's just say over the course of the workout that they're going to spend a minute there every round, so 3 minutes.
So are you going to be able to do minute, and beat the cat? Is anybody beating the cat?
Oh yeah, yeah. On the women's side, we had
But
about
the women's
half
side
the
is
field
a totally
get through.
different. It's a totally different
Well,
workout.
the men, we don't know yet. We did have a man in your division finisher.
He did.
Zach Barber. He was using an innovative technique of a switch grip clean to almost a strict press. The guy's an animal.
Yeah, I don't think my back would like that.
Well, I was talking with Rochelle. She said that we saw one of the RX women start doing a switch grip snatch with the 70, and some of the girls in the back changed their technique because of it.
But it's a different workout for the girls.
Yes, absolutely.
When it's a 150 bag and a 70-pound bag.
Yes.
So a comparable, honestly, almost would be 150 and 100.
Right, and they wouldn't be doing that.
Be doing that with 100.
No, they were able to snatch that. Some of them with the outside grip, like a wide grip on the bag, and no one's doing that with the 150 bag. Or if they are, it's a press out at the top, and it's not going to last for 27 reps.
How many? What is it? 15 men in the elite?
I think there's more than that. Close to that.
But 15 left. I think there was a couple that withdrew.
Oh, yeah. It should be about 15.
So
correct.
15 are left. There are more than 5 finishing?
I think that's a pretty good number. 5, 6 maybe of the 15, about a third of the field will finish. I think with the change they made to the one this morning, you got about half the field finishing. It was Bryson's best finish so far. He closed really well.
He's good at muscle ups.
Toes to bar muscle up was unbroken every round. Singles on the snatch, but he just looked smooth from start to finish. No finishers here. A couple of the guys get into the last round. Backwards roll out of it there for one of the guys.
Where did he finish in that?
I think he was 7th.
Still pretty good. I mean, these guys are pretty good.
Yeah, some good guys here for sure. Now you're here competing. You're also here with Homegrown Relief.
We are.
You and I have been working together for 18 months now, maybe 2 years, something like that, since you reached out the first time. And people have probably, if they're involved in the CrossFit state, they've seen HGR CBD on some podcasts. They may see some ads for it running even on the commercials here. But in the case there's anyone that hasn't heard of Homegrown Relief before, what's the 30 seconds? What are you guys all about?
30-second analysis would be that we make our products with organic ingredients. It's all natural, and I'm going to say it's a better way. I would say it's an alternative way of healing to pharmaceuticals, but it's a better way because it's natural and your body responds to CBD. Whether you know it or not, you have CBD receptors that are in your body. Everybody has them, and you use that to help yourself heal. It will naturally help yourself heal, whereas pharmaceuticals just mask the pain and tend to just make the problem worse down the line. Also, pharmaceuticals are damaging to the kidney, the liver, amongst many other things, which CBD is not. You can't overdose on CBD. It's like you can't drink too much water, right? But your body's made of water, and you have CBD receptors in your body, but you don't have a fentanyl delivery system in your body.
Right.
Fair to say that.
In terms of the use of it, how regularly are you using it, and is there a period of time that it can step up? The body needs to maybe cleanse from some of that other stuff and then adapt and integrate.
You don't need to cleanse your body to use CBD, and I'm going to say a little bit, unfortunately, why I'm using it a lot now is 45 years old, and recently I've gotten arthritis in my knees. So it definitely helps loosen up my knees. It helps my body heal, especially after squatting. Like my knees are, honestly, they're constant pain. There's constant pain in that running workout yesterday. But CBD, it does help you heal. And another thing that CBD does is helps reduce inflammation. So whereas people take Advil to reduce inflammation, right? But that's just masking the symptom. This is helping you heal your body. Where are we now? Who's up next?
We'll pick up on that conversation in a second. We got the top men in the intermediate division taking the floor. We saw several of these guys, guys in heat number 1, get to the final round. No one was quite able to finish, came within a few reps. The right side of your screen, excuse me, in lane 3 we have Colton Reinholtz, lane 4 Cameron Hatch, lane 5 Andy Thomas, Lane 6, Joe Kravetsky, who continues to hold the overall lead. Lane 7, Derek Sturkey. Lane 8, Alec Bakush. Lane 9, Keaton Ives. And lane 10, Sheldon McNiven. And I think we will get a finisher or two at least in this heat. These guys have had some of the more consistent and top performances across the board. Andy Thomas took the win this morning to get into second place there. Kravetsky was second to him.
How do you feel about this field compared to what, let's say, where you were at last week?
The Masters Fitness Championship? You know, very different competitions. The Masters Fitness Championship's been around for 5 years, and they've been, they popped up just like the Legends did during the year where the Games was canceled for all the age group divisions, and they've had a pretty loyal following ever since then. There were about 500 athletes there in 20 different divisions, so it's about twice the size of this. Big changes to this competition this year, moving to a new venue, moving their dates, pushing back a little bit, kind of knowing that the CrossFit Games are going to spread out across those different weekends. So I think that this competition will take a big jump forward in year 2 at this place. If they can hold a pretty similar time frame. I've been talking with Brigham. I think there's some stuff that he's learned even this week about running competitions here that will make a big improvement. But there's a lot going on today. They got this strongman thing going on, which is cool. Got a lot more people on site now.
I meant about like the level of athlete and the depth of field. How do you feel?
Well, it's just a little bit different. There's not a ton of masters here. There's all masters there. So they had a lot more depth, and probably I think that like the best guy in each masters division here would have been a podium contender over there, but there's not the depth, right? And then obviously we got the elite divisions here and the younger than 30 crowd that the Masters Fitness doesn't have, you know. So compared to last year, the overall level is maybe down just a tad in the elite division. Chloe Wilson didn't end up showing up, and she was the winner here last year, so she would have added some depth to the women's field. But it's competitive, you know. There's races in all the divisions, and the workouts are challenging. You know, they may not. Some of the things that these guys are having to do are things that Adrian really is having the athletes do, are not necessarily things that are always practiced in the gym, and there's a lot of adaptation happening on the fly.
Fair assessment.
We see about 4 or 5 guys who've moved into the second interval as we're approaching the 3-minute mark, so they are kind of within that almost EMOM realm that you were referencing earlier, and we'll see how that extrapolates as we get into the RX and elite divisions. But these guys are doing the cleans. We'll see how the shoulder to overhead goes when we get to the RX and elite. Back to the HDR CBD conversation we were having there. You're talking about the arthritis in the knee and how that helps with that. You know, people who are aware of you also will probably see that you've been working with Taylor Self. Taylor's about 15, 16 years younger than you, but he's had 4 knee surgeries. And I was, you know, living in Charlotte for a while on the process and his journey back there, and then he started working with you guys six to 9 months ago, maybe. Does that sound about right?
I mean, yes and no. He's just somebody that likes the product.
That's what I was gonna say. Like I see him using that and specifically applying it to his knees in the gyms.
He'd be more of a brand supporter than anything. Not a sponsor. I would say a supporter. And I would say, you know, there's good or bad. However he is, he's definitely doesn't hold back, and he's authentic in what he says, meaning that if he's using our product on his knee and it's helping him, he's not somebody that we could pay money and have him say that. Like, he's incapable of promoting something he doesn't believe in or is not behind.
No, that's absolutely a good summary of Taylor Self. You see him in the commercial doing that, but I see him doing that in the gym all the time. Into the 3rd round, in lane 5, Andy Thomas, who's looking to potentially lock up a 2nd win of the day. Working on the ski erg there. Powerful strokes but a slow cadence. And then you guys, the last thing I really wanted to talk to you about while we had you here is the gym that you guys train out of in Vegas, Project Fitness.
Correct.
Has got a big contingency of athletes that have come out here to compete, which I think is really cool.
I think it is too. I hope everybody's having a good time. They're in a bunch of different divisions. Maybe I'm looking over there, women's intermediate, women's RX, men's, I don't know, you might know better than me. I've had enough of my own stuff to worry about. But yeah, there is a lot of them, and I think it's good for the community to participate in events like this. I mean, even why I got started in CrossFit was not to do competitions. It was for overall health and wellness, and I'm a big believer in that. And I don't think that there's any, win or lose. You still came here and did it. You did something hard. So it really doesn't matter so much where you place on the leaderboard as much as coming out here and just doing it.
This is something that I talk about frequently because you could say the same thing about the gym. Like, it doesn't matter if you were first and last in the class, you went to the gym, you did something hard today, and you're better for it. But when you do sign up for a competition,
it holds you accountable.
It holds you accountable, and you may start making some small changes to your lifestyle. Maybe you have one glass of wine instead of two, or you'll stop drinking in the weekdays and only on the weekends, or you'll be a little bit more mindful of your sleep, your nutrition. What actually am I focusing on in the gym? Am I mobilizing before I get out there? Especially if I'm 45 years old with knee pain. And sometimes those little decisions leading into a competition become habits. And those habits can create a healthier lifestyle for a long period of time.
I think for me, that's probably the biggest reason why I sign up for these things and put myself out there is for that accountability. You don't have to go into that whole story, but for that accountability, so I would agree with pretty much everything you said there. And I think anybody could do it. Anybody could do it. And you are holding yourself accountable because no matter what the division is, once that clock goes 3, 2, 1, go, and you're out on that competition floor, it's going to be real.
There are gyms, I've spent the last year and a half in the Southeast, and there's some gyms over there that have a competitor or two that kind of got into the competition scene at some high levels, the high level doesn't really matter. And then all of a sudden there started to be more and more people from their gyms that would sign up for competitions. And it seems like you may be a leader in your community in that regard.
I'm trying to be, but going back to what we said earlier, I'm not doing so well this weekend.
I don't mean by doing well, I mean by showing up and doing it.
Yeah, showing up and doing it.
Some of these guys that are here competing today, maybe you know the answer to this, saw you do Mountain West, saw you do CrossFit Charlotte, and they're like, huh.
That's 100%
Carl's doing that, and I beat him on the regular.
Yeah,
maybe I should do it.
That's 100% accurate, and I hope to be a leader in the community in a positive fashion. Hopefully, we still got a long way to go here, but the next time I get out on the competition floor, I know what I need to work on. I know where I need to get better.
We do have some guys getting across the line here right at the time cap. We've lane 3. You just saw Reinholtz get across. I think Thomas took it down in lane number 5, which will be his second win of the day. In the middle of the floor, the whitish shorts there, lane 6 is Joe Kravetsky, the overall leader. Lane 7, Derek Sturkey, I believe, got in. So Kravetsky's going to take a little hit here. Thomas will narrow that overall gap, and we're going to have a tight one in the men's intermediate division heading into the final day of competition. Carl, do you have one more today, Matterhorn?
Yeah. So how many competitions have you been at where there's been bouncy castles?
Adventure Zone on site here, creating opportunities for the kids to have something to do while the adults are working out. Pretty unique occurrence. Maybe one other that I can think of.
40 competitions this year, 1 bouncy castle?
Make it 2 now.
2? Where was the other one?
Oh man, I think they had one. Last year in Sweden they had something like this, a little player. It wasn't that big, but it was something like that for the kids.
So only 1 stateside.
Yeah, not a common thing. Even I'm thinking like these fitness festivals, like Wadapalooza's, Fittest of the Coast, these huge events, like they could have something like this for sure. Make it a little more family.
I mentioned how was Wadapalooza?
SoCal.
It didn't look well attended.
Oh, I mean, it was a really cool. I thought what they did out in SoCal was really great in terms of literally integrating the locals to it. So there were actually, from my understanding, a similar number of tickets sold for that compared to the West Coast semifinal, but they were kind of filtering in and out throughout the day. They weren't necessarily all there at the same time. And then they also had a big number of people that were coming through the vendor village that weren't paying to get the competition. It was the locals could be in vendor village. People
so
that
if
were
I
just
live in Huntington Beach and
Yeah.
I just wandered through.
Yeah, rollerblading, skateboarding, walking by on a business call, whatever. What's this? You could stop over there, pick up a Paper Street coffee, try some ancestral supplements, visit the tier booth, these types of things.
Okay.
Shout out for those 3 companies, I guess.
You have a good time there?
I had a great time. I was there. I wasn't actually working for SoCal, Tijuana SoCal. Be Friendly Fitness was there as a media presence, but Reps Ahead had hired me to do the broadcast with Sean Woodland. So that was the biggest stage that we've been able to be on. And I mean, it was an incredible venue. You're literally right on the beach, looking at the ocean, working out. Part of me wished I'd signed up to compete.
When are you signing up to compete?
I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling with that a little bit personally because my fitness now compared to 2 years ago is probably about 75%. And that time I was training 12, 13 hours a day. I was coaching in an affiliate. I was going to maybe 8 competitions a year. Probably training 4 to 5 hours a week now.
Yeah, but now you know somebody everywhere you go that has a gym.
True. And I can probably get like a free entry into the competition, so I don't have an excuse not to do it. But I'm also working at some of them, so most of them. But I was talking with Demetrio today. I want to do another CrossFit competition next year, and I want to do a couple more disc golf. I'm going to try to come out to Vegas for the Las Vegas Challenge this year.
I hope they have it.
They are having it. It's going to be in May.
Are we 100% on that? Because
I thought so. I thought I checked the calendar.
So I know that they've had that tournament there. Let's say 25 plus, right? 25 plus years.
Okay.
But maybe in the last year or so, there's been economic concerns with the venue. Let's just say the venue's charging 30% more than they were 2 years ago. And
isn't that everywhere?
Well, that was what was making it difficult for them to.
I mean, just the cost of living in general has just become crazy.
But I really like that event, and I really hope they have that event. And I'll be really disappointed if they don't do that event. And I hope you come to that event, even though we don't know when semifinals is every particular weekend. But you can miss one semifinals in your life.
Yeah, it's been years and years since I've done that, so maybe it's time.
But you could also probably be in the tournament.
I would like to do that too. Yeah, I want to play.
You could probably be in the You're 35 to 40, right?
Yeah. Right now I'm even playing like the men's open 3 or 4, something like that.
Yeah, so why don't you play in it? Because then it's still a 3 days of playing at Wild Horse. I mean, it's a legit course.
We got the first heat of men in the RX division taking on Survival Pack. Their version of this is going to be 3 rounds, 15 cal ski, 15 sandbag front squat, 6 sandbag ground to overhead. So we'll see the ground to overhead here that you had to deal with, Carl. Same weight on the sandbag, little different rep scheme.
This is RX, man?
Yeah, first of 3 heats.
So these guys are all born in the 90s.
They're all probably born in the 90s.
Early
yes.
2000s. Wow, early
yeah.
2000s, 2024.
There's actually, I think in this division, the guy who's leading is 17 years old. But I don't know if he's going to be leading after this because I met him today and I don't think he weighs as much as the sandbag.
What lane is he?
He'll be in the final heat. This is heat 1 of 3 for the RX. He did put up 192.5 pounds on that complex yesterday though, at 17. And I'm telling you, kid doesn't weigh more than 150, maybe once.
So he tied me?
I guess so.
I got work to do.
Oh. You gotta go? Go take a picture. Oh, of course, man. Okay. He's gonna go hang out with his community, and he'll come back and hang out. See a few sandbags advancing into that second interval. It's like lanes 5 and 7 leading the way. Nate Woods and Maxwell Mangrum, respectively. Woods had a nice workout earlier today, took a 10th place, and bumped him up to 17 overall. Looking to maintain a spot in that middle grouping and bump into the second heat tomorrow, potentially. Woods cycling the sandbag squats there in the colorful blue shorts. Judge's hand up. In the green shirt, 2 lanes to his left, Mangrum, second athlete to get to the sandbag in the second round. Immediately to the right of Woods is Kyle Kelly. He was the third athlete back to the ski. In the red shorts next to Kelly, Quinn Pincock, fifth athlete back, farther away to them on the left in the white and blue. Lane number 9 is Tyson Money, he's currently 4th in the heat. Cleans and actually snatches now for the ground to overhead. Wow, I didn't think that we'd see people snatching it, but now I'm gonna have to rethink everything here. And these guys already did a bunch of snatches this morning with a barbell. Nate Woods having a solid day 2 here. Heat 1 for the RX men 2024 Summer Games. About halfway through the time cap. He's approaching the end of the second round of this one. The mixed grip for Mangrum on the left. Athletes are always surprising me. At that 440 mark, Woods moves back to the skier for the final time. Got about 3 minutes to go. Woods moving to the sandbag for the final time. Front squats and ground to overhead, which he's been snatching. Gets it in the front rack position to start in on those squats. 15 squats and 6 ground to overheads, all that remains for Woods. Unbroken set of 15 for Woods there. He's going to start snatching this sandbag. Carl is back with me. Carl, when you were here last time, I said no one was going to snatch this 150-pound bag. I was wrong. Nate Woods snatching the 150, and when Mangrum in the green gets to his snatches, you're going to see the mixed grip snatch. RX Heat 1, and they're already proving me wrong. Well, it's going to pay off with the Heat win. Yeah, this guy won his heat this morning, and he was pretty good with the barbell snatch at 165. Black shirt, blue pants, last snatch here, so he's going to set the time to beat out a Heat 1 the second time today. 7:34 unofficial for Woods. Well, and I wasn't thinking about this because I wasn't thinking about people snatching this, but they had 36 snatches at 165 this morning, and if you're doing that, you had 27 more snatches at 150 pounds in the afternoon. They might have had 135, you're right. Making me think that, look at that, there's Mangrum doing that mixed grip snatch. Green shirt, black shorts. He's the only other guy who's probably got a chance to finish this in this heat underneath the 9-minute cap. I believe he's got 5 reps to go. Oh, first fail in that attempt. Let's see if he goes for it again or if he switches the technique here. A squat clean to thruster in the lane next to him. You see that? So tons of different techniques. Clean and jerk on the far right side of the floor. Snatch and Mangrum there. And to his left, Money. Oh no, Nick Martinez is going to do the squat clean thruster. So we're going to get one finisher there. Nate Woods, who was 10th this morning on switchbacks, going to set the time to beat here on survival pack. He came within a couple reps of, what did he get this morning? It was about 3 or 4 reps from finishing, yeah. Two more men's RX. This is the biggest division at Summit Games this year. Yeah. They're going to reset the floor. We're going to play a quick ad.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Because I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
Second heat.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right.
Into the top 10 today. Austin Francis, who was lane 11 to start the day, finished 3rd this morning on switchbacks, and he's going to be in lane number 6. Not really, no. Learning about him as we go. In lane number 2, Lawson Borla. Lane 3, Tanner Morris. Lane 4, Joshua Corso. Lane 5, Colin Butte. Lane 6, Austin Francis. Lane 7, Marquis Jensen. Lane 8, John Williams. Lane 9, Ben Emerson. And lane 10, Jacob Walker, taking on switchbacks. For the RX men, it's 3 rounds, 15 cal ski, 15 sandbag front squat, 6 sandbag round to overhead with that 150-pound bag. And it's a sandbag. You move the sandbag well, you're going to do well on this. Right, Carl?
I would have to agree. I did not move it that well. So what do you think? Lane 9 is probably local to here.
Ben Emerson from a Salty Hive.
Sounds local.
What do you think about the Colin Butte's affiliate name, Myself? Middle of the floor in 6, that's Francis, green shorts. 2 to his right is Joshua Corso in the pink shorts.
I think do what you want, but I think you're losing a lot by at least not spending part of your time in an affiliate or a gym with people.
I've certainly had periods of time where I've done both, and it's when I'm on the road like this, and then back in Charlotte, like I would drop into the gym. I would go to the gym and take the classes when I was in town, and it was great. And I'm going to try to do the same thing up in Wisconsin. I've been talking to a gym over there near where I'm moving.
It doesn't have to be every workout in the gym, but I think you lose a lot by not being part of the community.
Absolutely. Francis with the snatch in the middle of the floor, looking pretty comfortable with it. Woods was 10th this morning on that, and Francis was 3rd, but actually, oh my goodness, Josh Corso in lane 4 is already back on the ski erg. Didn't even see him do his ground to overheads.
Under 2 minutes.
Wow.
A lot faster than me.
Very fast pace for the top men here in the opening of 3 rounds. But those two guys are well ahead of the rest of their heat. Corso was 7th this morning. He's currently 15th overall. He took a huge hit on salt flat repeats. And he logged a 0 for Mount Olympus.
Rookie mistake.
So potentially an athlete who is a lot better than his current placing, with a last place and a 22nd. And a last place on a workout that I'm guessing he should have done pretty well on based on how well he moved that sandbag.
Tanner is who you're referring to.
No, Tanner Morse is in the purple, in the white and pink. Walking up there, that's lane 4. That's Joshua Corso, CrossFit Westwood. He's gonna have maybe a 4 or 5 squat lead over Austin Francis. Austin flips the bag over, finds the handles that he wants, gets it into the front rack. It might even be 6 reps at this point. Fast cycle rate for both guys. And I'm very interested to see.
There's no way to get experience without experience. You won't make those mistakes again.
How Corso handles this. In the podcast on Wednesday I did with Brigham Nielsen, we talked about that complex, and I said, I guarantee you there's people that will get a 0 on this. And obviously you don't want to be that guy, but like you said, you can learn from it. So it's clean and jerks for Corso. And that looks very repeatable to me.
In these competitions, they do have a lot of those type of events where you have to lift something and you could get a 0.
Yeah, you either have a fixed number of attempts or a fixed number of time. Sometimes they'll mandate that you can't drop the weight. That's the real. If you see that, then you have to be super cautious. Even if you don't, like, get a score on the board.
There's an interesting workout at a competition that you were at. I think it was South Carolina, where I think it was row double unders, and then you had to do ground overhead with the barbell. It was in a certain amount of time, and you got to pick whatever weight you wanted. But if you didn't lift that weight, you got a 0.
Well, all 4 rounds counted towards the total. So you could have the heaviest lift, the heaviest lift, the heaviest lift, and then miss, and someone else who is just slightly behind you but hit all 4 of them would skyrocket past you. But yeah, there was a lot of strategy in that, and also like a lot of attention to detail, because if the fatigue's settling in and a lift that felt routine in round 2, it wasn't going to in round 4. Dropping 10 pounds, 15 pounds, 20 pounds, even 50 pounds was better than missing.
That was in South Carolina, correct?
It was the fittest of South Carolina was the name of the competition, yeah.
Why do you feel like
memory.
there's so many, I watched the show. Why is there so many medium to high level competitions in South Carolina? Seemingly so.
The Southeast in general, that area, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, I guess Florida. Yeah, and definitely Florida. They are, I think, if I was going to try to put like a marquee event for CrossFit in North America right now, that's where I would go. That's where I see the most fan engagement. That's where I see the most spectators showing up. That's where I see vendors doing well. That's where I see local affiliates sending big contingencies of athletes most regularly.
Just the way it is, or is there a reason behind it?
Not sure. Maybe it's...
So it's definitely swung, though. You would say maybe 10 years ago that might have been California.
Yeah, California, kind of the origins. I mean, they used to support two semifinals there, SoCal and NorCal, and they were both huge deals. Now you see the semifinal out west. I mean, look, the size of the venue matters a lot. You want to be conscious of that when you're choosing where you're going to host the event. Am I going to fill this space? Whether it's with the vendors, an athlete village, other events that you have going on around the primary competition, or the total number of athletes competing. And you can have 2,000 people in one location and look empty and 2,000 people in another and look packed. I think that's what happened at semifinals in North America this year.
I think that might have been part of it, but I think the weekend was part of it too. And I lived a lot of the year in Los Angeles, so I say it sadly, but I think California's on a downward trajectory.
Yeah. Josh Corso closing in on the final reps here. He goes to a squat clean to thruster in the pink shorts. And this is something that we've seen from a couple athletes, that the power is just completely zapped in the last round of these ground to overheads. It's kind of one of those workouts where it's definitely not over till it's over. And look at that. Austin Francis gets him at the end. 7:13 unofficial for Francis, which is about 21 seconds faster than Nate Woods. And Corso,
there you go. He did pretty good too.
Does get across. 7:25 unofficial. Woods out of heat 1 is going to have the third fastest time through our first 2 heats at about 7:34. Far left side of the screen in the green, lane number 10, Jacob Walker. Looks like he's the next man up. We got a minute 15 to the cap about.
What's the difference between the men's RX and the elite men? Is it the reps?
It's the reps. The elite men will have 3 additional ski cals, 3 additional front squats, and 3 additional ground to overhead.
Different workout.
Different workout, especially those 9 additional reps of the ground to overhead will absolutely factor in.
I don't know if we see 7:13 men's elite.
I mean, Drake Lewis is probably the best bet.
I think he's going sub 7:30.
7:30 will win it. So, and I think he's going to win it. But I don't know if he'll be able to do that.
Not going out on a limb too much. All right, who's going to finish second? Who's going to be top 3?
Probably Mike Evans and Derek Lukowski. But yeah, I mean, the big, stronger guys are going to win this one. Like they move that sandbag the best. Those guys also have fitness. Evans and Lewis were semifinalists. Like on paper, they should be the best 2 guys here. They were the strongest.
What region was Evans in?
They were both out west.
They were at the West Coast Classic?
Yeah, 14th and 26th respectively at West Coast. So Austin Francis will have the time to beat. 7:13. Josh Corso about 12 seconds behind that, and Nate Woods 7:34. 3 guys, top 3 scores through 2 heats. Top men in the division will be coming up in a minute.
I'd like to.
Final heat of the men's RX are on the competition floor, getting set to take on Survival Pack. 3 rounds, 15 cal ski, 15 sandbag front squat, 6 sandbag ground to overhead, 150 pounds on the bag. These are the top guys after 1 day of competition. A couple of them had good starts to the day, others not so much, and will be looking to rebound. In lane number 2, we got Timothy Perez, lane 3, Hayden Clifford, lane 4, Kirk Dirch. Lane 5, Dallin Carlson. Lane 6, the overall leader, Kaysen Perry, 17 years old. Lane 7, Gavin Patterson. Lane 8, Charlie Jones. Lane 9, Austin Esplin. Lane 10, Brandon Fong, and lane 11, Andreas Braulich. Middle of the floor, lane 6, Kaysen Perry, 17. He's just taken off the green top. He's going to have the gray shorts on. This is the kid I was telling you about, Carl. He's leading the competition.
This is men's RX, correct?
Men's RX, he's 17. He's leading. He's got a 32-point lead.
What lane?
Lane 6. Gray shorts, no shirt. Can't weigh more than 160 pounds. Has to deal with a 150-pound sandbag for 45 squats and 18 ground to overhead.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's probably got really good technique.
I would think that's probably the case. He's under the Adrian Conway tree of athletes and coaching.
So where's he from?
Got to be from Utah, from around here. It's Forge Training and Performance listed on the sheets that we have. A little bit of a malfunction there on the skier. Again, 11 it looks like for Braulich, so you have to shift over to lane 12 real quick. Usually competitions do have a plan in place for if that happens, whether it's a backup or another instruction that the judge will give to the athletes if they need to do that. Don't see it too often, but coming off the skier, first lane 5 and then 4, Dallin Carlson, Kurt Dirch. Dirch is in 5th, Carlson's in 6th overall. It's pretty tight. Austin Esplin is in 3rd at 381. 30 points back, Brandon Fong's in 8th. And Kaysen Perry there in the middle of the floor at the great, nice wide squat, upright position on torso it looks like. Will be interesting to see how he manages this against some guys that are going to be 10 years older and potentially 70 pounds heavier than him. And lane number 9, Austin Esplin going to that kind of kettlebell swing to overhead. Lane 4, Kirk Dirch with the power snatch technique. Wow, lane number 5, Dallin Carlson getting it on one shoulder and then driving it overhead. So a little bit of everything here.
I think that's an awkward way of doing it.
I bet these guys have been testing stuff out in the back. And look at that. Look at him in the middle of the floor in lane number 6. Kaysen Perry. You talk about the technique. Drives to the shoulders, boom, overhead. Nice receiving position in the jerk. Esplin leading, back on the skier. This on paper is a good workout for Austin Esplin.
The way he's doing it is the way I think you should do it. It's the way I did it. He's just doing it better.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting to see from everyone. It's been a bit of a surprise to me to see how much variety. It's cool surprise, I would say, to see how much different technique and variety there has been across all the divisions, especially on the men's side of things. That's a pretty significant bag. It's awkward to move it. Cool to see them finding different ways. Walks with it overhead, drops it down. He is 6th in the heat, but he's hanging in there. I mean, that's a 245 split for the first round.
He still has a chance to finish it. He doesn't need to win this event to stay in the lead.
No, and if we're looking at the guy who's closest to him, Gavin Patterson is 32 points back. Patterson's in lane 7, so he's on his left in the all black, and he's only about 1 or 2 spots ahead. Esplin on the left, gray shorts, kind of orange shoelaces, is leading. On the right, no shirt, white belt, almost skin color shorts in lane 4. Kirk Dirch is 2nd off the ski in this round. They're both on the front squats. The next group of athletes is skiing in round 2. What's the idea on the ski here, Carl? I mean, is this just recovery mode?
I think it depends on your level.
Absolutely depends on the level.
I think in the men's elite, you're going to see the super high-level guys push the skier. But the middle of the pack, not as much, because it's not won or lost. This workout's not won or lost on the skier. It's won or lost on the ground overhead.
Kaysen Perry is in the mix. He is 6th in the heat. But I have seen many athletes get into the final round. We especially saw it in the intermediate towards the end. Get to that final set of shouldered overheads and just completely stop dead in their tracks. Twice, 3 times as long, not finishing as it was in rounds 1 or 2. Esplin does not seem to be concerned with that.
curious to know, as the ones that stopped dead in their tracks, which type of way were they ground overheading this bag?
That's a variety. It just looked like they were flying close to the sun, and they just burned out 3 reps short of finish. Esplin was on the ski erg in round 3 at the 4:20 mark. 7:13 from Austin Francis is the mark to beat. Esplin had 4th place earlier on switchbacks. That was a tie for his best finish so far. He's 4th place on the handstand walk, 6th on the lifting. He's in 3rd place, 22 points behind Patterson. He's got a 12-point edge over Charlie Jones. Jones is one of the 4 athletes in the middle of the floor there that are working on the sandbag. He's in the gray shorts with the ponytail left of that group of 4. There's 3 guys on the ski. One of them's in a different round. The top 2 guys are Esplin in the black t-shirt and Kirk Dirch with the white belt on. Dirch has had a couple of 2nd place finishes, but he's offset that with an 18th on the salt flat repeats last night and a 9th. He had a 3rd. He's kind of been a really up and down performer so far through about half of the competition. Esplin to the sandbag for the final time at the 5:30 mark, and he didn't waste any time in the transition. That cycle rate on the squats, Carl, far left, the gray shorts, orange shoelaces. I mean, that's pretty impressive with a 150-pound bag in the front rack. Clearly a strong squatter, strong legs. You'll even see when he gets to the jerks that he gets it into the front rack. There's a little extension of the knees and presses it overhead, so this is a very powerful athlete. Dirch has the sandbag up on the right side. Esplin will know that he's ahead of the split time needed. He's got 1 rep to go, so he's pretty much got his eyes on Dirch. As long as he stays ahead here, he knows he's going to be locking up his first event win of the weekend. And no transition at all into the first rep. Esplin looking...
That's a different way of picking it up, too.
He's got his own style, and it's working for him. 3 reps to go here. 50 seconds, excuse me, till the time to beat. Questionable extension of the left elbow there, maybe.
Yeah.
6:42 unofficial, an event win for Austin Esplin, excuse me. Great performance, strong from start to finish, led from the front, did not fly too close to the sun, finished just as strong as he started. Now, Patterson has separated himself in lane 7. He's the guy that was closest to Perry and also the guy that Esplin was hoping to catch on that overall leaderboard. Dirch has a hand up, looks like 2 reps to go for him. That 7:13 from Francis is going to factor in. Austin Francis looks like he's set to take a 2nd place finish here. 7:25 from Josh Corso's the next time up. 1 snatch for Dirch. Not sure if he's aware of that time or not, but it looks like Corso, the no score on the lift, is going to take 3rd here. Dirch should get in 4th. And out of the first heat, Nate Woods at 7:34 is going to be 5th. Wow. Scores from other heats factoring in. Lane 5, Dallin Carlson spit out of that one. So 4 athletes working on this final sandbag, but times from other heats starting to factor in. 5 that we know of total have finished ahead of this. Patterson in the black, furthest along amongst these 4. The clean and jerk technique. Hard to tell how many fingers his judge has up. Maybe 2 reps remaining for Patterson. 45 seconds to the cap. Is this going to be it for Patterson? Yes, he'll get across. 8:23 unofficial. And Kason Perry and Charlie Jones in a little battle here. I think Jones has a 1 rep advantage on Perry. Probably each going to get 1 more here if they don't make a mistake. Perry does. He's got time for another one. Jones fails. Potentially big point implications here for Perry. Wow, maximizing the time. Great performance from the young 17-year-old Perry. Had the lead coming into this. Patterson had a good finish. Esplin took the event win. It's going to tighten up in the RX men's division heading into Matterhorn later tonight. Pretty impressive from the young man.
Almost finished.
Almost finished. 2 reps away, I believe. And Charlie Jones is an experienced athlete there on his left, and he was behind him the entire time until the last rep. Stealing points at the buzzer. Kid's impressive.
Now we're going to men's elite, right?
Men's elite. We'll lay out for a minute, come back with the men's elite taking on survival pack.
Bryson in the first heat?
Yes, he is.
Men's elite coming up right now, right?
First of 2 heats for men's elite survival pack. Been up in the ante as we go into the higher divisions. 9-minute cap, they got 3 rounds, 18 cal ski, 18 sandbag front squat, 9 sandbag ground to overhead. And as we were asking, Bryson Del Monte is in this heat. He's coming off his best finish of the competition this morning. And he's moved up a couple spots. He was 7th on switchbacks.
What lane is he in?
He's going to be an 8th. We got lane 3. 1 sec, I got to get the clock started.
I think he's going to do better than you think here.
And we're about a second or 2 off the start there, but lane number 3, Bo Jensen. Lane 2 is, or lane 4, excuse me, is empty. It looks like lane 5 is empty. Landon Cooper was in there earlier today. Braden Diddle in 6. Matt Wilson in 7. Bryson Del Monte in 8. Cameron Gregg in 9.
It looks like Bryson is choosing to push that skier.
Bryson and Taylor do a lot of sandbag training, not this shape of sandbag, but they do a lot of sandbag training back at the gym. Oh, check this out. Got a mobile camera out on the floor. There's Braden Diddle. That's not what we wanted.
No, that's not what we wanted.
Oh, great. I don't know how to get back to the main screen.
That was a split screen.
Well, there's just a bunch of bubbles here. Buttons here.
Bryson's on the bag. It's a lot of squats, though. 18 is a lot.
Oh my God! Without Feliz, we're lost without Feliz. All the athletes out to the sandbag now.
Correct?
1889, exactly. Yeah, and I'm not going to be able to get back to the main shot. I apologize for that. Well, we can see what's going on here, and we'll talk you through it. Now we're going to get to see the technique come into play with the ground to overhead. Looks like Bryson's going to go for, oh no, he's got a couple more squats. It's Diddle in the yellow shirt moving first. Feliz, if you're listening, I could use your help on the technical side of things. Diddle with a little bobble there, readjusts and get it up overhead. He's in the yellow. Matt Wilson to the left in the maroon. Looks like he's going to be second there. Matt Wilson moving that sandbag pretty well. Bryson in the blue. Got one in the bank. Cameron Gregg to his left in the black as well.
The guy in the yellow is moving the bag pretty quick.
That's Braden Diddle. God, why did he do this?
Who's next to him? Red shirt.
Red shirt is Matt Wilson.
All right, they're both going back to the ski.
About the 3-minute mark, so just off the pace that would be needed to finish. Diddle was 6th this morning. Matt Wilson was 12th. Diddle's best finish was on the lift. 2:45, placed him 5th on that complex. He's a pretty strong dude.
And that's yellow shirt.
Yep. Of the guys in this heat, he's the highest seeded one. He's in 11th right now. He's tied on points with the guy who's in 10th. You need to get into the top 10 if you want to be in the top heat tomorrow. And obviously, being in the top heat on the last day is ideal. We have a strongman lift happening in front of us. If you hear some applause here. Heavy deadlift for one of the female athletes.
Bryson's back on the skier.
Yeah, 4 of the 5 guys are on the ski erg here. Bo Jensen on the right side still chipping away at the sandbag.
Again, that's not how I would pick up that bag.
And so Wilson has moved ahead of Diddle on the ski. Feliz is back and has helped us out, as only he can do. Got a couple sneak peeks inside the studio though. Cameron Gregg moving to the sandbag 3rd in the heat. Bryson 4th. Ground to overheads for the leaders. Wilson, maroon shirt. Pulled ahead of Ditto in the yellow. Both of them are going to a clean and jerk technique. Front squats for Del Monte and Gregg. Jensen back on the ski erg. All athletes in round 2. 6 minutes in, 3 minutes to go. Don't think the judge's hand is right there on Wilson. I think he's got 1 to go. He's only up a 5.
It might be a 2.
I feel like he's, oh no, they're doing 9. I forgot they're doing 9. So that is going to be right. Yeah, 9 of these is a lot different than 6.
But the top guys in this heat are all clean and jerking that bag. I think that's what you're going to see the winner do. The winner of this event.
Should we risk the mobile camera again?
Why not? That's a good angle right there.
Yeah, that's a good angle. We can see the leaders. We see Wilson advancing.
Bag. I think the yellow shirt, excuse me for his name, but there you go,
Braden
the other middle handles right in
Yeah.
front of him, those are the middle handles that
The difference is if you want their palms facing each other or facing behind you, right? Because Bryson's got the narrower grip there.
Yes, but when it's on the narrow grip and you flip it up, it's more
Brandon's
of a
actually going to the
natural,
outside.
more of a natural pressing motion.
Oh, Bryson still has a few front squats to go. Cameron Gregg in the left, the black. He's going to do that kind of swooping kettlebell to the front rack.
See, I think the reason why they're using those handles right there that Bryson's in front of, because, again, I could be wrong. I think they haven't been coached on that bag, and they're doing the bag that way because that's similar to the way you would pick up a barbell. But the barbell and the bag are two different things.
We got 1 minute to go. Greg will move to the last round.
If you watch like Jason Khalipa on his sandbag workouts, he picks it up with the middle hand.
Unbelievable. I can't figure out how to get back to the big screen. Anyway,
He's picking
Philly's
it up
following
with
the leaders here.
Those handles. But that's similar to picking it up as a barbell, so I think naturally that's why you would go for those handles.
Matt Wilson, that's 7 on the front squats in the final round and 8. We got 30 seconds to the cap. Gonna take a break there. Let's see if he can finish up these squats before the time cap hit. Another good rep for Del Monte behind him.
See if he can get one more. Got one more.
It's either 17 or 18. Ditto racing out there.
So nobody finished that.
No finishers in the first heat of elite men.
So there's only one more heat of elite men.
One heat of elite men, the top 10. After yesterday, still in the top 10.
And you think someone's going sub 730?
No, not after watching that.
Okay.
I said 730 would win.
So
I still think it'll win.
Yeah, 630 will win too.
But 5 finishers, I don't know. I think we're going to get
10 guys, how many finishers?
I'm going to say 3.
10 guys, how many sub 8?
1.
10 guys, how many at the buzzer?
What do you mean at the buzzer?
8:55 or later. So you got 1 sub 8, 3 finishers. Where are the
1. 750, 830, 855.
Everybody else is capped.
Everyone else capped. Wow. Let's see here. Nope.
I haven't seen the guy in first work out that much. This weekend, I saw him at semifinals.
Drake Lewis. Drake Lewis is very good. He's competed here every single year.
All right, so let's say we put this workout West Coast Classic semifinal. What was there, 40
Ooh,
guys?
That would be fun.
There was 40 guys, right?
Yeah.
How many finished?
Mertens?
Okay, that's 1.
No, we'd have some finishers for sure. Maybe 10.
10 finish out of 40?
Maybe 20. Those guys are good. Those guys are good. And a lot of them are really kind of close. Yeah, they would handle this.
Are you the clock man? Is that the delay?
I figured it out.
All right, what lane is Drake?
Drake Lewis can be in 6. Give you the rundown here. Lane 2, Brandon Santasteven. Lane 3, Nico Flores. Lane 4, Carter Peterson. Lane 5, Hunter LaRue. Lane 6, Drake Lewis. Lane 7, JT Mahan. Lane 8, Mike Evans. Lane 9, Derek Lukowski. Lane 10, Jamison Jones. Lane 11, Gage Capel. JT Mahan could potentially finish this too.
So maybe 4.
In terms of the overall leaderboard, Lewis is on 450, 30-point lead over Mike Evans. Evans has an 8-point lead over Mahan. Mahan has 11 points over LaRue. LaRue has 12 points over Nico Flores. Those are the top 5. Jamison Jones 6, Derek Lukowski 7, Carter Peterson 8, Gage Capel 9, Brandon Standa Steven 10. These are the top 10 men in the Elite Division at the Summit Games 2024. I'm Brian Friend, joined in the booth with Carl Kaplan of HGR CBD and the Masters 45 to 49 division here, and Project Fitness out of Las Vegas, who are well represented, especially in the team division this weekend. 3-rounder here. No one in the first heat finished yet. We think that Matt Wilson got through maybe 17 or 18 of the front squats in the final round. The 150-pound bag out there, 18 cal ski. And the first guys off are in 7 and 8. That's Evans and Mahan first to the bag. Squat cleans into the first rep. Kid's strong. I don't know too much about him, but he put up 257.5 pounds yesterday. He also won the handstand walk. He was 5th on switchbacks this morning, and he's currently 3rd overall, only trailing the 2 semifinal athletes from this year out at West Coast Classic.
Not a lot of separation here early.
Drake Lewis breaking early compared to the field, but squatting at a fast cycle rate. Mahan, I don't think he took any breaks, and look at the technique for Mahan in 7. He's getting it into his lap, repositioning his hands, and then throwing it up overhead. It says ground to overhead. Never seen that before. Lane 8, Evans is doing the one shoulder technique. Lane number 4, Carter Peterson's moving it actually better than I expected him to, much like Kaysen Perry, just with perfect technique. Drake Lewis goes for a snatch and stumbles a bit. Lukowski in lane number 9, very strong athlete in the blue shirt. You'll see how he almost muscles it up. We saw a couple athletes in the RX division doing this. Hunter LaRue in 5 going with he's got one hand on top, one hand on the outside, and he's snatching it overhead like this. So, I mean, there's 10 guys here, and there's 10 different techniques for getting this thing overhead. At least 8. But Mahan moves it forward first, 230 mark. And Peterson in 4, second. Wow, I would not have bet on that.
Now lane 3, Nico Flores.
Lane 3 is Nico Flores, yes.
Back on the skier, correct?
No, that's lane 4.
Lane 4?
Yeah, because 1 is empty.
So, okay.
There's numbers up here.
And he was clean and jerking that bag, picking it up with the middle hand.
Yeah.
The whole time.
Yep, very efficient. So it's Mahan, Peterson, LaRue, Lukowski, Evans, all ahead of Lewis. Lewis on the middle of the floor, and there he is. And that technique on the sandbag is just, it looks more difficult than what a lot of the other guys are doing. Working harder, not smarter. All these guys are skiing. Let's take a look at Gage Capel out there. Decent technique there.
I wonder if he can get us a close-up on the first guys off the skier.
Maybe when, yeah, I think Feliz can do that when we see Mahan come off the skier. Here he's coming now. He'll follow him. There we go.
Lane 4, that's Peterson, correct?
Yep, Peterson in the gray, Mahan in the black on the left.
And he's
Mike
squatting
Evans on
quick.
the left in the black shorts. And then Lukowski in the blue. So these are the top 4.
Peterson squatting it fast too.
The 3 guys on the left are 3 of the guys that we thought had a chance to finish. Peterson we did not mark as that guy, and Drake Lewis we thought would be amongst the leaders here, and he's drifting behind a little bit. This is perfect for these guys. They need Lewis to struggle on something.
And I think Peterson has the best technique with the bag from what I'm watching.
Well, his front squat speed is fast, and his clean and jerks are efficient. Mahan with a little stumble there, and his cycle rate of these squats has slowed down. Lewis and LaRue, and then on the outside in 2, Santa Steven all move to the bag at the same time. Lane 10, Jamison Jones belting up as he steps forward. So trailing behind are Nico Flores in 3 and Gage Capel in 11 right now. The rest of the guys are on the sandbag squats in the middle round. A couple of them are getting close to starting their second set of 9 ground to overheads.
Peterson's doing about 5-second reps on the. He's going to finish this before 6 minutes. The second round. I think this is rep 5.
Peterson is now in the lead in lane number 4. Let's see what this looks like real quick. You can see him in the gray about to do a rep. This view. Yep.
Can we see the judge hand? No. Is it 3 left or 2?
3. Lekowski in the blue on the left. Evans, no shirt, putting it overhead with the clean and jerk. Mahan to that snatch and press technique with the gray shorts.
Nobody's going sub 8.
No one's going sub 8. Heard it here first, Carl Kaplan.
He's got one more.
Lewis is still snatching it. And it's Mike Evans moving forward first. 5:45 mark. So slower split than the second round. Peterson tosses it.
Both have a chance to finish.
Yep. We definitely saw the cycle rate really start to slow after the first 5 reps in that second interval, though. This was originally programmed with 18 of these. Good change. Lekowski's moved into third. Mahan's sliding back here.
Okay, but Mahan's sliding back because watch his technique on that bag.
Well, he's the one who's putting it in his lap and pressing it overhead. It's got to be taxing on the legs. He's doing an extra squat and press every rep. Still fourth. Lewis is slightly ahead of LaRue. Santa Steven on the right. Got less than 5 to go. Capella on the far left. And Jones next to him, working on the sandbag as well. Lewis now 5th in the heat.
Struggling with the bag, which I'm surprised to see.
Yeah.
6:53 back on the skier. He's going to get capped.
He's going to get capped, and he may get beat by Wilson and potentially Diddle. We'll see. No, he should beat Diddle. Wilson got all the sandbag squats, though. Lewis could do that. If he gives a minute ski, minute for 18 sandbag squats, he could do that. Could be a tie 5th potentially on this one. We'll see. Evans, the first one to the sandbag, and we see him squatting there. Mike Evans, 30 points off the lead. If he takes the win here and Lewis finishes 6th, that would be a dead tie going into tomorrow in terms of points. Lewis does have 2 event wins. Mike Evans yet to get one, but may pick one up here. Lekowski now moving forward. Peterson on the bag. Lane 3, 1 rep left for Flores in the second round. Peterson squatting on the right side, gray shorts. Lekowski blue shirt on the left. Evans was first to the bag, picking it up to set in on more. Mahan coming to join him. These are the top 4 guys. We're closing in on 1 minute to go. This is men's elite last event of day number 2 of the Summit Games 2024. They have 2 more events tomorrow. All these guys jockeying for position within the top 10. Several of them still in the podium hunt, and with Lewis drifting here, 5th place is the best he's going to do. He needs to get all 18 squats, otherwise Matt Wilson from the previous heat could edge him out for 5 additional points. Evans now going to the snatch. I said I thought 3 people might finish this. At this point, he's the only guy who's got a chance to. And he's got to keep up the pace that he's on. We got 35 seconds to go. It would be awesome to get one guy across the line here. Mike Evans, are you going to be that guy? Peterson clean and jerking as well. Lekowski finishing up some front squats. Lewis cannot afford to put this sandbag down. He's going to need and want those 5 points. Evans is fighting for it. 20 seconds to go. Peterson's within a rep of him on the right in the gray. It's going to be Evans or Peterson. Peterson continued to look like the more efficient mover here within the last 10 seconds. Both of them going for another rep. Single digits in the hands. Last one for Evans. And Evans will finish the final rep and not get across the line. Mike Evans should take the win. Peterson,
I think he had
second.
7 reps, I think he had done.
For Peterson?
7 on the jerks.
Maybe came within 1 rep there. All official scores will be in competition corner. Between Lekowski and Mahan was too close to call. Not sure where Lewis wound up. He was going to be close with Wilson from the previous heat. LaRue and in lane 3, Flores all raced out to the sandbag. So melee at the finale there. Would have loved to see 1 more minute, maybe get a couple finishers in, but obviously not short of effort. The guys are sprawled out on the floor. Survival pack taking its toll on the elite division. And leaderboard's going to scramble. Mike Evans going to surge up and be very close, if not tied on points with Lewis. I think it's either going to be 5-point lead for Lewis, tied, or 5-point lead for Evans going into the final tomorrow. 2 events coming up tomorrow for those guys. We've got some doubles actions coming up starting about 33 minutes from now. I will be back for the Masters men at 5 o'clock local time with the commentary. Carl, thanks for joining me, man. That was super fun. check out Homegrown Relief if you haven't yet. They got some awesome products. I've been working with those guys for 18 to 24 months now. Love their stuff. Check out the gummies. Check out the balms that you can apply. The roller sticks for the relief are awesome. The greens in the morning, go to when I'm home. And if you're in Vegas, check out Project Fitness. We're going to lay out. We'll be back with some more actions here from Summit Games on Functional Vision in Salt Lake City in a bit.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Cause I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
I like fries. I like juice. I like sizing. I like
Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sardin. I like that. I'm a district in the chain. Served by you, North Gang.
I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile, and this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
chicken.
I like
fries.
I like I like
Spicy.
I like
Asian flavor punch.
where's my pen?
Hey.
Sonic. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by you know I got it.
Expecting that when I open it up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been through is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile, and this helps every time.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
Because I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I
It's okay.
We got two teams on the sprint. We got
back. We got the Masters men in lanes 1 through 4. Anthony Matucci in 1, Garrett Barber in 2, Ron Butler in 3, Jason Hruban in 4. These are the Masters 35 to 39. We got the women's Masters divisions 35 ranging all the way up to 55 plus. Tessa Jennings in 6, Nicole Lovelace 7, Rachel Carrillo 8, Kate Tolmsma 10, and Helene Taylor 11. We're going to be taking on Matterhorn. It's our first time getting to see it. We got 2 minutes for max ring muscle ups. I think at the 2-minute mark exactly, they're going to have a little up and down chipper, 150-foot sprint, 150-foot burpee broad jump, 150-foot sandbag lunge, 150-foot burpee broad jump, 150-foot sprint, and they're off. And I am not alone. I'm joined in the booth by JT Mahan, competing here in the men's elite division. Have they updated the leaderboard?
I think they have. I think I'm still sitting in third behind Drake and Mike. Yeah, there it is.
You're behind Drake and Mike.
Yeah.
Those two guys are, on paper, the best two guys here. They were obviously both at the West Coast Classic semifinal. Drake was 14th. I think Mike was 26th. And, you know, you're only 23 points behind Mike there. You got a 33-point cushion over a couple other guys who I know and have seen compete before. I've never seen you in a competition before.
What do you think? Pretty good news, huh?
Yes, you've been impressing me. People who've been listening have known that you've been impressing me. But first of all, what is your background in terms of CrossFit competitions? Is this the first time you've been on a stage like this, or is there some stuff we don't know about?
So this is the first time I'm coming down here to the Iron Games, Summer Games. But I'm from the Boise area, Caldwell. So I coach at CrossFit Canvas, and we do a yearly competition, formerly known as Proven. This year was the Mountain West Fitness Championship, so I've done that every year.
Okay.
So then we've kind of grown into it. It's kind of on the same scale as the Iron Summit Games, and I think we've got some good growth coming in the future. So, but other than that, I played college football up at U of I, and
which is University of Idaho.
University of Idaho, yeah.
Depending on where you are in the country, that can mean different schools.
Illinois, Iowa, yeah. So that's D1 FCS. With Big Sky football, we play Weber State. What else over here? Like Sac State.
Are there any athletes you played against that are in the NFL?
Yes, there's athletes I played with in the NFL. So there's the Ellis family. Caden Ellis is the starting middle linebacker for the Atlanta Falcons. Christian
Ooh,
Ellis.
They had a big game the other day, didn't they?
They crushed it. Yeah, that was a nail biter. Good old Kirko Gaines pulling it out.
500 yards in passing.
Unbelievable.
I don't know how old he is now, but he's got to be getting up there.
He's a great guy. He's longevity. I think he's got it. But yeah, I played with a few.
So coming down here to do this, first of all, why make the choice to compete here this year?
It's a quick drive, 7 hours. Not too bad.
Is it closer than the Cedar City?
Yeah, for sure.
About 3 hours maybe difference.
And my wife's family's from Twin Falls, so we get a 2-hour break, and we get to kind of break up the drive a little bit too. So, and it was close this year. It kind of worked out. The schedule was open this weekend, and decided to make the drive. I wanted to come last year, but conflicts of the schedule, so it opened up this year. And decided to hop on the train.
When you looked at the field, I know the field wasn't really public until pretty close to the competition, unless you were watching Be Friendly Fitness on Wednesday night.
Sometimes, not religiously. I need
just.
to now.
I asked Brigham. I was like, "Can I show it's not on Competition Corner? Can I show this?" He's like, "Yeah, show it." But when you saw when the leaderboard popularized, did you look to see who else was competing? Were you curious about that, or was it like, I'll just show up and compete?
Kind of a little bit of both. I like the blind leaderboard aspect of it, and it's kind of just come show up and do the work. I did expect Drake to be on there.
It's been here every year.
Exactly, right? So it's kind of expected. Some guys out there, Braden Diddle, Nico Flores, I knew they were all going down because we're kind of, acquaintance buddies.
Are those Idaho guys, or are they in Utah?
Nico is Idaho, and then Braden's from Salt Lake area.
Okay.
So there's some buddy guy friendships there.
So and then on the other end, when you look at it, do you try to size yourself up at all against the competition?
I mean, you can't help it, right? A little bit, But yeah, it's just you gotta kind of trust the work that you've done. Put faith in Christ. Just be like, hey, go out there, do the work. Everybody's doing the same amount of work. Just gotta try to do your best.
Well, actually, in the pacer test, that may not be true.
I agree with that. Yeah, I was a little flashbacks to junior high football right there. So.
Yeah, that's I kind of like when they have tests or events like that people can relate to. You know, whether it's an Olympic total, I mean that's played out a lot, but you know the fact that they did a mile on the track at the games this year, like people can conceptualize what a 5-minute, 5:36-minute mile is. If they've done that test, they understand. Even if the beeps are a little bit different, they know what it looks like to get to level 8 versus 10 versus 12.
Right.
So people can maybe relate to that, and yeah, maybe a little bit of nostalgia, good or bad, for some of us.
Oh yeah.
After 2 days of competition, are there any particular performances that stand out for you, good or bad, relative to what you thought you might be able to do, not necessarily against the field, but for yourself?
I was really proud of my last event with that sandbag. I knew it was going to be a grind and just put your nose in the dirt. I got a little buried by that sandbag, but
you had a really interesting technique on that.
Yeah,
I mean, there were 18 front squats prior to the ground overheads, and you were choosing to get it to your lap in a squat and basically thrust right overhead.
Yep. So I was kind of doing that lap technique that the strongman use for like stones or heavy sandbags. Hindsight, I was doing a lot of squats. I maybe should have tried to do that power clean, but
in that heat there were 10 guys, and I am pretty sure there were 8 different techniques. But I kind of like that, you know, when you have a new implement, and I know that the guys were practicing some different stuff in the back. How many different of those techniques did you try before settling on that?
I tried the between the legs swing. I tried and it's all awkward. I mean, those sandbags are kind of just weird with all the handles, and you just got to find the one that best fits you. I think I did like 4 or 5 different ways, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get it up there.
Yeah, ultimately, I think you just want to kind of find something where you can keep moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, the athletes we're watching on screen are taking on this Matterhorn test. You guys will have your own version of it tomorrow. Let me just pull it up here for the elite divisions, because I know it changes a little bit.
I've had a lot of changes.
Yeah. So the main difference for you guys, as listed, is that it'll be a barbell in the back rack lunge.
From what I've heard, I think we still have a sandbag.
Oh, they might change that, so they just haven't updated it yet. So if this is the version of the workout that you're taking on, how do you feel about this workout in terms of your skill set, your potential? I mean, you're right up there in the podium conversation, so now you can kind of narrow the focus in terms of what the potential outcome could be tomorrow.
Right, where I can make some room, where I can make some moves.
Yeah.
Looking at this workout, I haven't quite got that skill volume for the ring muscle ups. I haven't really been doing CrossFit for that long, so that's going to be like my weaker part of the workout. But that second half is my bread and butter. So just doing the work. I like that there's no real quote unquote standard for the burpee broad jump. It's kind of like that fall forward zombie fall thing. So I kind of like that. Half the amount of burpees is nice for a 220-pound guy. So
yeah.
But I'm excited for that second part for sure.
We see athletes working through different parts of it here, and you can see what he's talking about on the right side. One of the guys kind of crawling out, the other guy sort of falling forward. And then, burpee broad jump, I feel, is a little bit of an underutilized tool. I mean, it's a very effective method for traversing distance. We often see lunging or handstand walking kind of carrying the day there, but I'm happy to see the burpee broad jump in competition.
I am too. It's a good play on the whole mixed modality, kind of be ready for anything. And burpees and jumping, one way to get your heart rate up. We all love burpees, so one way to throw it in there.
There are some pretty notable CrossFitters from the northwest of the United States. You're wearing a shirt that says Medeiros on the back. Do you have any connection, if you had any opportunity to integrate or meet, work out with Medeiros, Sprague, Sager, David Zutter, these athletes that are up in this area?
Yeah, so Justin lives in Meridian, Idaho, and I live in Nampa, so we live around like 20 minutes apart from each other, and Justin's made it out to CrossFit Canvas, I think twice.
Okay.
So him and Ellie do some community workouts with us on the weekends. I haven't got to go out to the shred shed yet. That's on my bucket list.
Maybe if you take it down tomorrow.
I know, right? Yeah.
Hey, Justin, Brian said if I win this comp.
Throw your name in there. It's like, hey, I need to get in there.
Just clip this from the live stream.
Putting his name on the block. Yeah, so I've got to meet Justin a couple times. I haven't met Sprague or Cole Sager.
Trista Smith, isn't she up in that area?
I think when she was training for the game, she was spending time with Justin in Meridian, but I think she does most of her training over in Vancouver Fort Vancouver?
Fort Vancouver, yeah. Yeah, I don't know all the geography. I've been to all these states, but not to all these cities necessarily. So I just like, that's the Northwest crew over there.
The area over there, yeah.
No, but I have been invited by a couple of those guys to come out and train at those different facilities, and it's like if my travel for work late cools down a little bit, I'll take more people up on that. Are there any other competitions on the horizon for you? Are you looking to maybe expand and compete out of the West at all going forward? Some bigger comps, more recognizable, notable ones, or are you kind of content with what you're doing?
I do love the local comps, but I'm doing right in the middle of the qualifier for TFX.
Yep, that's going on.
So I did the first set of the workout 4 that was released this week, the morning before we left down here.
Oh, damn.
The max bench and the max clean, so I'm a little toasted from that, and then I'll do it Monday, Tuesday, and hopefully get some scores in.
Max bench, max clean for a former football player, collegiate football player. Can you say your scores?
I've submitted it, yeah. I did I 351 on the bench, and then 361 on the squat.
Or those little fractionals on them.
Yeah, I did had to put them on there, you know.
I always tuck them in at like first thing.
Like right at the beginning?
Yeah, so I don't have to see them. I don't have to think about them. I just know I'm getting 1 or 2 extra pounds.
Yeah.
Not that I'm anywhere near those numbers, but
hey, it's nice to know, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They make a difference on those, like when you have those years in the open that they're on the lifts. Even if you're way down there, like you can pass by. Actually, the further down you are, the more guys you can pass by doing 1 or 2 extra pounds.
1 pound matters.
And I mean, look, it's there's a lot of opportunities for competition. You got to be pretty selective about, if you're doing qualifiers, when you do them. If you have live competitions, when are they going to be? But I think that's great. TFX is. I was there last year for the first year. I'm planning on going back in January, so maybe we'll see you there.
Back to Austin, Taylor, Texas, right?
I think it's in Taylor. Yeah, it's like 45 minutes north of Austin, maybe.
Yeah.
It's out there. But man, they've been doing it a long time. They get a good turnout. They have other stuff going on site.
Yeah.
So a lot of history there.
They're running pretty well.
They're closing in on the last 45 seconds here. It looks like we've had most of the athletes get across the finish line.
That final sprint's going to be a burner.
Yeah, as different divisions play out, this is absolutely going to look, different, more intense, close races. And I mean, I feel like the legs are taking a bit of a beating. Not to say there's not any upper body work to do. You got to throw that sandbag overhead. You got bar muscle ups, ring muscle ups, but the legs are smoked.
I would agree. It's a lot of athletics, a lot of running, which I mean, there's pros and cons too. I've enjoyed it so far, but it's more of a lot of athletics than traditional CrossFit. But, I mean, being prepared for everything is CrossFit. So.
Do you know what the time cap on this is? It's not listed.
Is it 12?
Might be 12.
2 and 12, so 14 or something.
Okay. Well, that's the Masters, men 35 to 39 and women 35 through 55 plus. I know you're done for the day. What does the evening look like in terms of getting ready for a final day of competition?
Beef and rice with some veggies.
I can get behind that.
Yeah. Have you ever had the Japanese barbecue sauce?
I don't know.
It's like seasoned soy sauce. Oh, it's the best. Get from Costco.
Okay.
That's topping on everything. And then leg squeezers, cold shower. Read my book. I love cold showers.
I like cold. No hot cold therapy. Just straight for the cold.
I don't have a hot tub. I wish I could, but no, I do a lot of cold plunging, cold showers. If I cold plunge at night, I'd finish with a warm shower just to help myself go to sleep. But
are you the type of guy that will take a cold shower at 5 a.m.?
Oh yeah. I don't. Not all the time. I'm not religious, but I can't.
Well, you're not afraid of it.
Yeah, my wife likes the water 1 degree away from hell, and I like it pretty close to chilly.
I've over the last decade, for the most part, I kind of try to simulate hydrotherapy in the shower.
Oh yeah.
I'll do kind of a moderate shower temperature. I'll get it as hot as I can handle it, and then as cold as it'll go, and then I'll get up.
There's like studies that's better than caffeine. It does something. I can't remember. It might be Huberman. Doctor, is that one guy?
Yeah.
He does that cold therapy, the hot, cold, hot, cold. It's like better than caffeine.
I've had a few chances on my travels to go to do like Swedish saunas, Finnish saunas, Norway, parts of Canada, where you're in like natural water that's cold, and then even sometimes where they have a hot spring, cold lake nearby. Like the natural is the best, but it's hard to find.
That is like glacier.
Yeah, Finland was the best, and I mean, it was a sauna, but the lake, it was so cool. It was like this lake in this valley, and I was there in the summer, but in the winter, I know that like the whole lake is frozen except for the one section where you can go in, and it's got to be like just cold as hell.
Frigid. That's awesome. Bucket list to go. That's on my bucket list. Iceland, Finland, going over there.
Well, there's a competition in Finland, Turku Tuomiopäivä. I would highly recommend
Yeah?
if you're gonna go out there. I mean, you can make it to the trip where you do a competition and then travel around a little bit. I've gone the last 2 years. Jonikoski programs for it. It's extremely well run. The programming is great. 3-day competition. It's the best time of year to visit there, unless you love snow and freezing cold temperatures and no sunlight.
Good there in the North Pole. Yeah.
But yeah, that's when I would recommend. If someone was looking for a competition, that's when I would highly recommend. I do have a friend who runs competitions in Sweden and Norway, runs 5 or 6 a year that are really good also. So there's plenty of opportunities. It's an incredible CrossFit community up there.
That's awesome. The European CrossFit community is larger than I think we think, and I think it's awesome. It's starting to take a big hold.
Yeah, it's strong in a lot of countries, and you know, through what I've been doing, I've been able to go there and see the communities that are a part of those competitions. Like the competitions don't exist without the community element of it. I try to make sure that people, if they are watching, that they understand that to see athletes like this takes a village, and
100%.
the community is alive and working hard and turning up all over the world.
This competition wouldn't happen without all the volunteers. I mean, 100%.
Yeah, and tons of people on site. You got all the little camps camping out.
Oh yeah.
When I get up and I walk around, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah, seriously.
And there's only 250 athletes at most that are competing, and it still feels like. And I think this has the potential to blow up next year.
I think it does too. They got a big facility, a lot of opportunities. It'll be cool to see.
All right, JT.
Brian,
I'm gonna let you go for the night. Get to your sauce.
My sauce.
Is it Japanese sauce?
Rice. It's the Japanese barbecue sauce.
Japanese barbecue
beef
sauce.
and rice.
I'll make a note in my phone about that to check it out.
I forget the name, but it's at Costco. So
let's take a picture. Show me tomorrow.
I will.
All right. Thanks for the insight, man. Great to meet you.
Likewise.
Good luck tomorrow. It's
Thank
been
you.
awesome watching you so far. Let's see
Appreciate it.
if we can bring it home.
Yeah, I will shoot for it.
All right.
Thanks, man.
JT Mahan joining us on the broadcast, giving us a little insight into who he is, where he's come from, and what he's all about. Lay out for a second to say goodbye to him. We'll be back with the RX women here in a minute. Women are done with the max ring muscle up part of this one. They're into the second half of it. Sprint, burpee, broad jump, sandbag lunge, burpee, broad jump, sprint, 150 foot each, which is 3 times across the floor or a down, back, down. Lane 3, we have Natalia Villarreal. Lane 4, Berkeley Jensen. Lane 5, Megan Walker. Lane 6, Melissa Mayberry. Lane 7, Kylie Turco. Lane 8, Gabby Jordan. Lane 9, Tari Deo. And then lane 10. Lane 10 empty. The empty. Melissa Mayberry, lane 6, she's in the red top, has been surging today. 6th and 9th, moved up into 7th place. Kylie Turco is 4 points behind her in 8th. She's at 11th and 5th. Both are climbing into the top 10. And looking to get into that final heat tomorrow. Did not see the count on the muscle-ups. I don't know, honestly, if we're going to really be able to keep track too much of the muscle-ups in general here, but we can certainly look at this. Sprint is kind of a little buy-in here. The first one, just get it done. The burpees, we'll see an opportunity for people to make a move. The lunges can absolutely bury some athletes, and others will kind of cruise through that, depending on the different skill sets, and then we'll have the burpees and the bag on the way back. Lane number 9, Tari Deo in the pink. First to lunge. Looked like lane 3, Natalia Villarreal tried to pick it up, thought about it, thought better about it. Lane 8 there, Gabby Jordan, same thing. Mayberry in 6, second to get moving. So Deo, pink top in 9, Mayberry, red top in 6. And Villarreal on the right in the blue does get it situated next to her in 4, Berkeley Larson as well. And in 5, Megan Walker. 3 athletes battling for that 3rd spot in the heat. We will have one more heat after this. The current standings, we have the top 6, and then 9, 10, 11, I believe, in that heat.
She will cross, turn right back around, and get going on those lunges yet again.
Mayberry kept it on her shoulders. Deo set it down, so Mayberry slow march up the leaderboard today. And the slow and steady march here with the sandbag lunge. Not in a rush, just moving steady.
Our clock just passed 5 minutes, which means there's
Just got no clock there. But she's gonna continue. One more traverse here with the sandbag. Sandbag lunge is the only part of this down and back chipper that you'll do once. It's the middle part. And you'll have the burpees, burpee broad jump for 3 length, and another little shuttle sprint for 3 lengths before heading to the finish line.
Melissa in lane 6, 5 feet to go on those lunges. And she will drop that back and go going on the burpees. Kylie in lane 7, final lunge there, and she will drop her back and start on those burpees.
So Mayberry
Tari drops her back and gets going on those burpee broad jumps.
Mayberry leading in the red. Big pause there as she starts heading back towards us. In lane number 7, Turku, the woman who is 4 points behind her on the leaderboard, is passing people, picking people off here on the back half of this. In lane number 4, Berkeley Larson has also appeared to pass Terry Deo, who is first to the lunge. See if Deo can make a move on the burpees. She gave away 3 positions on that lunge. Way down in lane 3, Natalia Villarreal closing in on Larson and Deo as well. 50 feet advantage for Mayberry over Turco. Turco is now have some women closing in on her. So we could have a race before 4 women, between 4 women for the 2nd position in this heat. And I think Berkeley Larson may have overtaken Turco here for 2nd. Villarreal and Deo closing in are also. Plenty of time to the time cap. So Mayberry's onto the sprint. We have no idea of her time, but she's gonna win the heat.
And she is going to sprint to that finish, and Melissa Mayberry in lane number 6 will take it.
I was hoping the MC would say the time there, did not. But Mayberry will get across the line, win the heat for the 3rd time today, I think. And Berkeley Larson is going to be the first one running. Turku is fading. Deo is surged past her and Villarreal. She's now onto the run. Got about a 50-foot deficit. And it's going to be Larson getting in 2nd. Here comes Deo on the left side of the screen. She'll be the third finisher in the heat. Far right side, Villarreal and the blue's going to get in. And it looks like lane number 5, Megan Walker, is also going to pass Turku. Turku was in second a couple minutes ago, and she's just finished 6th in the heat. That one catching up to her late. Gabby Jordan, last athlete on the floor here. Less than a minute to go. Gabby Jordan going to turn and head to the finish line. So all athletes in the first heat of women's RX are going to get across from Matterhorn. Melissa Mayberry, fastest amongst them. Berkeley Larson passing several athletes late. Terry Deo, Natalia Villarreal, Megan Walker, and Kylie Turku. And then Gabby Jordan. Reset the floor. Heat 2 of the RX women will be up in a minute. Heat 2 of 2 for the women's RX division is on the floor, getting set to take on Matterhorn, their third event of the day here. It's day 2 of Summit Games 2024. My name is Brian Friend. Thank you guys for being with us. Got a little two-parter here. The ladies will start with 2 minutes of max ring muscle-ups before settling into a down and back chipper, 150 feet on each of the disciplines: sprint, burpee broad jump, sandbag lunge, 70-pound on the sandbag, burpee broad jump, and sprint to finish it out. We just saw He1 go, Melissa Mayberry, first to finish. She's been climbing up the leaderboard today. These women were the top 9 starting the day. They're currently in 1st through 6th, and then also 10th and 11th. Kennedy Mott and Ava Anderson will be looking to fight back up the leaderboard here a little bit. Megan Carroll as well, who's dropped down to 9th. In lane 2 is Ava Anderson, lane 3 Megan Carroll, lane 4 Lexi Jensen, lane 5 Chantel Bouchai, lane 6 Olivia Allen, lane 7 Michelle Weir, lane 8 Hannah Maxfield, lane 9 Brittany Crump, and lane 10 Kennedy Mott. Things are tightening up a bit. With the exception of Olivia Allen, she had a 1-point lead to start the day. She's taken 2 firsts and has opened up a lead over Bouchai by 25 points. Bouchai with a 23-point lead over Weir. Weir with a 26-point lead over Crump. Crump with a 34-point lead over Jensen. So spread out a little bit here. We'll see which one of these athletes is able to do some damage here late in the day on Saturday. 2 minutes max ring muscle ups. Crump in 9, looking pretty smooth here compared to the rest of the women. Crump's had a 4th and a 2nd today. 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th yesterday, so she's been moving up. She was over 50 points off the podium. She's cut that in half after that 2nd place finish. Michelle Weir took a 12th on Survival Pack. Michelle Weir is likely to have a little up and down affair with this one. She's in the blue top, black shorts, doing singles on the muscle ups in the lane 7. She'll probably be good on the run, burpee broad jump, sandbag lunge part that coming up after this. Crump misses a rep there. Deep receiving positions here for the others. Lane 6, Olivia Allen is the overall leader in the neon top. She's up on the rings for another set. Nice sets there for Olivia Allen, 3 good reps. And most of the women are going to pop off here because at the 2-minute mark, they should be starting in on the second part of this. Crump getting 1 extra one. I think Brittany Crump may have taken that, and they're straight into it. They're going to go down, back down on the run. Then they'll start doing burpee broad jumps away from us, towards us, away from us, which ultimately bring them to the sandbag. They'll put that on their back and start lunging towards us, away from us, towards us, drop it off. 3 lengths of burpee broad jumps, and then 3 sprints to finish it out. And pretty close across the field here. That falling forward technique JT Mahan was telling us about being implemented by Michelle Weir for sure. Allen, Weir, Maxfield, first 3 to turn. Oh, lane number 4, Lexi Jensen being called back there. Lane 3, Megan Carroll amongst the leaders. Weir has turned on the gas here in the 2nd round of this. She said she might do well on this portion of it. Probably going to be towards the bottom half or 1/3 of the muscle ups, but I would think an event win is possible. Olivia Allen getting reset by her judge, having her feet across the line. I can't see the line, but just assuming that it was something like that. So it's Weir, Allen in 7-6, leading the way. Lane number 4, Lexi Jensen out on their heels. Lane 3, Megan Carroll, and then Hannah Maxfield in 8 in the top 5 right now. Oh, lane number 2, Ava Anderson on the heels of some of those in the top 4 as well. So she's actually going to be, it looks like, 5th. Sandbags up for Allen and Weir. They're turned and are facing us. Allen with about a half-step start there. She's cycling through the lunges a little faster than Weir. Weir looks to have a little bit longer stride and is being more deliberate with her approach. We saw that paid off for Mayberry, the slow and steady without setting it down relative to some of the others. Steady pace in 4 for Jensen. Carroll in the blue top in 3 as well, moving. She appears to be 4th in the heat. Ava Anderson has one hand on the sandbag. An outside lane there. She's just barely fending off Maxfield, and Crump is slowly moving up the field. Lane 5, green shirt, Chantel Bucci. She rolled her ankle earlier today coming off the last bar muscle up. You see the tape job on the right ankle there. And when I spoke to her about it, she said that this lunge was the one thing she was worried about for the rest of the day. So she's certainly has shown some great fitness this weekend, had some solid performances, but the flexion in the ankle here and then the support on the other leg is going to be a little bit of a challenge for her. She seems to be a tough athlete, and she's clearly trying to find a way, but could be a little bit of an understanding of why she's towards the back of the heat here. She is currently 2nd overall in the division. She managed to get a 4th place finish on Survival Pack despite the ankle. She was 2nd on switchbacks this morning. Allen has extended her lead here from Weir, lane 4. Lexi Jensen is also looking good. Jensen, a sneaky pick here. She was smooth on the burpees, even with a little bit of a no rep. She hung near the leaders. And she's passed by Weir by about 30 feet and now got about a step lead on Allen. Should be setting the sandbag down after that lunge, and she'll turn, and her and Allen will fall to the floor at the same time. They're both, looks like they're going to their knees. MC on the floor says this might come down to the sprint at the end. We still got 130 feet of burpees, broad jumps before that, but that sprint at the end can be nasty. The legs can be heavy for sure. So it's Allen and Jensen, clear 1 and 2. Weir in the blue and black, bottom of the screen in 7, dropping the bag in 3rd place. Mayberry had the top time in the previous heat. Did not have the clock out for that, apologies. We'll check and see if the scoring team, no, they don't have it in yet, which is understandable. That would be extremely fast. They actually have an incredible scoring team here. Very experienced women over there leading the way. 2 women that I work with a lot at these competitions. Olivia Allen now with a slight lead over Jensen. Jensen trying to hang close to her. Jensen needs every point she can get. She's on 453 points. She's in 5th place. She's a long shot from the podium. Bucci in the green top did finish the lunges, and she's looking a lot better on the burpees now. Those are behind her. Weir is kind of alone in that 3rd place. Maxfield's closing on the gap on her a little bit. She's the athlete immediately on her left in lane number 8. And Jensen passes Allen on the last set of burpee broad jumps, and it looks like Lexi Jensen. She's been 9th and 6th today. Her best finish so far is 4th on the handstand walk, and Lexi Jensen is going to take Matterhorn for the women in the RX division. Olivia Allen coolly in 2nd place. Jensen, she's going to have to cede those points to her, but she'll extend her lead over the rest of the field. Olivia Allen will go 1-1-2 on day 2 of competition here at the Summit Games. Hard to do better than that. Michelle Weir will close her day the way she started it with the 3rd place, and she'll weather the storm of the 12th place in Survival Pack and will hold on to a podium position. We got a race on our hands between Crump and Maxfield, and it's Crump who needs these points. Crump may have won the muscle-ups. Maxfield defaults to the touch that's not necessary here, but we talked about it yesterday in the beep test that athletes train that. Crump just turns standing upright, and that gives her the advantage that she needs. Bucci now running. She's passed several athletes on that burpee broad jump after finishing the lunge. She gave away some spots there, but she's made it up on the burpees, and Bucci will get across. Nice finish there for her. Lane number 2, Ava Anderson is in. Lane number 3, Megan Carroll in. Last athlete out there, lane number 10, Kennedy Mott. She's got one more length of the burpees, and then a back down sprint to finish. Plenty of time to do it. Will be last in the heat, but still potential to beat several athletes in the previous heat. So Olivia Allen will take 2nd there. She'll keep her lead at the top. Lexi Jensen will have her first win of the weekend. She'll try to move up a little bit, but Crump, Weir, and Bucci all had good performances on at least one, if not both, parts of these. So it's a little bit strung out in the women's RX division. Probably going to kind of stay that way with several of the top women kind of doing their thing. Last turn coming up here for Mott. And Matterhorn's going to be in the books for the women's RX division. We got 2 heats of doubles coming up. And then we'll have our Masters 40 plus men and the RX men who will close things out today. The elite version of this will happen tomorrow morning.
Grab your items and exit opposite of the way you came.
Step aside for the doubles. We'll be back with the Masters men for the commentary at 6:15 local time, about 35 minutes from now. Functional Vision, Scoring Kairos will, of course, be continuing the broadcast streaming for you to watch. See you guys in half an hour.
We've got just over
Teams are done for the day. We got the Masters men, 40 plus, and the RX men are going to close things out on day 2 of the Summit Games here. My name is Brian Friend. Thank you guys for being with us. We are coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, inside the Zions Bank Training Center. Beautiful facility. Brigham Nielsen and the crews put together. And we got Matterhorn on tap tonight. It's a 2-parter. 2 minutes for max ring muscle ups, and then in 150-foot increments, they got a sprint, burpee broad jump, sandbag lunge, burpee broad jump, sprint. That is a 150-pound sandbag for the men that are in the 40. Am I looking at the right thing here? Sorry. Oh yeah, I had the wrong paper out in front. 40 to 49-year-olds is that what's on the floor, or 40 to 49 will be up through lane 9, and then in 10 and 11 they should have the 70-pound bags on the left side of the screen. Left side of your screen with a 40 to 44, we got 3 athletes over there. Chad Jones in 1, Chad Call in 2, Quinn Hess in 3. Chad Call is leading the way, but it's close. 575 for him, 570 for Quinn Hess, and Chad Jones 565. 10 points between the 3 guys. They've been trading blows all weekend long, so keep an eye on those 3 lanes over there. Masters 45 to 49 is going to start in lane 4. Clint Guimon has been climbing today. He's up to 3rd place on his own. He's in the blue shirt in lane 4. In the green shirt is Chris Livingston in 5. No shirt is Zach Barber in 6. Lane 7 with the red shorts is Daniel Stevenson. Matty Strong in lane 8. And Carl Kaplan in lane 9. Lane 10 is Todd Aldridge, 50 plus division. And lane 11, Thomas Groff, a 55 plus representative. Zach Barber has dropped 10 total points. He dropped all 10 of those on the salt flat repeats. He's had a perfect day today, taking both of the event wins so far. Daniel Stevenson, 30 points back. Looks like he's at all 2nd and 3rd place finishes. And like we said, Clint Guimon 3rd and 2nd today to vault past Matty Strong, who's been 4th and 4th. Carl Kaplan coming off his best finish so far, tied for 4th with Strong on Survival Pack. And joined us earlier in the booth for quite a while. It was fun hanging out with him. He's here competing. He also owns HGR CBD, who I've worked with personally for the last couple years, and they're helping support the Summit Games this year. They also have about a dozen athletes from Project Fitness down in Vegas. Second part underway. Muscle ups are in the rearview mirror, and the athletes are off and running. We got a full heat here. Let's see if we can pull wider. There we go. Get Chad Jones on the screen there in lane 1 for a majority of it. What happens if I press this thing? Messing with Felice's stuff when he's not here. Middle of the floor, we got a 2-man race in 5 and 6. Livingston and Barber. The right side of the floor, those 3 lanes, there's a dead heat. Todd Eldridge in lane 10 has been pretty impressive in that 50 plus division. $50 more feet on the burpee broad jump for Livingston in the green, and Barber no shirt middle of the floor. Lane 3, it looks like Quinn Hess has opened up a lead. Chad Jones 2nd. Chad Call, who's leading that division, is at the back of the pack here now. Doesn't necessarily matter so much on this first set of burpees. The main thing that these guys should be doing is setting themselves up for a great execution on the lunge. 150 feet with that 150-pound bag. And if you take one break on that compared to someone who doesn't, all the work you did on the burpees can be for nothing. So I see in lanes 8 and 9, Matty Strong and Carl Kaplan going to the knees, laying out, nice and casual. No one else has picked up that bag yet. Now Zach Barber's doing it. Let's see if Kaplan and or Strong, who's saving some energy here, can make up ground on some of these other competitors on the sandbag. Same case for Chad Call, who allowed Jones and Hess to get out in front of him on the burpee broad jump. If he can power through the lunge, he can turn the tables real quick. Watching other divisions do this today, there still is an opportunity once you get to the burpees on the second half to make another move. Barber, middle of the floor. He joined us earlier today as well for a little conversation. It was fun to have him in the booth. He's leading the way. It's lane 4 now. Clint Guimon, who's been the kind of story of the day, rising the leaderboard in that division, who's moved to second. Steve Livingston, who was first done with the burpees, has faded. And Strong and Kaplan have almost caught him. In the red shorts, Daniel Stevenson, who has been the biggest challenger to Barber, is struggling to even get that sandbag in a comfortable position. And while it is worth it to take the time to get it in a position that's comfortable, it's also a lot of time under tension without accomplishing any work. I look at Carl Kaplan on the left, the black shirt with the blue shorts, and he's got his hands on the handles, and the whole weight is just resting on the traps there, and it looks like something that's sustainable for him. Slow and steady is okay on this. You just want to keep moving. On the right side of the screen in the 40 to 44 is Chad Jones, far right in the white, has made a move past Quinn Hess. Chad Call is still lingering third in the heat. Hasn't really made up too much ground. Barber is now turned and facing us, and lane number 4, Clint Glyman, who had made that ground up, drops the bag, and that's going to open the door for Livingston to pass him by, and potentially Strong and Kaplan to do the same. Who can hold on to the bag? Eldridge and Groff in 10 and 11 have yet to drop it. Chad Jones in lane 1 is kind of closing in on Barber. Different divisions, but those are the top 2 guys on the floor right now. Lane number 3, Quinn Hess moving towards us, and now in the green, Livingston as well. So 4 guys on the last 15 meters. Guiman has gotten it up, and he's about to finish out 100 feet, 50 more to go. Strong and Kaplan are closing in on him. 1 more drop, and he'll definitely give away 2 more positions. Burpee broad jumps on the way back in, and Barber, looking at his competitors now, knows that this is just another, he slips out on that jump. Judge telling him where he has to put his feet back down, but he doesn't need to stress here. Jones off screen. Can't tell if he started. Yeah, there he comes in the white shirt. He's in a, and Quinn Hess has put down the bag and is moving fast. So Chad Jones, when he turns around, is going to see Quinn Hess closing the gap, and we could have a race over there in the 40 to 44. Chad Call is almost definitely going to take third in that division. He's got the sandbag down and appears to be struggling, while Hess and Jones are cruising away from him and setting up for potentially a quick sprint to the finish. Barber coming back towards us as Livingston heads out towards the rig. Wyman did hang on and finish, so he's third in that division. Kaplan and Strong have not set it down. They're basically rep for rep. Strong's been about 1 lunge ahead of him the entire way. Lane number 7, Daniel Stevenson. He wants nothing to do with that bag. Now let's see. Guiman is struggling. Strong and Kaplan are starting to move. We got 3 guys racing over there. Barber's going to be heading back on his last 50 feet of burpee broad jumps, first amongst all the athletes on the floor. Never mind. Lane number 10, Todd Eldridge, again, is going to be our first athlete in this division to finish things up. He's on his shuttle sprint. He's going to tag the line 1 more time and turn to the finish line. Todd Eldridge will finish out day number 2 here at the Summit Games. Barber's now starting in on the run. Middle of the floor, no shirt, yellow headband. 1 more turn to go. He'll head towards us. And Barber is going to make it a clean sweep on day 2 with 300 points available, 300 points in his pocket. And he'll extend his lead dramatically over Stevenson, who's last place right now, is the last man to get to the burpee broad jumps in the division. Chad Jones picked up the pace there once he saw Quinn Hess lurking, so he's going to take the win over there. Livingston gets in. Jones is going to close nicely here with 2 wins. And if I'm looking at this right, he's going to finish first to Hess's second, so he'll make up the 5-point deficit there. Call will finish third, and with 1 event to go in the 40 to 44 men's division, it's going to be a winner-take-all. Truly, 3 men, 1 event. Winner will take it tomorrow. Do not miss that heat. Wyman has faded. Strong and Kaplan are moving ahead of him. Strong has opened up about a 2 burpee broad jump lead. Quinn Hess gets in second place the case, so that exact scenario will play out in the 40 to 44s. Here comes Strong, starting run, left side of the screen, gray t-shirt, far left, we got Thomas Groff in the 55 plus working on the burpees. Carl Kaplan in the black shirts hustling. You don't think he's going to have enough to close down strong, but a nice finish here for Kaplan. So he's having his 2 best events to close out the day on Saturday and set up for potentially the final tomorrow to make another move. He's only 10 points behind Livingston, but Livingston got him on that one. It's Stevenson and Gwyman that he's going to beat out here. Gwyman onto the run. And Clint Gwyman will finish up a solid day. Didn't maybe end the way he wanted, but it was a good day overall for him. He had a 10-point lead on Strong, 25-point lead on Livingston, so that'll get a little tighter. Kaplan will inch up towards him as well, and Stevenson, who was 40 points ahead of him, is going to take a last place finish here after having only second and thirds. That's why we do 3 days of competition, test a variety of different implements, combinations of movements, skill sets, time domains. That's what these competitions are all about. And Thomas Groff on the left side of the screen finishes the burpees. He's got 3 jogs to go. Stevenson's going to get in, so all the men from the 45 to 49 will call it a day. Here comes Thomas Groff. Great finish for him. Big roar from the crowd. And Chad Call is going to be the last man standing here. Looks like he's got 1 or 2 more jumps to go before a little sprint to the finish. So Chad Call will jog in. And our Masters men in the 40 through 55 plus year old divisions will put a capstone on day 2 of the Summit Games. The final summit is the one workout remaining for them tomorrow, the last chance to prove themselves. And in that 40 to 44 division, Chad Call, even though you took the L here tonight, it's going to be a winner take all versus Chad Jones, Quinn Hess, 3 men and 1 title on the line. Barber takes the sweep, Eldridge beats the heat, and we'll be back in a minute with the men's RX. First heat out of 3 coming up. Final division of the day, day 2 here at the Summit Games, is going to be our RX men. We got 3 heats, but we got men in each heat who have been making some major impact in terms of the leaderboard. We'll go through the full lineup, but Nate Woods is going to be in lane number 5. Woods has set the time to beat in both of the events today so far. in his heat, and he's gone on to finish 10th and 5th. He's bumped all the way up to 14th, and one more performance like that could find him inside the top 10 going into the final day. He's only 30 points out of being able to do that. There's been a ton of volatility in this division, and I expect nothing else in this two-part finale to the day. These guys will ultimately have one last challenge tomorrow called the Final Summit, but right now, before them, they have Matterhorn. They're going to have 2 minutes for max ring muscle-ups. At the 2-minute mark, they'll start in on an up and down chipper. All of the disciplines will be 150 feet. They'll start with a sprint, burpee broad jumps, sandbag lunge with that 150-pound bag, burpee broad jumps, and a sprint to the finish. Let's meet the athletes in this heat. Lane 2, we have Drew Ferry. Lane 3, Quinn Pincock. Lane 4, Kyle Kelly. Lane 5, with the colorful shorts he's wearing all day, is Nate Woods. Lane 6, Antoine Pautrot. Lane 7, Maxwell Mangrum. Lane 8, Nick Martinez. Lane 9, Tyson Money. And lane 10, Corey Chapman. 9 athletes, and Nate Woods missing the rings right away. In lane 5, does settle them down and get up there now, and he'll start in. Zoom in on them as they're hitting the rings here. A lot of different strategies you could potentially execute with 30 ring muscle-ups. I would say, no, regardless of your capacity, efficiency, or plan, the main objective here is don't miss. Make every rep count, make every effort count. Nate Woods is swinging all over the place on those rings. Very unusual to see that. It's hanging on for a long time between reps with multiple kip there. Like a double kip every time. Mangrum in 7 there, the maroon shirt. In lane 3, Drew Ferry in the black and red. Lane 6, now we got Antoine Pautrot up on the rings. Lane number 4, Quinn Pincock missing. There's no wind in here. You can come off the rings, and the rings can be a wild. You can also come off the rings a little quieter and leave them as you found them. That's what you want to do. Some of the athletes choosing to move forward here right away. Max Mangrum in the maroon shirt, middle of the floor, one of those. He's had enough on the rings. And we're about 5 seconds away from the second part of this starting. So ring muscle-ups we'll leave up to the judges to tell us later what happened. Matterhorn part 2. Down, back, down on the run, down, back, down on the burpees, and that'll bring him to the sandbag. The sandbag is everything here. The goal is to get to the sandbag feeling good enough so that you can pick it up and lunge 3 lengths to the floor without putting it down. At that point, you'll see where you stand, and then it's just about digging deep and grinding out those last 3 lengths of burpee broad jumps and hoping that the legs hang on for the sprint to the finish. Mangrum in 7, Pautrot in 6, Woods in 5, and Kelly in 4. Ooh, and it's just obstructed by the MC, or maybe that's his judge, but in lane number 3, that Quinn Pincock? Yeah, Quinn Pincock in the red shorts up there amongst the leaders. Mangrum will turn first, Pincock and Pautrot. Then Kelly and Woods, top 5 in the heat. Nick Martinez next to turn, next to him, Tyson Money. Far right side of your screen, Drew Ferry. Far left side, Corey Chapman. All men heading back towards the sandbags, and several of them have finished that up. Who's going to be the first to get the sandbag up and onto their shoulders and started on this lunge? Just because you're the first to do it does not guarantee that you'll be the first one done with it. It's Mangrum. Nope. Yep. Missed rep there. or missed clean. Lane 4 and lane 7, that's going to be Kelly and Mangrum moving first. Lane 3, Pincock about a step behind them. Mangrum stepping through on those lunges, looking great. Mangrum currently in 18th. He's coming off a ninth place finish earlier. He was 7th on the lift. He handled the sandbag well in the middle event today, but he drops it after 50 feet. And one drop, you can absolutely pay the price. There's 4 guys that are close to you. All of them could potentially pass you here. Let's see who holds on to it. Lane 4, Kelly makes the turn with the sandbag still on the back. So he'll take the lead over from Mangrum. Mangrum cleaning it up again now. In 3, Pincock will turn. Woods will turn in 5. So 3 guys have passed Mangrum with that break. Not to say that it won't pay off for him. I would like to see Mangrum do 2 lengths without dropping here. You have to dig deep. You have to trust your fitness on the burpee broad jumps. That's a movement like a box jump, a burpee, a wall ball, a kettlebell swing that you just have to convince yourself you can do one more of. Push through on the sandbag, Mangrum. Don't drop here and let these guys pass you by. He's in the maroon and he drops it again. He's lunging faster than him, but he refuses to hang on to it. And that's going to cost him. Lane 4, Kelly turns and takes over the lead again. Woods, same thing. And Ferry, same thing. The workout is longer than you think. It looks like a sprint on paper, but these lunges are gnarly. The secret to doing well against the field is do not put the sandbag down. Now, maybe Mangrum will prove me wrong on the back half, but I've watched a lot of the athletes do this so far, and that's what I've noticed. Woods has caught up to everyone. He's step for step with Kelly. They're approaching the finish line on the right side. Woods in the bluish shorts there, the tattoos. Kelly in the all black. Mangrum is in 3rd in the heat with the maroon despite 2 breaks. Woods will turn, take the belt off. Kelly will turn, and they're going to start on the burpees. They're going to have a little bit of an advantage over Mangrum here. Time for Max to prove me wrong. Woods has not been leading until this point pretty much. Kelly does not want to let him go, and Mangrum is now 3rd. We got a little bit of a race in 6 and 8 between Pautrot and Martinez for the next position. Woods will turn and get down about a half burpee broad jump rep ahead of Kelly. Kelly is in 20th overall and a 12th this morning, 17th on the most recent event. Looking to kind of bounce back from that a bit here. And hanging with Woods, generally that's going to do it. He's been sending the message to the later heats, climbing the ranks. Like I mentioned, a 10th and a 5th for Woods today. So Kelly's in a great spot here, but Woods continuing to set the pace. And if you get to that run first, it's going to be hard to beat. Woods opening up a bigger lead. Kelly holding strong in 2. Mangrum in the red is inching his way, maintaining the 3 spot. And here we go. Nate Woods looking to go 3 for 3 against his heat today as he surges up and tries to get into a better heat for the finale tomorrow. Nate Woods is going to come across unofficially at 7:34. Kelly will round, and he'll cross unofficial 7:42. Solid for Kyle Kelly there. Great way to end his day. Mangrum is onto the run. Mangrum will finish 3rd in the heat. I wonder what would have happened if he would have held on to that bag. About 8 minutes unofficial for Mangrum there. Lane 4, middle of the floor, lane 6, middle of the floor. Antoine Pautrot looks like he's going to be the next. Racing other heats, Antoine. Let's go. Finish strong here. 8:22 for Pautrot. And could have a little bit of a race between several guys here at the finish. 5 of them working on the burpee broad jumps. I think a couple of them might get to that turnaround point very similarly. The red shorts on the right side in lane 3. Pincock is jump diving. He is going to turn and run.
Martinez will turn in 8th. Pincock's going to be the next one in. About 9:02 there. Martinez and then Money going to be the next two across. 9:09 for Martinez. Money, 9:14. Ferry and Chapman be the last two athletes out there working. 7:34 from Nate Woods will be the time to beat. Kyle Kelly, 7:42 right behind him. Let these two guys finish up and we'll be back with Heat 2 of the RX men in a couple minutes. Heat 2 of the men's RX is on the field. We're within 30 seconds of the start. They're taking on Matterhorns, a two-parter. 2 minute for max ring muscle-ups directly into
Down and back chipper, 150 feet for sprint, burpee broad jumps, sandbag lunge with that 150 bag, burpee broad jumps, and sprint to the finish. Just like in heat number 1, we have some athletes in this heat who have been having awesome days. And if I'm not mistaken, Josh Corso, 7th and 3rd, has bumped all the way up to 10th. And that's including taking a 0 on the opening event of the weekend when he didn't log a lift. Everything else that we've seen from him suggested that he's pretty strong and would have done well on that. And also at 21st on the salt flats. Corso could be one to watch here on both parts of this. Lane number 2, Lawson Borla. Lane 3, Tanner Morse, who has been ripping away at muscle-ups here. Lane 4 is Josh Corso. And is that lane empty? No, can't tell. There's no one on the rings there. There's a couple cameramen in that lane. Man, if Corso's out, that's a bummer. Colin Butte in 5, Austin Francis in 6, Marquis Jensen in 7, John Williams in 8, Ben Emerson in 9, Jacob Walker in 10. Yeah, 4 is empty. Man, Corso, such a good day. Aren't going to get to see him finish it. So we continue on. The Be Friendly Fitness lane is empty in 4. That's probably why he was doing so well today. Got about 40 seconds left on the muscle-ups here. Morris over there in 3. Gray t-shirt has been getting in some big sets. Lane number 7, Marquis Jensen in the white tank top, red shorts, has been on the rings for a while. He's going to drop down. Lane 10, Jacob Walker had enough of the rings. He's going to get ready for part 2. Same goes for Francis in 6. Austin Francis. Where's Austin Francis? It's overall leaderboard. Am I missing something? Austin Francis is all the way up to 4th. My goodness. No, Corso was doing well. Francis doing incredible 3rd and 2nd today. He's 5 points ahead of 5th. He's within 25 points of the podium. And he's early amongst the leaders early here. Francis is in the blue top, green shorts, dead middle of the screen. The all black to his right is Colin Butte. The white and red to his left is Marquis Jensen. Looks like they're the first 3 guys down the floor in this first set of burpee broad jumps. 2 more lengths of the floor to go before getting to that sandbag. And nice to have fast burpee broad jumps, but really what you want to see here is who can hang on to that sandbag for all 3 traverses of the floor. Outside lane 10, Walker, who called it early on the ring muscle-ups, cruising on the burpee broad jumps. And at the far other side of the floor in lane 2, Lawson Borla is crawling into his burpees. I actually really like this. Just conserve as much energy as possible. That's well within the standards. And conserve energy for that bag. He's about 4th or 5th in the heat now. Close with Jensen. Close also with Emerson down there on the left side in the blue shirt or gray shirt with the black shorts. Walker will jump across the line first. Francis is going to get in. Butte. All of them will line up for that sandbag. Doesn't matter who gets there first. Let's see who gets that sandbag up and starts lunging, and ultimately who can hold on to it. Borla done with his. Morse will be done with his. Left side of the floor, it is Walker. Middle of the floor, Butte in the black, Francis in the white and green. So the first 3 guys to get to the bag are the first 3 guys to get it up. They'll come towards us, back to the rig, back towards us, and then they'll start in on the burpees again. The first heat, Nate Woods once again set the top score today, 7:34. Kyle Kelly, 7:42. Max Mangrum, 8 minutes. Mangrum did drop the bag twice during the lunge. All 3 men hold on to it. Butte fading a little bit relative to Francis and Walker. Walker potentially maybe not feeling great about the rings, gaming that a little bit, getting done 30 seconds earlier and setting himself up for this. Definitely could use a strong event here. 7th in survival pack, so he's moving in the right direction. 24th this morning. Another 7th place finish would do great things for him on the leaderboard. He's about 20 points behind 3 other guys, including Nate Woods from that opening heat. And he's extending his lead here on the lunge. So it's Walker, Francis, and still Butte, but a few other guys are closing in on Butte. In 9, Emerson, and in 7, Jensen, 2 of those guys. Butte is just now starting to move forward towards us as Walker gets to the burpee broad jumps left side of the screen, green shirt first. Francis should have 1 or 2 more lunges to go. He's at 1 more now. So Francis will start on the burpees second here. Again, he's 4th on the overall leaderboard at this point. We still have 1 entire heat to go, but when you go 3-2 on the middle opening workouts on the middle day of competition, that's gonna help a ton. Butte in the all black continues to have a narrow lead. He's in 5, Jensen's in 7, Emerson's in 9. They're all within 2 steps of each other. Few steps behind that in 3 is Morse. Flag on the ground for Borla. Lane 5, Butte drops the bag, loses the shirt, starts in on the burpees when he's moving relatively quickly. Emerson trying to hang with him. Jensen has fallen behind those 2. But left side of the floor, Jacob Walker is crushing these burpee broad jumps. He's got 1 more to go, I think, and then he's gonna get into that run. We're at the 6:40 mark, 7:34 was the time to beat. So whatever game plan Jacob Walker had, it's paying off on the second half of Matterhorn here. He's gonna be the first athlete in the division to go sub 7 minutes. Slides to the finish, 6:55 for Walker. Now 7:34 is the number we're looking at. No other athletes have started running yet. We're within 30 seconds of that. Francis is about to do his last burpee broad jump. So he should be able to best Nate Wood's score there by a few, at least maybe 15 seconds. Francis running in, closing out a strong day of competition, 7:20. And next to him, Butte is also looking like he's gonna get in below that. 7:32 unofficial for him. Lane number 9, Emerson's coming in. We're gonna call it 7:43, which means we had a 7:42 and a 7:34 ahead of that. Woods and Kelly respectively. Maxwell Morgan in 8 minutes is gonna be next. Mangrum, excuse me. 8 and 7 battling here. 8:22 the next time to beat, and it looks like in 8, Williams will get ahead of Jensen. We'll call him 8:13 and 8:16. Pow Trot, 8:22. Lane 3, Morse. It's gonna be our next finisher. It's gonna be about 8:36. Then we'll have times of 9:02, 9:09, and 9:14. Let's track all the times here as we head into the final heat of the day. It will be the 3rd heat of the men's RX division on Matterhorn. And Jacob Walker, 24th, 7th, and now the fastest time through 2 heats on this one. Borla, he's gonna get in ahead of that 9:14. Not quite, 9:16 we'll call it for Borla. Two heats down, 1 heat to go in the men's RX. Final event of the day here at Summer Games 2024. We'll be back in a minute with that final action. 1 minute to the start. Last heat of the day, Saturday, Summit Games 2024 inside the Zions Bank Training Center. I'm Brian Friend. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks to all the volunteers and the judges for the long 12-hour shift they've put in to make this competition possible. Great sponsor turnout. Appreciate everyone who supported the Summit Games this year as they transition to Salt Lake City in pursuit of trying to create something special for the community here. We had an awesome strongman event on site, tons of people on the grounds. It's been a great day, and the last heat is on the floor. These are the top men after 1 day of competition. There's been a lot of jostling on the leaderboard, but Kaysen Perry continues to lead. Let's take a look at the entire lineup of men. They're going to start out. It's a two-parter called Matterhorn, 2 minutes, max ring muscle-ups. At the 2-minute mark, they'll start in on the down and back chipper of sprint, burpee broad jump, sandbag lunge, burpee broad jump, and sprint. 150 foot per discipline there. 1 and 2 are going to be empty. Lane 3, Hayden Clifford. Lane 4, Kirk Dirch. Lane 5, Dallin Carlson. Lane 6, Perry, the Kaysen Perry overall leader. Lane 7, Gavin Patterson. Lane 8, Charlie Jones. Lane 9, Austin Esplin. Lane 10, Brandon Fong. Lane 11, Andreas Brauwick. And they're off for some muscle-ups. Let's see who stays on the rings longer here. Five reps for the leaders. 6 reps, guys in 7 and 8 at least. Perry will drop, Brauwick will drop, outside lanes drop. Jones hangs on, lane number 5. Alan Carlson's gonna keep going. Still hasn't dropped. Kaysen Perry with a break, and he's back up. The kid is 17 years old. He's leading this division. Is he out strategizing them too? He seems to be in the school of coaching underneath Adrian Conway. You see him drop off the rings quietly, unlike some of the athletes in earlier heats who had them swinging around and missing them, wasting time. Perry will line up and get back up for his 3rd set at the 1 minute mark. It's not the biggest set that counts. It's the most reps at the end of 2 minutes. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to count all the athletes' reps here, but paying attention, and the young man is calculated in his approach. I guarantee you he knows exactly what he's doing, or at least within a rep or two. As I said earlier, the main thing in a test like this is don't miss. And we see a miss there in lane number 11 as I say it. Common announcer's curse. But yeah, you don't want to waste any energy here. If you feel like there's a chance of failure, come down, shake them out, and get back up there. 30 seconds to go. Perry double kip there, middle of the floor. Lane 7, Patterson, who held on for a long time, jumped up and came back down there. Jones in the white shirt has looked pretty good throughout. Would not be surprised if he filters towards the top of this. Some of the athletes are calling it here. 10 seconds to go. Is Perry going to go for one more? It looks like he is. Interesting strategy here from the young man. He's the last one on the rings. See if that one extra rep pays off. They'll transition into the run, burpee broad jump, sandbag. Oh, and Charlie Jones told by his judge to go back and get the feet across the line. Not the worst no rep to get it. Cost him a couple seconds, but you can make that up with a clean execution on the middle 2/3 of this. Quick transition from the whole field into the burpee broad jumps. Now, Perry has that lead, 510 points. It's 27 points over Esplin. Esplin has been climbing today with a 4th and a 1st. Perry's gone 1st and 7th. Gavin Patterson has gone 2nd and 6th. He's 3 points behind Esplin and Austin Francis, who has the 2nd best time so far through 2 heats. Not in this heat, but holds a 4 spot overall. He's got a 5-point lead over Kirk Dirch, and Dirch has a 8-point lead over Charlie Jones, who's in 6th. Big drop after that to Dallin Carlson in 7. Colin Butte from the earlier heat in 8. Marquis Jensen from earlier heat in 9. And Corso, who's no longer competing, in 10, which would bump Fong up into the 10 spot. Heading towards the rig now. Lane 9 looks to be leading. That's Esplin. Oh, excuse me. Of course, Kaysen Perry is leading, then Esplin. Now let's see how Perry handles this sandbag. I talked to him after the clean event earlier. He said he's 160-something pounds. That sandbag weighs 150. He salvaged a 7th place finish there. He ended up just narrowly edging out Charlie Jones in his heat. He was never ahead of him until the last rep. And he also passed Maxwell Mrangren, one of the stronger athletes, and the man we saw do pretty well on this one. Just at the end, he was able to get both of those guys by 1 rep. And as good as his fitness and his execution has been, more impressive at 17 years old to have that poise and composure. You know, it could be in a teenage division if one existed here, but he's out here competing against men, and he's beating all of them up to this point. Esplin and Perry leading. They'll make the turn here first, 50 feet down, 100 feet to go for them. It's who's who behind that. Charlie Jones drops his sandbag in 8, and also in 10, Fong has it on the ground. Everybody else is moving towards us. It looks like it's going to be Patterson in 7 who turns third in the heat. And then in 2 and 3, Clifford and Dirch will be the next to turn. Close on their heels, Dallin Carlson in 5. Rep for rep, though, it's Esplin and Perry finishing up that second length. Neither man dropping the bag. They'll both turn and with relative little hesitancy start walking towards us. Perry with just that little tap of the shoe on the ground as he passes through the full extension on the lunge. That's how I like to do it. You make sure you hit extension, but also gain a little bit of balance. Taking that extra little half of a second there can really pay off, especially on a long distance like that. Esplin's been bouncing back and forth between taking that pause and just stepping straight through. But at the end of the day, both men are going to hit 150 feet unbroken, and they're going to drop down for the burpee broad jump simultaneously. Oh, Esplin actually one extra little baby step, and Perry, who I would give the edge to in the burpee broad jump, is going to have a 1-rep advantage as well. Perry had an event win today on switchbacks. He had an event win yesterday on the handstand walk. He also took second on salt flat repeats. 7th on the middle event today, 7th on the shuttle sprint yesterday, 9th on the lift at 17 years old. Crazy. He's maintaining that one burpee broad jump lead. It really came down to Esplin having to do an extra lunge. Lane number 7, Patterson is heading back towards the rim. He's in the 3rd spot in the heat. We are looking at 6:55 from Josh Walker as the time to beat. That's about 1 minute 5 seconds away. That's going to be a non-issue for Kaysen Perry, who is opening up a bigger lead on Esplin. And he's going to open up a bigger lead on the entire field heading into the last workout called Final Summit in the morning. Kaysen Perry has a 150-foot sprint, to the finish. And Perry hustles across the line. Love it, 6:13 unofficial. That's going to be an event win to start and end day number 2. Esplin is going to settle for second in the heat and second in the division. He's going to maintain that second spot. And now we'll start to look at other times. 6:55. Jacob Walker, who's a non-factor in terms of the podium, but is absolutely going to factor into the points here. 20 seconds away from that, and nobody else is onto the run yet. So Perry and Esplin really separating from the rest of the men in this final heat of the RX division here. Now with 10 seconds before Walker's time, Patterson is onto his run. Probably not aware of that. Don't think he's going to get it. So it looks like Jacob Walker is going to end up 3rd on this one. Patterson should finish 4th, just underneath the 7-minute mark. Lane 4, Dirch is hustling. He's going to get in 5th. Right behind him, Carlson edges Clifford. All of them should be ahead of Francis. So they should finish 5, 6, 7. Francis at 7:20 will come in 8th. Colin Butte at 7:32 is likely going to come in 9. Jones still on the lunge. Fong and Braulick on the burpees. Woods is going to finish 10th. That's going to be 3 top 10s for him today as he continues to climb. Kelly's going to come 11th at the 7:42 mark as we're passing by it. Emerson should take 12th at 7:45, and Mangrum at the 8-minute mark is likely going to close his day with a 13th. Three men remain out on the competition floor, and Braulick amongst them is going to be first to start it on the run. He's got a few seconds before John Williams' time. Jensen was right after that. And it looks like Braulick's going to be finishing at about 8:13, 8:14, so kind of right in between those two guys. Very close with John Williams. Come down to a stopwatch in there with the defer to competition corner and the judging scoring team for that one. Jensen's time will pass. Houtrot's time will pass. Morris's time will pass. Fong and Jones have tumbled finale on day number 2. But the story of the RX division here at Summit Games 2024 is 17-year-old, 160 pounds, Kaysen Perry. He's now got 3 event wins. He was leading coming into this. He's going to extend that lead. The only guy who has any chance against him is Austin Esplin, but from everything I've seen from Perry, it's a small chance. Fong's going to get across at the 9:10 mark. We did have a guy get in at 9:09. That's going to be pretty close as well. And Charlie Jones is unfortunately going to take a last place finish against the entire field on this one. So day 2 of the Summit Games here at the Zions Bank Training Center is coming to a close. 150 more feet for Charlie Jones. Appreciate everyone being with us throughout the day, whether it was for a minute, an hour, or all 12 hours of the coverage. We appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting these athletes, supporting this competition. Thank you to Functional Vision and Kairos Scoring, my man Feliz here, making all this possible for you. We'll be back early in the morning, 8 a.m. start time, and the elite men and women are going to be first and last tomorrow. They are the only athletes that have 2 events on the final day. They will have this Matterhorn test in the morning. Everyone will then turn their attention to Final Summit as we crown champions in a variety of divisions here in the inaugural year of the Summit Games in Salt Lake City. See you guys in the morning.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Cause I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like sizing. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sudden. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. So, why you know
Up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward,
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been through is like you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps every time.
You know, there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.
Chicken. I like fries. I like juice. I like sizing. I like Asian flavor punch.
Where's my pen?
Hey.
Sardin. I like that. I'm the district in the chain. Served by New York gang.
Up right now. I do this definitely after every squatting day. So like yesterday, but I do it midday too. This is, to be honest, Carl, this is the only thing I use it for, and it's amazing. I do this so much.
You're gonna need that on the knee going on forward, you know.
Well, you're supposed to, every PT I've been to is like, you need to like constantly massage it to keep the scar tissue mobile. And this helps sometimes.
You know that there's CBD receptors in your knee. Like your body has them in your knee. Like in your joints is where the most of the CBD receptors are.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
I get it. 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 Because I'm strapped. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, it's always drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Rolls down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up, up. Roll them trees up, roll them trees up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll them trees up.
All that time you spent screwing up, it probably takes equal amount of time to get it right. If you get up and get after it 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, you're gonna be a lot less likely to make poor choices the rest of the day. The rest of the day is gonna seem a whole heck of a lot easier. By choosing my hard to be these hard workouts, it makes these other life problems not so insurmountable. I've never been one of those people to count days. All of us that are in this fight are in the same place. It's all just about today. Even if you lose, you still win because you're still 90% ahead of everybody else in life. You know, just the fact that you went out there and you put yourself through that. You gotta keep pushing forward.